right before this
so
show, we were all setting everything up and doing totally normal professional things. And Erika was talking about how happy Jimmy will be that we're starting only 10 minutes late today. It's so good.
He's gonna love that. He has a lot of patience. These kinds of things don't get to him. It's gonna be really great. He's not gonna be upset at all.
He's a kind and understanding man who really is just kind of just cavalier about the channel and its future and how it works. He doesn't really mind.
We will not be punished on the rack, nor will we be thrown in the dungeon without food for several weeks. It's until our next appearance when we show up emaciated. None of that will happen. It's all going to be fine. So
and you
don't
know
even
what?
worry about
honestly, that's the punishment, because I could really use the stretch. My back's been a little bit tight lately, and frankly, I've gained a few pounds, and I could use the time away from food. And so, like, the punishment is that he's not punishing us. That's what it is.
It's reasonable. That he's a very reasonable guy. So also, if your back is hurting, let me enlighten you to my newest strategy for fixing my back. It's called lying on the floor. When my back is hurting, brother, I crawl on the floor, I lay on my back, and it's like every single one of my like vertebral bodies pops. It's wonderful. I stretch my back, my spine realigns itself. It's like, we weren't meant to lay on cushy things. We were meant to lay on the hard ground. I like to get back to my roots.
I also enjoy the floor, especially like whenever I'm like working on 30 projects and I just need the world to stop for a second. I can just lie on the ground and I know I'm not going to fall off of that for a second. Yeah. But in terms of like just my back, I don't know if the floor is enough. I need somebody to like take my spine and like wring it out like an old dish rag. You know what I mean? Like I want, those car detailing videos where like get in there with a little brush and a steam cleaner. I want somebody to do that to my scalp. That would feel really nice.
I like the so okay, this is going to be, I'm going to age myself here. There was a period of time when, I'm assuming when you were growing up, it was the same, when there were many sort of like kids play places that you could go and your parents could just kind of drop you off there and you could fuck around for a little while. And at these play places, it was like, I mean, these things were, this is what the Backrooms style aesthetic comes from, right? Is that it's these big playpens, you're falling through stuff, you're sliding down things, you're clambering, it's a lot of shiny plastics, it's a lot of netting. They were very, very fun to get dropped off and play around in. Anyways, I have this vivid memory of one of the ones near where I lived had these big sort of spongy protrusions from the ground, like barrel-like soft protrusions. And, kids could climb on them or like run headfirst into them at top speed, which is what most kids were doing. But one thing you could do is you could lay your back across them, almost as if it's like a barrel, like a big soft barrel on its side. Lay in repose backwards, and every single one of it was wonderful. Pop, 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 pop. Phenomenal. I fantasize about those.
Amber has an exercise ball, and I do the same thing with that. Just like go and like become a C across the side of the thing. It's a phenomenal device. Yeah, there is a muscle. Actually a much more
useful way to get that done than my suggestion.
There's a muscle in your shoulders called levator scapulae, and as the name suggests, it elevates your scapula. It's attached to the very top of your scapula, the blade of your scapula there, and it goes straight up the back side of your neck, and it attaches to the transverse processes of your first 3 or 4 vertebrae right here. So it's just this band that goes up here, and it like hikes your scapula up. And if you're sitting at a desk all day like this, doing stuff and working everything, that's just up in a grump. And so like if you ever are feeling the way I'm feeling in this moment, get a trusted friend to just take their elbow and put it in there and just stretch that bitch back out. And that's what I need done at this moment. I need somebody to just put about 1,000 pounds on my shoulders and just stretch that.
You got a hang bar in your house, like a pull-up bar. You can just kind of like dangle below those two. And to me, that loosens everything up real nice. I also like those.
That's a really good idea. Really good idea.
But I don't know. You're a tall guy. You might be like, like you might have to like hike yourself up a little to like actually get the full extender.
It is a difficult situation. But hey, welcome to SkepTalk, the show where 2 biologists discuss their back problems for your entertainment. Thanks so much for tuning in. 690 people. Well, we talked about that.
We give the people what they want. This is a show where we give you what you really want to see and hear, which is
Yes.
us bitching about being approaching a wing in our 30s. It's incredible. You guys have a lot to look forward to. It's really wonderful.
Yeah, dude. We've got a great show for you tonight. It's me. Hi, I'm Forrest, and I'm joined today by Erika, and we are both biologists, and we both fucking love evolution. We love science. We love humans. We love evolution, and we love the way the universe works. And what we don't love is bad creationist arguments. So what we're here for today is for you, the people watching. If you are a creationist, if you don't believe in evolution, or if you have other issues with other kinds of science, if you don't think the Big Bang makes any sense, if you don't think the age of the Earth makes any sense, if you don't trust vaccines, if you think that sex and gender are synonymous and binary, if you want to talk about chemtrails or the shape of the Earth, this is the show for you. And also, as always on this channel, if you believe in a god or gods, if you believe in Jesus of Christland, if you think that the Bible really is the good book, if you want to talk about Moses or Muhammad or whatever else, if you think that there is a divine creator of the universe, we are here to discuss it with you. Erika's very nice, I'm very stupid, and we will always be as pleasant as you are on the calls. As long as you're not wasting our time and being a jerk, we will try to be very cordial with you. I know that call-in shows tend to get heated, but it'd be to the person in chat, if you love evolution so much, why don't you marry it? Already spoken for. But with that, but my wedding ring is DNA, so she knew what she was getting into as well. But with that,
my relationship is already also it's a polycule between myself, my husband, and our mutually adored hobbies. So it's like there's plenty of room for evolution in here, and it makes itself known. First, can I tell you what I'm interested in talking about today? I have been refreshing myself on like Evo Devo and refreshing myself on sort of the Neil Shubin-esque type Hawks jeans, Pack 6, like all of those kinds of guys lately for a video that I'm working on. And so because of it, it's like I think that it would be fun, and we have a call on the line who's already waiting that is right up this alley to talk a little bit about things like, how do we get new information in the genome? How do you go from a fish to a land-dwelling tetrapod? How do you go from a non-avian dinosaur to a bird? How do you go from, just an ape, quote unquote, to a human? Let's get some good transitional species calls in today. I want people to call in specifically, just like our beloved previous caller, who we talked about whale evolution with for quite some time. That was enjoyable to me. I would love to go over some of that stuff. But as you already mentioned, chemtrails, anti-vax, call us about your Bigfoot experience, call us about your aliens experience. I'm not being tongue-in-cheek with that. I love that. I want to hear about your alien experience. I think that shit is super fun and interesting. Tell us about the poltergeist that you encountered. Call in and tell us about your experience with the monad. We want to know. We want to hash it out. We want to be convinced. So cool science stuff, pseudoscience stuff, weird experiences. We are all ears all the time. That's all I got, though.
I would love to talk about Evo Devo as well. It's been a minute since I really got to, because I did in grad school. I had an Evo Devo course that was really, really intense, and I haven't thought about a whole lot of it in a long time. So it'd be a really fun refresher for me as well. It'd be great.
I just finished rereading both of Sean Carroll's books. I actually have one here because, like I said, I'm working on a video that has to do with this kind of stuff. So it's all like fresh in my mind. And then I'm working through Shubin's back catalog again as well. So it's like I've got that fresh enough, I think. So let's get into the weeds a little bit. Or alternatively, if you want to call and just walk through the hominids, we could do that too. I could do that in my sleep. Ask me how restrained I was at the Patreon event this past weekend. Incredibly.
She can, and
I'm pent up.
It's scary. She's pent up. Let's just jump right in then. Well, I assume you're talking about line number 2 there, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Let's do it. Let's talk to line number 2, who is a person from Poland. And that's their name. And I'm going to ask them how to pronounce that when we bring them on. Hello. Welcome to the line. You're on with Forrest and Erika. How are you?
Oh, I am on the line?
You are?
You're on the line.
Oh, cool. Hello. first thing I wanted to say is that I do apologize if there are any inconveniences regarding my improper English use, because sometimes it may happen as I am a non-native speaker.
Your
No
English is
problem.
better than my Polish.
What I would like though is for you to tell us how to pronounce your name, just so we don't, because it's a, like Forrest said, our Polish is not very good. So how do you pronounce your name so that we can address you correctly moving forward?
I hope you will hear it correctly.
Okay.
I mean, well, I contacted you, Erika, I believe in February, and you responded, I believe, in June. So you may remember that that email.
That sounds right.
Yeah, but I also wanted to make in my first video the explanation how to pronounce it, and it essentially will be something like Szymcionorski. I hope you hear it correctly.
Simsionorski. Is that? Am I totally?
Yeah, something like that.
Simzimnorski. Okay, I'm gonna lock it in. I'm locking it in. I'm not gonna botch this next time. Let me
I'll
check
do my
and
best.
see. First of all, I'm glad I emailed you back. I always worry that I'm always behind on my emails and I answer them in big blocks, and so I'm always worried that people slip through the cracks. But while you tell us what your question is, I'm gonna look and refresh myself as to what you emailed me about and then what I said. I hope I said something nice. We'll check.
Yeah, I think it was a pleasant response. Well, do you want to what do you want me to start from the first question, or do I can choose whatever I want?
I think you can start exactly how you want to start. You're the caller, so tell us what you would like to hear. Your description says that you're like on the fence about things. So what are you kind of on the fence about? On your screen here, we can see that you want to talk about the emergence of new information, spatiotemporal distribution of transitional fossils as evidence against the creationist car model, classic, and vestigial organs. Do you want to just start at the top? Does that sound okay?
Well, I wrote that my first question is new information, but I actually would want to start from the second one. I mean, if sitting, wait, maybe I will say it otherwise. Maybe another way. Is sitting on the fence, does that mean that I am, for example, unsure of my position? Is that correct?
Yeah, so fence sitting is sort of like you could go one way, you could go the other. You can see arguments from either side.
Well, if that's the case, then no, I am not fence sitting. I am more on the so-called evolutionistic side. I definitely think that evolutionary theory is rather well supported, and as I sometimes watch, maybe not specifically like not these days, but I have a certain pause now because I am just passionate about those things, and I seem to get irritated when I have to again hear, like, for example, that well, somehow magically a gene duplication is destroying the DNA. How, I have no idea. So yeah, but no, I definitely am more on the science accepting side, I would say. So if I can choose the question, I would like to start from the second one about transitional fossils. So I am currently preparing my first video and basically script, and I want to include in the first video.
Before you get started here, I want to catch Forrest up in case he hasn't heard this before. Since you're going to talk a little bit about this car model, right? So Forrest, you're aware that there are YouTube creationists who like to make their own arguments sort of set apart from the sort of big organizations, and you're probably also aware that the sort of veracity of the claims that are made tend to be of a different caliber. Not always, but they tend to be. There's an argument made by a creationist who we both know, and who most people who are familiar with this area of YouTube, this niche little community, standing for truth, likes to make an argument against transitional species or transitional forms as linking ancestors and descendants in a relationship by using amphibious vehicles. So he likes to say, okay, humans can design a car and humans can design a boat. And then humans can also design an amphibious vehicle that is a jack of all trades and master of none. Therefore, transitional species like Tiktaalik or like Ambulocetus, these critters that seem to link to very different body plans or sort of niches that they occupy, these aren't actually any evidence of a transition occurring because they don't believe that the geologic column actually spans large amounts of time, but instead represents a sort of transitional niche, but only transitional in concept. Now, there's a lot of obvious issues with that, but you get the idea.
It's the exact same lazy cop-out argument as when they said that, like, there's no proof of common descent, and then we showed all these different homologous structures and all these different things, and they said that only proves common design, and that the reason why these things are the same way is because the designer created them to look the same using the same techniques. Exactly the same kind of bullshit cop-out, right? Yeah.
It's exactly the same kind of thing. Although it's arguably worse than that, because the people who make this type of argument do accept, I mean, they're the sort of created kinds kind of folks, right? So they accept that there is an amount of change that can occur. And it's actually a shit ton of change, right? I mean, we're talking about all of Felidae, all of Canidae, all of Ursidae. Like, these are groups that are allowed to diversify within themselves. So the inevitable question becomes, okay, well, how do you tell the difference between what you allow as descent and what you require as design? But that's the background so that you're aware of what the car analogy actually is.
Thank you for letting me know. I wasn't prepared for something that dumb, but thank you.
There you go. I don't know how that's possible. You've been doing this show for a long time. How could you not have been prepared?
The problem is I usually react to, when I do my videos, it's about like Answers in Genesis, the Discovery Institute. I'm doing another one about Eric Hovind right now. There's our call-in studio trying to refresh. But like, I haven't done anything about standing for truth because I really don't want to sit there and listen to 3 hours of someone explaining why they don't agree with a 1-minute video, and the whole thing is the same caliber of arguments as a goddamn Answers in Genesis. Let's take our friend back on here. Can you still hear us?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Sorry, we had an issue with call-in studio. Yeah, we had an issue with our phones on. It's okay. We had an issue with our phones on our side, and so while Erika and I were stretching there, we got everything reset, and we've got you back on.
Yeah, great. So wonderful. Can I start explaining what I think about that stuff?
It's fine with me.
Okay, sure. So I certainly agree that, for example, this cop-out is quite lazy because it doesn't really rely on things like predictive power, right? Because at least in my opinion, evolutionary theory actually predicts existence of these organisms, right? But creationism doesn't really. I mean, Danny Badinsky actually said that, well, that's a perfect prediction, but does it really, right? He relied on saying things like, well, Christian God is, I mean, we are made in his image, right? So it means that we are designing things in the same way. But I don't really think that there is some sort of logical basis to saying that, right? I mean, that image, right, doesn't extend to things like, I mean, well, according to many Christians, right, Christian God is infinite, and we human beings are obviously finite. So if it doesn't really extend there, why should it necessarily extend to some sort of patterns of design? So I'm pretty sure if those transitional fossils didn't really exist, creationists would just say, well, it was just the way that it was designed, right? It would be a lazy cop-out. But then I also thought about what Darwin wrote. I mean, obviously creationists sometimes will say things like, oh, Darwin said this horrible thing, and because you are the believer in stupid rock monkey whatever buzzword they want to say, right? They will accuse that person that they must believe in that, right? And that's silly thing, obviously. We don't accept evolution because Darwin said so, but because he provided actual evidence that was later expanded, right, by further discoveries. But I get curious about that, right? Because I may be incorrect. I haven't really read the book, but I think that Darwin tried to explain why there were no known transitional fossils at the time when he was writing his first edition of On the Origin of the Species. I hope I say it correctly. And I just kept wondering, right? What if both creationism and evolution didn't necessarily predict the existence, right? So it would be possible, for example, for evolution that transitional fossils weren't found, right? But they could be found. And so if you wouldn't found them, it wouldn't necessarily disprove evolution, right? How could, in that case, the existence of transitional fossils, right, that we found so far, how could that still be more supportive of evolution than creationism? And well, I watched your video, Erika, on that specific argument, and I found one comment that pointed me to thinking about that. I do believe that some person said that the amphicar, right, the kind of intermediate between a boat and a car, was created after the boat and the car were essentially, discovered, kind of, right? They were invented. Oh, yeah, that's the correct word. So I thought about that. And well, technically, if you look, for example, at some sort of intermediate between a boat and the plane, a car and a plane, right? Those things, generally speaking, were designed after both of these, let's sort of say, distant designs were invented, right?
I think, yeah, I sort of get where you're coming from here, right? Is the idea that it's like, okay, well, this is actually a great way to discriminate between the two, because even though, like, let's say for argument's sake that folks who support common design didn't spend 150 years saying that there were no such thing as transitional species, and in fact we never would find them, which that is what happened, right? Like the folks who deny evolution, that comes directly out of the species fixity movement from the 1800s, and then it becomes the fundamentalism of the 1910s, and then it becomes eventually, through iteration after iteration, the creationism of today. And these guys have been saying that there's no such thing as transitional species forever. All common design and creationism can do is accommodate new information. It can never predict it, right? So this was never something that they predicted. They put that aside. Let's just pretend that that's not an issue. And as you say, allow for these two ideas to sort of approach the data independently. And as you say, if humans design in this pattern of like, okay, we invent the car and we invent the boat, and we invent both of those two things first before we invent the transitional, then that should mean that things like TikTok are actually positive evidence in favor of evolution instead, because it goes water, transitional, land, or in the case of cetaceans, it goes land, transitional, water. I'm with you on that, but I'll tell you what creationists are going to say. They're going to say that these designs didn't actually live at different times, and that it's an artifact completely that we're seeing Tiktaalik being in between Eusthenopteron and something like Acanthostega, because they believe that all of these things lived at once. That's how they're going to respond to that. They're going to say it only appears that you've got one middle and then the other. In actuality, these things were all contemporaneous. Yes, that is ridiculous, because they're essentially, without exception, is no example of a rabbit in the Cambrian, right? Like, we continually see the emergence of complexity, the arrival of new forms, and then persistence of that level of complexity in one way or another through the geologic column. But creationists don't care about that. They do not care about that. They will simply say, Tiktaalik doesn't actually span the gap because there is no gap. All of these were fossilized in the same year-long event of Noah's flood. And so they were actually all designed simultaneously 6,000 years ago. that's how I think they'll respond to that.
Yes, sure. I am pretty sure that younger creationists specifically will say that, but I think that still, the way that we found that pattern where we have first the ancestral group, later the transitional ones, I mean, appearing, right? Because, well, differently, let's say, derived, right, organisms can still exist together, right? They can totally coexist. So it doesn't mean that, well, if they coexisted for some longer time, right, it means that, oh, the theory of evolution is proven. No, I would say that specifically the first appearance of those groups should be considered, right? So the pattern that we see is that, well, first we have the ancestor, later we have the descendant, specifically the transitional form, right? And only after we have the true descendant, right? The latest descendant in the fossil record, right? It's not always the case, right? Sometimes it can be the fact that the fossil record is obviously not perfect, right? It can sometimes result in certain, let's say, inconsistencies, right? For example, in Carboniferous, I do believe that, for example, I hope I say it correctly in English, Hylonomus, the early sauropsid, actually appears before less derived sauropsids, but still the general pattern is definitely that you can see is definitely that that the ancestors appear first, then transitional forms, then descendants. So
What
yes,
did you
surely
say? What did you say comes before? Were you speaking about therapsids just now, or synapsids?
no,
Did I didn't?
I meant like sauropsids. Is that the proper way?
Okay, yeah, so
Modern
you're
sauropsids
saying
include birds
sauropsids.
and reptiles. Yes,
So you're saying sauropsids appear before reptiles?
No. My point was that the Hylonomus, which is one of the earliest sauropsids, actually appears before certain less derived taxa, right? That was my point.
I'm okay with some members of a group appearing before, like appearing early, right? But like in order for the fossil record to be out of order, right, as it were, you have to have the first member of what should be the next stage appear before its prior member ever emerges. Right. So in this case, like in the case of Eusthenopteron, Tiktaalik, and Acanthostega, which that's not literally an ancestor-descendant relationship, but for creationists to show that there's some kind of out of order fossil there, you would need to show that Tiktaalik shows up before any specimen of Eusthenopteron, not before some members of Sarcopterygia, right, or of the Sarcopterygian group that would yield things like Eusthenopteron. So are you saying that there's an example of that with the sauropsids?
I mean, not like with all sauropsids, sure, that's not my point. My point is that sometimes there can be some, let's say, flippage between, but like on a smaller scale, right? But not certainly not on the scale that could be possible in creationism, where you could have first the descendant group, then the transitional, and only then the descendant, right? It could be flipped completely. So I don't think that such things occur. I think that sometimes, yes, there can be certain, let's just say, inconsistencies with that general pattern, but I think it's completely fine because, well, we do not predict any perfection from a imperfectly preserved, let's say, record, right?
I think that's true. I'm just curious as to which, like, anytime I hear that there's an example of something anomalous, I like to track it down, right? Like, I like if the idea is that something has shown up, ostensibly before it should, that makes me curious because then I'm like, okay, well, what's actually going on there? Is it actually the first example of something? So I would like to track it down, but that's okay. We can put that aside for now.
Yeah, sure. I mean. I may write it in the comment section later, right? But I think still my point stands, right? As I read about those things, for example, about evolution of pterosaurs, about evolution of sauropodomorphs, right? I clearly see that the general pattern is the ancestor, then the transition, then the transitional form, and only then the descendant. So honestly, sure, that cop-out can still happen from creationists. Obviously, I'm pretty sure someone already used that cop-out, but I think that in that specific case, creationism loses because it doesn't have any actual predictive power. It can only be squeezed, right? The data can only be squeezed into it, and not actually be used to predict what we should see. So I think that that evolution actually makes the prediction of this certain spatiotemporal distribution of transitional fossils, as I wrote, and I think that it is definitely fulfilled. So I think that even though creationism technically may be,
I agree with you on that for sure, right? I think that that's the reigning theme of creationism, right? Although I would argue that it isn't just the way I phrased it earlier was a little bit too forgiving. I said, creationism tends to accommodate, evolution predicts, science predicts. But I actually think that the reality of the situation is a bit harsher than that, because creationism accommodates only after it keeps getting its keister beat by the data contrary to what they're proposing over and over and over again. It's like, okay, well, we'll never find it. It's the Futurama meme. It's like, we'll never find something that links ancient apes to modern humans. And it's like, okay, well, what about Neanderthals? And it's like, well, we'll never find something that links ancient apes to Neanderthals. And it's like, okay, what about Homo erectus? And we'll never find something that links ancient apes to Homo erectus. And you could go down the list, right? That's not an anagenetic lineage, obviously, but that's the Futurama meme. So it's like, they get their butts kicked on this over and over and over again, prediction after prediction after prediction that they propose fails, and then they twist the model to adapt to the new data. Now, that's fine. Science is provisional. It's okay to change your mind. That's not the part that's problematic. The part that's problematic is pretending like that's not what's going on, that every single model that adapts to this 6,000, 10,000-year-old time frame that is proposed hasn't continually been systematically precluded by every piece of geologic, astronomical, and biological piece of data that we've gotten over the past 150 plus years. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm on the same, we're on the same train. We're taking the same train to the same station. I guess I'm wondering, so did you just kind of want to run that by? Were you just kind of like, hey, is this a good critique? Is that kind of the perspective that you were coming with tonight?
Yes. I wanted to ask, would you both agree? You certainly have a greater level of, let's say, training in those fields, right? So I wanted to ask whether or not you agree with such a critique, and do you think that such pattern is actually found? So that's basically the case.
Yeah, I gave you my 2 cents already. I think generally speaking that holds. I have a great many additional critiques of creationism that are a little less charitable, I think, but by and large, I think we're on the same page. I think.
I feel the same way. Yeah, I've been listening this whole time while I've been doing a few other things, and I haven't heard anything that's terribly objectionable. I think you're right on the money in terms of creationism isn't science, because all it can do is just give what we would call an ad hoc explanation for everything, and the different examples that you broke down over the course of this have made total sense to me. So I think we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, I also tried to look at it from the perspective of morpho-physiological way, I guess. But I think it would be too difficult for me to actually address that argument of just mixing these features without any sort of large meta-analysis, right? I think it would be difficult, so I essentially abandoned that specific critique of this argument, but I still think that that distribution totally works. So if that wouldn't be a problem, I would like to move to the first question, right, about the information. Is that okay?
We can do one more. It's already been about. We can do one more. We have several calls waiting, so we want to move on to the next one pretty quickly. But we can do one more quick thing.
Mhm. Okay. So I was wondering about that new information too, and I think that also creationists like to make cop-outs about that. Well, that isn't truly new information. That it's just a modify, or I think Danny used specific, like the term unpacked information, right? When, for example, a gene duplication happens, right? So I guess what they're essentially saying that is that new information would be a completely new sequence that wouldn't be homologous to anything that we had before. And so, would you agree with such understanding?
I mean, the vast, vast, vast majority of evolutionary steps are tweaks on prior forms. That's the nature of the beast. Evolution works with what it has. And so while it's more rare, I would say for sure, to create something from scratch, it's by no means not possible. I brought this exact example up to Donnie before, and maybe he's responded to it and I haven't seen it. He makes a lot of videos. But what I usually say to this is that we have an example that I think is stunning in its display of new information in exactly the way that creationists request. And that's the de novo evolution of antifreeze proteins in northern Arctic ice fish, or I should say in northern cod, because there's the antifreeze proteins have evolved independently in Arctic and Antarctic fish, in the ganoids, I think they're ganoids versus the notothenioid fish. And the way that this mutation worked is it was a duplication of non-functional DNA, non-coding, non-functional DNA, that was then neo-functionalized to give its blood an antifreeze property. That is about as strictly new information from nothing de novo as you can get. But even then, it's not good enough for them, because they'll say, well, it took existing information, even if the information wasn't doing anything, it took existing code and adapted off of that, in which case there is no definition of new information that would satisfy them. I don't think you can do anything with that.
I disagree with
not
that.
biologically realistic. No, go ahead.
Okay, so can I say, can I continue?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sure. So yes, I was specifically hinting at that essentially any reusage of, let's say, called this pre-existing information is somehow, according to creationists, a problem for evolution, even though it's like completely obvious from the statistical standpoint, right? It's much easier to just co-opt existing stuff for new purposes, right? And we can see that all around the tree of life, right? Crystallines are a great example, right? These are structural proteins that emerge from enzymes, right? It's like essentially the most, let's say, largest, right, kind of new functionalization from completely different functions, right? And so it's weird that that if evolution was true, we would expect that, well, that information would simply be reused, right? It's kind of weird as if evolution was actually true. I wonder why. But I think that it is possible to create things from scratch, essentially. And I wanted to ask whether do you think that such process could be possible, right? Because, for example, insertions, right, specifically single nucleotide insertions, right, they can essentially create completely random sequences, right? At least hypothetically. So I thought that, for example, if we get nucleotides, right, these random single nucleotide insertions between functional sequences, right, not specifically in those sequences, but between them, essentially, if you would accumulate enough of those of these random insertions, right, you could technically create a completely new random sequence. And well, based of what we know, right? I mean, I haven't read the studies, like, but I'm aware of them. For example, the study about these de novo promoters, right? That essentially from random sequences evolved. Some of them evolved levels of expression larger than than the wild type from the right. That happened. I also read a little bit about functions of random polypeptides, right? For example, that study about abiogenesis and, for example, these random polymers, 80mers, I believe, and some of them actually show the function of ATP binding, right? And it's pretty clear to me that if you could produce such complete random sequence, then you could easily, I mean, quote unquote, easily, right? Neo-functionalize it, and that essentially would fit perfectly what creationists say would be a new information, unless they would come with some sort of silly cop-out. So do you think that's such a thing?
I think it's going to be the silly cop-out, unfortunately. Like, again, that example that I mentioned earlier with the ice fish proteins, right? Like that's a de novo protein. That wasn't good enough for them. I mean, you could show as true as new information can be true new information, you could show that to them and it wouldn't be enough. Or even if it was, they would back it up to being like, well, who is responsible for the chemicals in the first place, you know? Which, you know, that's a different conversation, to be sure, but no, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that I think that completely new information of varying levels is possible, and in fact, I would argue has been observed. It's just never going to be good enough for them, and that's something that I think you have to. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's never going to be good enough for some of them. Some people are really receptive to this stuff and are genuinely curious to try to see, like, okay, you know, what does evolution say? What does the data say? Like, what do the data say? Do they match up or do they not? And then there are going to be other people who are not as receptive to that and are always looking for a way to sort of adapt what they think to what the data say without ever actually changing their fundamental presuppositions. And I would put Standing for Truth or Donnie in that category. I think he changes his mind sometimes, but I think that what he changes his mind on is completely guided by what he can get away with while still being a young Earth creationist. And I don't know why that is, but
it's why creation is true, not creationism is true, not whether or not creationism is true.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, with that, we're going to have to jump on to the next call. It's been a really fun 25 minutes, but we've got several other people waiting, and we got people dropping and coming back in, and the lines are completely full, so we got to start clearing them out. But I really appreciate you calling in and talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sure. It was a really nice experience. Goodbye.
Yeah, awesome.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
And that means we have a line open right now. So the person in chat who said that we should be listening to Donald Trump, the person in chat who said that millions of scientists understand that the evidence better supports creation than evolution, to the person in chat who said that we are controlled by Zionists, you can call in right now. This is your chance. 720-619-2288.
People are really coming out of the woodwork
at this moment.
That's so weird that people will come, they will crawl from their dens, but they don't want to play around and chat and to sling mud and chat, but they don't want to call in to the call-in show where the purpose is to like challenge us live, and we can't prepare. It's a perfect opportunity for you. Man, I would love to hear from any or all of those people.
The amount of comments I get on a daily basis threatening to expose me and to prove that I'm this and that. It's like, hey, here's a place where, like, on average, about 30,000 people watch me every week. Do it here. No, I'll do it on my channel. Okay. On your channel where you have 3 subscribers, you could do it here in front of 30,000 people today, right now. I just this person here on my Super Atheist Friends video talking about, I'm going to make a video about you. What it says here. Yes, I'll start working on my video about you. It's exposing your arrogance. I link this show.
Oh.
I have it right here, and I'm going to make a video. Lol.
I feel like the cop out there is that they often. I tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like they don't want to call in here because they're like, you control the field and you control the mute button. And it's like, right. I think that our reputation speaks for itself. I don't think we mute anybody unless it ceases to be civil, right? Like, that's my experience on this show. Unless yours is different, which I don't think it is.
No, the most complaints I get on this channel is that I never use the mute button and I let calls go on way too long. It's always that. And so everybody thinks that I'm going to be like, so like we have some hosts that are that way, that are not going to let some shit slide, and they're going to mute you if you talk out of turn, and they're going to end the call within 10 minutes. And then you have us who do shows for 12 hours at a time and don't remember the mute button exists sometimes. And so like, this is your best chance, y'all. If you think that if you think you have a good argument against evolution and you want to take it up with two biologists, if you want to drag us to the mat and prove to us that actually there's no reason to have faith in Darwin and that random mutations can't make eyeballs and whatever other fucking thing, this is the best chance you've got to do it in front of a large audience. And hey, maybe you won't convince us. Maybe you're right about us and we're just stubborn and set in our ways. We bought into the religion. But you've got thousands, tens of thousands of people watching. You could save a lot of souls if you're right. I don't think you're going to be. I don't think it's going to work.
I just don't like. I don't understand. This is about as putting our money where our mouth is as we can do. And I complain about this a lot on this channel, but that's because people like to mudsling in chat and they like to mudsling in my comments section and talk about how, they want to debate me or whatever. Like I had somebody who emailed me 2 weeks ago and they were like, why won't you debate this one person? And it's like, okay, well, the person in question I don't think is worth engaging. Like, I genuinely don't think they know enough to engage with the subject in any kind of formal setting. However, I have a call-in show where they're welcome to call in and have this conversation. And it's super public and we do it all the time. So
the time.
You have the opportunity. Just take the opportunity. I don't get it.
It could be so easy. And hey, we've got 2 lines open at this moment because one person just dropped. So like, this is your chance, y'all. Pick up that phone. Do you, Erika, my dear friend, have any preference on line numbers? I'm looking at the very top left number on all of those. Do you have any preference on any of those? I'm particularly interested.
I know which one. I know which one you want to
do.
But
it doesn't have to be. But it doesn't have to be if you don't want to.
I'm down. I am totally down. I think that this is my guess. I think this is one of those calls that we're going to know how it's going to go pretty quickly, and we can take it down that path. So I think that we take the call and we see how it goes. I'm going to let you start it though, and I'm going to pee. And refill my water bottle again.
Have fun pissing.
I'm trying to stay hydrated. I will.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's talk to Joel. Pronouns he, him. Calling in from Icelandic longboats. Wow. Who wants to talk about systemic racism? Joel, you were on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Never had a bad day.
Hello?
I'm great. Erika's
fantastic. All right. Awesome. I just want to, I've been watching you for, it feels like years now, Forrest. I've very much appreciated your contribution to the conversation. And Erika, I've only seen you a couple times, but I've also appreciated what you've had to offer so far. Sorry to disappoint everyone. I am not the person from chat that says we should be listening to Donald Trump right now. I have a separate issue I'd like to discuss. Forrest, I've seen your opinions on systemic racism in the country of the United States. And skeptically...
It's a very real and very prevalent issue, yes.
Well, I consider myself somewhat of an agnostic here. I am also a person of color. So in my experience, I've really been wrestling with this issue. I've talked to a lot of people that try to supply evidence of said systemic racism, and I've run into a lot of dead ends. I've always appreciated the way you think about things. I've heard your opinions on it. So I would like to ask you, what is your best evidence for systemic racism in this country currently?
Yeah. Are you cool with me giving you a little bit of a diatribe? Not too long, but just a little bit of an overview.
No, I'm honestly trying to. I'm calling that a pure, genuine curiosity. So go for it.
Well, I gotta tell you, this is immediately more pleasant than I thought it was going to be. So, we'll just start with the beginning and just kind of like work our way up. Is first of all, the concept of race, as we understand it today, was invented by the United States. Back in the day, we used to understand differences in skin colors and ethnicities and nationalities and things like that and cultures. But like really the way that we talk about race today was created by the United States to justify slavery. It was, becoming more and more apparent that these people were people, and we needed to find a way to justify owning them as property. And so we had to classify them as something other than, purely human.
Agreed.
And you see a lot of really interesting like feedback from that over the years. The one that I think is pretty interesting and pretty salient right now is there was a time when it was argued whether black women were real women. The way that we talk about trans people today, there was a time we argued that black women were not real women because the qualities of femininity were something only afforded to white people.
Atrocious on all counts. Atrocious on all counts. Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, and so then you skip forward a little bit, and around the time of the Civil War era, around the when we're still in the midst of slavery, and we're kind of going through this major battle for America's. I don't want to say morality because we didn't have that, but like trying to get things better, right? Trying to do some better things. The wealth disparity between white families, the average white family and the average black family at this moment, those who are allowed to have wealth, free black families, is around 60-1, somewhere in that range, high 50s. So average white family has well over 50 times more wealth than average black family. And then we get out of the Civil War and we end slavery. And now the wealth of white families drops dramatically, but it's not because there's more equality. It's because they just lost a lot of property in the form of slaves, right? And so we don't really count that as a path towards progress in this way. Then we get into, we have this post-Civil War era. And are we really moving towards progress? Well, number one, the Confederate statues all over this country were built during the civil rights movement, right? These were things that were put up not during the days of the Confederacy to celebrate this new nation. They were put up much, much later to rub in the faces of black people that you live in this country that was, has such a proud racist history.
Also, the birth of the Ku Klux Klan also happened at that time, and all those things. Yeah, absolutely. And so at this time, you have these major issues and of discrimination in terms of how people are allowed to live. Great example of that, like redlining, for example, where you cannot get a bank loan to buy a house if you're black and they don't want you in this particular kind of neighborhood. You have compacts within these neighborhoods where that's legally binding. This neighborhood must only be for white people, right? And we are still fighting their lawsuits over redlining today, still going on. Okay.
And that
can I interject something, or is the diatribe still going? Or okay.
Well, that's going to lead me to the next thing. But if you have something about that, we can talk about.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Well, yeah, I do want to touch on redlining because I've heard you talk about that before. But go ahead. I'm sorry. You go ahead and finish.
So then that now kind of like the reason why I touch on that, or the reason why I touch on housing disparity specifically, is because the way we fund public education in this country is through property taxes. And so you are now relegating, minorities to these low income neighborhoods, shoving them out to the corners of society. When they do get ahead, bad things happen. Look no further than my hometown of Tulsa, Oklahoma, back in 1921. They had an amazing black community that was very prosperous. The government dropped bombs out of airplanes on it to destroy it completely, level it to the ground. So you've got
what year?
These, 1921 was the Tulsa Race Massacre.
Gotcha.
And so you've got these, black and brown people now being shoved continuously to the edge of society. They are not allowed to live in the nicer parts of town, which means their property taxes are lower, which means their schools are not as well funded, which means they are going to have lower educational outcomes. And those worse educational outcomes mean they're not going to get into college, mean they're not going to get a good job, meaning they're not going to be able to build generational wealth. What do you do when you have a large quantity of people with very low opportunity and very low education all squished into one little place? You have a high crime rate. And then we have over-policing in these areas, which further exacerbate those crime rates. Great example of over-policing being a thing, because usually, I'm not saying you're making this argument, but usually the racist argument will be, well, they just do the more crimes. Pullover rate is a great example of how this disparity works.
Obviously, we're way too smart for that. That's obviously nonsense.
Right. I know you're not saying this. I'm just covering my bases. So, great example of this is like pullover rate, where you have during the day, black people are several times more likely to be pulled over. During the night, it evens out. When a police officer can't see the color of your skin, you're equally likely to be pulled over. But during the daytime, when they can see your skin color, black people pulled over at a huge rate, right?
Okay.
So
I feel like that's a lot. I mean, I would love the chance to jump in. I mean, that's a lot. That is a diatribe.
I'm almost done though. I'm
okay,
almost
done
though.
Go ahead.
So
go ahead. I'll try to keep mental notes.
So you now have right. So you have a ton of over policing in these populations, and similarly, you can see crime statistics from our own Justice Department showing that people across the board racially don't, like, white people don't commit less crimes than black people. None of that happens. They don't commit different crimes than black people. None of that happens. Black people are over policed and over arrested, and most importantly, they are arrested for violent crimes far more than anybody else, but they're not charged with them. Black people, the one thing that's very interesting in terms of like law, the thing that actually happens to black people more than any other racial group is exonerations. They are exonerated of crimes more than anybody else because stupid racist cops who believe stupid racist rhetoric, like what you and I are discussing, will then arrest them for no reason more than any other racial group. And then we also, because of that, give them longer sentences, higher mandatory. We have the mandatory minimum bullshit. We give them ridiculous sentences that are far more than any white person. And so we have now this hugely expanded prison population where one racial group makes up the vast majority of our prison populations, which works really well for the fact that our Constitution, the Constitutional Amendment, doesn't completely outlaw slavery. It outlaws slavery except in punishment of a crime. And hell yeah, a lot of the stuff that we have in this country, a lot of the products that we sell all around the world are produced by prison slave labor. And then you can also extend that into healthcare outcomes where we see black people, especially black women, having significantly worse healthcare outcomes because of the way that society talks about them, because of the stereotypes about them. When they come in experiencing extreme amounts of pain, they are believed to be lying, to be looking for drugs. There are still people who believe, doctors who believe today, that black people have higher pain tolerance and need less medications. And we even have a health secretary, RFK Jr., who has said in front of Congress that black people need different vaccines than white people because they have different physiology. So all of this is to say, we have, and by the way, that wealth disparity, I said well over 51, it is now 6-1. So over this whole amount of time, hundreds of years since the Civil War and all this stuff, after all of this, has it improved that much? No. Because of all of these things compounding, because there is housing disparity, because there is education disparity, because there is healthcare disparity, because there is employment disparity, because there is policing disparity. All of these different things add up to still 6-1 wealth disparity, with white people owning 6 times more wealth than black people, and then blaming black people for it. And that's the ball game. And that's the end of my diatribe, Joel.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to jump in. There's no way I can touch on all those points. You've obviously thought about this a lot. I commend you for that. I've also thought about it a lot. I'm very well read, and I knew about 95% of the historical data there. I'm well aware of that. What I would like to discuss is systematic racism in the current age, not a bombing in 1921, which obviously was horrible. The history of slavery, we all know it's horrible, and all these things. To kind of work backward, one thing I heard you said about the sentencing disparities. There's a lot of socioeconomic factors related to sentencing disparities. And for instance, my logical, skeptical mind immediately defaults to the position, well, men are sentenced at a much higher rate than women are for the same crime. That doesn't then prove that there's systemic sexism in this country against men. That would be absurd to draw that conclusion from the sentencing guidelines. I know what's your feelings on that.
You could point to that as an example, one example of a systemic issue which has sexist roots. And so I wouldn't say that is proof of overt.
But you could, but skepticism, speaking wise, could it be a function of men perhaps are more dangerous than women?
So what I would say is, when you add in the violent nature of crimes committed and how much damage they can actually, incur on someone. Yeah, I would look
as opposed to a woman.
I would look at the whole enchilada here, because like I said, if you take that one data point,
that's a great point. That's
you
a
could
great
say
point.
that
the whole enchilada, Forrest, if I may, the whole enchilada also includes in those sentencing guidelines numbers. I don't believe, unless I'm wrong here, that the whole enchilada is including past offenses, especially not juvenile past offenses, that the judge would be privy to.
That's not actually where I was going with that. What I was saying is,
that's where I'm going with it. Like, if we're going to look at the whole enchilada, is what I'm wondering is, if we're going to look at sentencing disparities, and we just look at it in black and white, say people of color are sentenced for a higher amount of time to their white criminal counterparts, what's left out of that stat is prior offenses, juvenile offenses, which are sealed only to the judge, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a lawyer. But
that number also includes, if I remember correctly, feel free to fact check me on this, but if I remember correctly, that number does include first time offenses. And what I'm talking about with your comparison to talking about men, what I said is that would be a data point, one data point that you could then use to try to argue that society is somehow sexist towards men. But what I meant by the whole enchilada here is does that one single data point actually overweigh the rest of everything else, which shows overwhelmingly that if there is a sexist bias in our society, it's towards women, not towards men. And so we are heavily biased against.
Of course, that's why I brought it up, because it'd be a completely unreasonable argument to make that we're sexist towards men in the country because they get charged more.
But when we talk about why we perceive men as dangerous, to the point that you were making with why they might get different sentences, that is also an issue to do with the problem of toxic masculinity and why men are so dangerous. The way that we have this misogynistic culture, which allows men to be so violent and be rewarded for that violence, and to see themselves as owning women and other people around them, rather than being on equal footing with them. You don't get family annihilators in a society where you have like really, really good, healthy masculinity. That's just not a concept, right?
And so agreed. A lot of problems in there. Agreed, completely agreed. But if we could then, like, I only brought that up to show, if someone was to make that argument based on the logic, if you apply the same logic to sentencing guidelines of black and non-black people, if you extrapolate that to the male-female population, you have a logical breakdown. But however, I would like to move to redlining, if you will, and systemic racism. My contention is that it's not current here today, and my contention is that okay, I know you think it is, but to me, I don't think we can say something that's illegal and can be prosecuted upon could count as systemic racism. People that lived in Jim Crow would have no problems pointing to systemic racism. It's what I think you guys like to use the term objectively true. There's no subjectivity.
Are you saying that because redlining is illegal, it therefore doesn't count? Because it still very much happens.
No. Well, no, it very much counts. But what I'm saying is number one, do you know anyone that's been prosecuted for redlining? Because I do.
Like recently?
Personally, do you know anyone that's been charged and brought into court of law over redlining?
No, I don't know any bankers or any real estate agents or anything like that.
Well, I do. And it was a black woman. And she got caught up in a situation where they accused her of trying to steer her, the clients, into a black neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Now, she acted on her own. And the banks, if anything we know about the banks, Forrest, is they're profit driven. And whatever motivation they might have today in 2025 to steer people here this that way, look, I'm about the furthest person from a capitalist that you will ever meet. There's a lot of problems with that. Whole bunch of problems with that. Okay. But if the actual activity is illegal by law and you can be prosecuted, fined, sent to jail, if a company is acting outside of the purview of the legal authority, how can we call that systemic?
Because that still does happen at an uncomfortable rate, and it is illegal, yes, but it's only going to get prosecuted if it's caught. And if you're looking at this from the big picture setting, you have these very wealthy banks which are paying off very wealthy politicians, which own police departments and all these things. Like, you have every part of the system is infected with this racism. No, this is still a problem with racism, because you have every part of our capitalist and also our republic system that is infected with racism. So yes, we can say this is illegal. So are lots of things, right? Lots of bad, evil, racist things are illegal, and yet they still happen.
I got to push back. I got to push back a little bit here. Like, first off, this is profit-driven behavior. There's no one you don't know for a fact, and I don't know, and I'm highly suspect there's no Ku Klux Klan member at the head of J.P. Morgan Chase. This is a profit-driven decision that they're making based on capitalism, which is a whole nother conversation, which I think we would probably agree with mostly. So
I don't think so.
What we have here, well, maybe you're a capitalist. I happen to see problems with capitalism because
extremely
it creates isms.
I am very much not a capitalist. I am very much not a capitalist. But what I'm saying is your claim that you don't think there's some Klan member up there, number one, beg to fucking differ a lot of the times. And number two, your claim that I think that just has to do more with profit than anything else. No, I don't think it does. I think that a lot of the times, it does have to do with profit, but again, also there is a major racial component in a lot of this.
There's a major racial component to everyday life. We all look at each other through a lens of.
I want you to remember that racism is profitable in this country, and that is so. I don't think your argument really works.
Well, my argument is that I know plenty of black people that think you're a racist. They think every white person is a racist. These are all ideas that people get in their heads and their minds. My point is
that would be anecdotal evidence. I'm talking about systemic issues.
Well, so would somebody getting prosecuted for redlining when I've already told you that I've known a person of color getting prosecuted for this. So they're both anecdotal,
right? But that's. But Joel, that's not any more compelling than the argument that, like, well, Africans sold each other into slavery. It just doesn't do anything.
Well, hold on, but I'm not making an argument. I'm taking the skeptical position that I'm not convinced.
Can I here and ask?
Well, hold on. I would like to say with the red line, real quick. I would like to say that is also, if we're going to look at banks approving loans based on all sorts of racial factors, which is illegal, by the way. I don't think we can call something systemic when it's illegal and prosecutable by law. And furthermore, things like the FHA, where you can get a loan, low income, you have the government pay for your down payment, you can go buy a house anywhere. As a person of color, I can go buy a house FHA anywhere I want in this country. I have no systemic blocks. I can get an FHA loan. I can go everywhere I want except that community in Arkansas that says it's whites only. That's it. There's no systemic racism for me. I can go buy a house anywhere I want.
What you just described is systemic racism. I can go anywhere I want except for this community that's upholding whites only standard.
That doesn't meet the qualification of systemic, Forrest. That's a group of people that have racial ideas. Systemic is something that has to be put in place with policies and laws.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. I'm bullying my way in here this time because that's what my question was, and that's what I just Googled because I wasn't sure about this myself. I was curious, like, is systemic the same thing as institutional? Because institutional usually implies that it's being held in place by some major institutions of power, hence institutional. But systemic, at least insofar as I just Googled it, doesn't necessarily have to be enshrined in law or in government or in education or whatever. Like, so if
Or
we're
policy.
debating whether or not, yeah, or policy, exactly. So if we're debating whether or not systemic racism exists in the present, and systemic racism isn't tied definitionally to halls of power, it can also be sociocultural, which that's what my very brief Google just said. So if I'm wrong on that, blame the Google search result, I guess. Then systemic racism does.
So, Erika, you're 100% right. I also Googled the same search.
There is no law in this country saying that our prisons must be 38% black. That's not a law, right? And there's no law against it either. It just so happens to be the case that because of the way we do policing in this country, because of the way that we talk about black people, because of the way that we train our police officers, because of the disparities in violence that we're okay with, because of the way that we have, like I said, the same disparities of schooling and housing and drug use and all these things that go into these communities, the way that our government put crack into these communities, all of those things cause that to happen. So it's not
but I would like to address
because they have a law about it.
No, you're right. There's problems all the way around. But to Erika's point, you're 100% correct, Erika. I also Googled the same definition. They work in social norms into the situation, but I contend that when people use the term systemic racism, they're not talking about social norms, because if that was the conversation that we were having, then we would also have to say that there's systemic racism against white people. Because I know so many black people. I live in Chicago. Louis Farrakhan is a fucking racist. You know, like we would have, he's a fucking anti-Semite. So, I mean, we would have to have a conversation and say that. But the fact is, most people that use systemic racism are not using it in a cultural norm.
Joel, we're not talking about cultural norms when we talk about systemic. We're talking about like huge norms.
Erika tried to add in culture as Google does.
Yeah, no, culture is a part of it, but that's not the whole thing. Yeah. I would defy you to tell me one way. What is one way in which white people are systemically oppressed in this country, Joel?
Well, I guarantee you can't be a minister for Louis Farrakhan.
Who cares?
Not that you would want to. Well, that's my point, Forrest. Who cares? I can go buy a house anywhere I want to in this country.
Oh,
I don't need JP Morgan Chase.
You're talking about with what you're talking about a private job with a private person. Okay. That's very different.
We'll take it further then. Well, go see how your experience is being a professor at a historic black college. Go take your
Joel, I know white professors at HBCUs.
Correct. And what percentage are they, Forrest? So we're talking about the same percentage
matter.
that redlining.
They're not.
Now it doesn't matter though. Now the percentage doesn't matter now. So if redlining happens 2 or 3%, that matters.
I'm close to fucking using that mute button we were saying we never use. Joel, it doesn't matter. These percentages matter contextually. So if we're talking about HBCUs, the fact that white people are able to get jobs there, they're not being barred from jobs there. They're not being discriminated against when they get jobs there. None of that is happening. Why do HBCUs exist in the first place? Why do HBCUs exist in the first place is the bigger question. Why do we have segregated colleges that have this historical tradition? Yes.
Because of racism. Right. But racism and systemic racism are two different things for us.
And so now they have this
things. I've experienced racism.
Now they have this history. So now they have this historical context that allows them to have this desire for a safe place where they know that they're going to be treated fairly. And if a white professor comes in, they have a certain standard to meet that unfortunately they don't have if they're at any other college or university. They don't have the same expectation of being racially equitable and not being a piece of shit.
But what you don't understand, if you spend time walking through those campuses, you won't be treated fairly.
So I have been on those campuses and I was treated quite fairly. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about racism and systemic racism are two different things. I've experienced racism, Forrest. My whole life I've experienced racism.
But I can tell you, as a person of color,
very rare situations, people have been mean to me because I was white. It's never been a serious problem for me, and it never fucking will be. So, like, my individual experience of racism doesn't have...
because you're not taking a victim mentality.
No, that has nothing to do with it. It's the fact that I don't live in a country where my life is made worse because of my skin color.
Do you
know what?
Joel, do you think that there's something about Black people that makes it so that they inherently are incarcerated more, or inherently earn less money, or inherently live in more impoverished regions of the nation? Because I would assume the answer would be no. I assume. Am I wrong?
No. Here's what I'll say to that. The whole crack epidemic and all that the government did was systemically racist. There's no question about it. And you got a lot of people strung out on crack.
And it has ripple effects today.
So guys, can I just, this is a really simple point that I want to make. It's not very far reaching. All I was going to say is that if there's nothing inherent about Black people or any racial group or sexual group or gendered group or whatever that makes them more likely to do one thing than another, and yet they are in actuality grossly misrepresented in that category, to me, as somebody who's not very well educated in this subject, I look at that and say, okay, well, if it's not inherent to the population, then there's something else going on here, right? Like, there has to be another explanation.
Okay, Erika, I appreciate that viewpoint, but this is why I'm calling into you guys, because I value you both as skeptics, but you're not applying the same skepticism to a simple example of, like, domestic battery, domestic violence. Men get charged and sent to jail over this. Women do not. That doesn't mean that this country is systemically sexist, because first off, they can cause more damage.
Can you come up with three different reasons? Can you come up with 3 different reasons besides this country may be sexist as a straw man example? Can you come up with 3 reasons why men may be charged with domestic violence more often than women?
Well, I didn't call to defend. All I'm asking you to do is apply the
You brought up the example. No, you brought up the example and accused us
to apply the same skepticism.
Right, Joel. Like I can apply the same skepticism to that. Joel, I can apply the same skepticism to that. I'm asking to see if you can too, because that's a dumbass example to say, well, this thing happens and we don't call it systemic there, so this other thing that's completely unrelated we shouldn't call systemic either. Can you come up with 3 reasons why men are charged with domestic violence more than women?
Well, number one, they're probably more violent.
Occurrence rates is one. What are 2 more?
And number 2, there's a societal norm that men are more violent and that they can cause more damage, and the actions they do are more
misogyny. Harmful. What's another one?
Exactly.
What's another one? I asked for 3.
I think human nature element of this can't be overstated. And by that I mean...
Nope. The third one, there's one more that's really big that I want you to get to.
Valid. No, this is big.
There's one more that I want you to get to. It's really big.
Well, I would like the opportunity to get to the one I'm getting to. And the human nature component of this cannot be overstated. And that is the fact that when a police officer arrives to a scene, to a domestic battery scene, our natural inclination is to try to care for women, which I encourage. And if it's a tie goes a runner situation, our natural inclination is to think that the man's more powerful, he should be punished more harshly. And I get it. So that's why I don't get involved in domestic battery situations.
The one that I was I was going for, just to be clear, Joel, thank you very much for that, because that actually proves our point exactly. The one that I was going for was reporting rates, and I was going to talk about how men are less likely to report that they have been the victims of domestic battery, because then that makes them look bad, and they don't want to explain that. The same reason why there's low reporting rates for rapes.
Yeah.
The But your example actually serves the point just fine because, yes, a police officer shows up, and because of their preconceived notions of how dangerous men are and how fragile women are, they are more likely to arrest this man and drag them for a prosecutor who is more likely to sentence them before bring them for a judge and sentence them potentially unfairly. There is actually a bias in our legal system in that way of protecting women and blaming men, potentially, maybe unfairly. I don't think it's big enough to make that big of a stink over, but it is a reasonable thing to point out. Now, imagine that. Imagine that. Now, Joel, think about that, about not just men, but several racial groups over hundreds and hundreds of years. And now you have what we have here. So, what Erika brought up, black people don't just commit more crimes.
Forrest.
Black people don't just commit more crimes. They are unfairly judged, unfairly accused, unfairly suspected, over-policed, over-brutalized, beaten.
Those are claims that you can't... Okay, those are a lot of claims you can't support.
Okay, I'm going to put you on mute now because that's fucking just insane. No, it is not claims I can't support. Absolutely, there are stats to back all of that up. And what I was saying a minute ago, what I was saying before you interrupted me, is that black children are more likely to get detention, suspension, to have police officers in their schools instead of psychologists or counselors or career counselors or anything like that. They, from very, very early on, are being exposed to this culture of being over-policed, of being suspected of crimes, and they are sent down the school to prison pipeline, which is a very real fucking thing in this country. So, like, because of what I said at the beginning, where we have housing disparity and economic disparity leading to educational disparity on top of over-policing for the same crimes that everybody else commits at the same rate that everybody else commits them, lack of opportunity, increased poverty, increased incidence of drug and addiction because of government interference historically, and now also because of the lack of opportunity, but also like drug use, as far as I remember, the stats also show not a major difference there. And we have actual stats showing that they are over-policed, that they are brutalized more often than white people, that they are shot more often than white people, that they are dragged out of the car more often than white people, that they are pulled over in the first place more often than white people. And if you want to talk about anecdotal evidence, let me tell you about the time that I lived in North Tulsa, a place that is very predominantly African-American, and I got pulled over going to Taco Bell in the middle of the night because I was high as hell, and the police officer looked at me and said, "Oh, you're white, never mind," and fucked off. And like, he didn't say those words exactly, but it was very obvious. And so like, all of this leads to the massive incarceration disparity, the massive disparity in healthcare outcomes, the massive disparity in educational outcomes, the massive disparity in job opportunities. There are studies that show if you send the exact same application, one of which says David and one says Durante, David gets the job 75% of the time. We have massive disparities across this country that are all rooted in the same thing, which is that this nation was built on racism, and the ripple effects from that resonate today. Very, very much that racist history is ever present today. And yes, we can say, well, it's illegal now. Doesn't mean that shit doesn't happen. Doesn't mean those racist assholes aren't still in power. Go ahead, Erika.
I want to say this. I know Joel wants to respond, and I want to hear what he has to say about this. But something that Joel said kind of bugged me a little bit ago, which is that, you know, he said, I see the two of you as skeptical people, and I want you to apply the same skepticism to this topic as you do to other topics. And I do consider myself to be a skeptical individual. I think Forrest does as well. And I'm struggling to understand where we're failing on that. Because when I look at this situation, just to repeat myself from earlier, I see two options here, because there's a disparity in incarceration rates and a myriad of other different statistics we could look at between Black people and white people. And of course, we would include many other racial groups in that, but we're talking about Black people and white people right now. There is a disparity that exists there. So we can ask ourselves the question, why is that disparity there? Option number one is that there is an inherent difference between Black people and white people in this nation that causes Black people to commit more crimes. Option number two is that there isn't. Now, I've looked a lot into this subject because I taught biological anthropology for 4 years. So, you know, I'm pretty familiar with human diversity in general. I know Forrest is as well. I see no evidence to support the notion that there are gross behavioral and cultural differences between, again, we're being very obtuse here with these groupings, but Black people and white people in the United States. So since those differences don't appear to me, at least, to be inherent, I'm left wondering what could be the cause. My skeptical brain says it doesn't look like it's option A here. So what's option B? And the answer there is that it's something to do with the institutions in which we live, be they sociocultural or be they enshrined in the halls of government or education or the law or whatever, right? That's where my skeptical mind goes. Now, I have to ask the question that I asked earlier, which is, if that's not the case, in Joel's opinion, why does that disparity exist? Because to me, if I'm going to take the skeptical stance here and you want to tell me that it's not institutional racism, I want to hear your support for that. What is it instead?
So Erika, can you please just really quick, before we bring them back, can you just clearly lay out those three options one more time?
Yeah, I mean, option one, to me, the option one is that the disparity between Black people and white people in incarceration rates is due to some kind of inherent difference between Black people and white people, genetic or behavioral or cultural, but ultimately rooted in something biological. Option B is that it's not. It's rooted in something institutional. And when I say institutional, I mean sociocultural, like legacy-wise, or I mean enshrined in the halls of government, or enshrined in the halls of law, or whatever. And then option C is, it's some third thing that Joel's going to tell us about that hopefully isn't option one.
There we go. I just wanted to make sure it was very clear. Those are the three options. Joel, which of those three options do you think it is?
Okay, so first off, there's more than three options. It's extremely complicated and very nuanced. It's definitely not a God-of-the-gap situation. There's multiple factors at play here. And my understanding of the issue, number one, is I think we're missing each other because I don't argue with you guys that there's racism in this country. And it can sometimes hold each other back. And you talk about the institutional pipeline for us. I was in that pipeline. I get it. I fully understand. However, I'm struggling to understand how we can call something systemic that is illegal. So if we're going to focus on incarceration rates, there's people that study this for a living and can't even come up with solutions. There's people that spend their whole life trying to fix this problem and can't come up with solutions. So my offering to it is, it's not purely based in any sort of racial component at all. I personally believe that we are all one. I don't really believe.
And to that,
the racial differences.
I will give you the fucking definition of the word is the oppression of a racial group to the advantage of another as perpetuated by inequity within interconnected systems such as political, economic, and social systems. It doesn't mean it's legal to be racist. That is, yes, that is the Merriam-Webster definition. That is the Merriam-Webster definition, which is on the screen right now, of systemic racism.
Okay.
It is not just legal to be racist.
I missed you. Could you mind running that by me again? Because I think we might be missing each other as far as we should have defined this term in the first place of what systemic is.
The oppression of a racial group. The oppression of a racial group to the advantage of another, as perpetuated by inequity within interconnected systems such as political, economic, and social systems. That is absolutely what we've been describing this entire time.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to have there for us is proving the advantage to another. I don't.
You don't think that white people benefit from this system?
From what system? Capitalism? Yes, I think white people benefit from capitalism.
From systemic racism. From systemic racism.
Well, that's
from everything we've been talking about this whole time.
No, I'm asking you how a 18-year-old criminal convicted to, 10-year sentences, how anyone advantages from that, Forrest, is what I'm asking you.
Because we use slave labor in prison, Joel.
That is not a profit model.
Because prison, it's not a profit model to get free labor.
It's not free labor. It's not free labor. What's your definition of free?
Absolutely is. We are using prisoners.
You're paying. You're paying taxpayer dollars to pay for prisoners to be housed and used for labor. That's not free labor.
Joel,
I hate
Jesus
to be
fucking
pedantic,
Christ.
but that's not free labor.
Yes, oh my God, dude. Are you fucking
Do you
kidding
know
me
how
right
much it
now?
costs? Okay, let me ask you. How much does it cost to house?
Nope. I'm going to answer that question first, because the question is, how much does it cost to house the people? Let's talk about it for a second. Did you know we have privatized prisons in this country, Joel? Private corporations build the prisons and sign contracts with our state governments to keep those prisons full. They have contracts. Who makes contracts? Is it a profit thing? Maybe when a corporation has a contract to build these multi-billion-dollar industries, these huge fucking infrastructures, these massive institutions. What do they need in those institutions to make them worth the money? Bodies. So they sign contracts with our government to keep those prisons full. What do they do in those prisons that's so worth the money? They make products. They put those prisoners to work. They make equipment for our military. They make products that are sold on the shelves all around the country. They make beauty products. They make skincare products. They make home products. They make furniture. They make all sorts of shit. And they either make very, very, very little money, far below the minimum wage, or they make nothing. Because that is legal with the 13th Amendment that says slavery is illegal except as a punishment for a crime. So we have our prisons full on purpose. And who are we going to fill them with? Certainly not white people, because they're the ones in charge. They'd notice the difference. So we create crime to fill the prisons with. And who benefits from that? White people, because we live in this country that has a massive economic advantage because we're still using fucking slaves. It's like when people talk about capitalism as being a good thing. And I know you said you're not a capitalist, but like when we talk about all the great things that this country has achieved, and we don't talk about the fact that we achieved all this by raping and pillaging the global south. Why is Africa, so much of Africa, still having all these problems with dictators and genocides and lack of industry and all these things? It's because they're colonized to shit and have all their resources extracted and have dictators put in place by countries in the global north who want to utilize their resources more. It's the exact same fucking thing here, dude. It's the exact same thing here. If you think white people don't benefit from systemic racism in this country, I encourage you to practice some skepticism for a change. Because so far, this whole thing has been anecdotal evidence and the argument from incredulity from you. I'm sorry. What you're accusing me of making up is backed by statistics that you could look up on your own if you cared. So I'm fucking over this. It's been 42 minutes and it sucks. Erika, do you have anything else for Joel?
I have said my piece already.
Yeah, this sucks, Joel. Holy fuck, dude. I think you were honest about wanting to have a conversation. I think you need to seriously look this shit up because holy fuck, this was gross. And I think you need to check these stats and ask yourself the question that Erika asked you, which, by the way, you said it has more than 3 options. The third option she gave you was a different option. The third option she gave you was open-ended. So I don't think you were listening to her anyway. With that, we're going to move on. Holy fuck. Goodbye, Joel. Ugh.
That's a rough one.
How do you
So
benefit?
I got a gummy worm in my mouth.
How do you benefit? Oh.
This is my 2 cents. I'm speculating here. So, Joel, if I'm misrepresenting you, I apologize. But I think that Joel's third option was some combination of what he would deem casual, non-institutional racism, which casual racism or casual sexism or casual phobias of any sort are socially institutionalized, right? When it becomes the norm to shame an entire group for not crying in general, right? Like that's institutionally, I would argue, sexist towards men. Classic example. So I think that his answer to that question, without saying it, again, speculating, is that it's some combination between casual, non-institutional racism and some kind of behavioral or genetic basis that I don't think he was comfortable sharing. And I don't think that Joel means, I don't think that he's coming at that from a malicious standpoint. I think that he probably, just as many people unfortunately are, is a little bit ignorant of just how diverse and also non-diverse humans really are, and how there aren't these racially based behaviors or racially based genetic bases that can predict behavior. But again, speculation.
What gets me fucking next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, and buy some things, ask what fucking prisoners were involved in producing this product, and look it the fuck up, because they are forced to work. If they refuse to work, they jeopardize their chances of parole. They can be punished, sent to solitary confinement and shit. They're not being beaten on a post anymore, but they are absolutely still being punished for refusing to play along. I'm going to link an article in the chat right now. This is from the Associated Press. I'm going to go and put it on the screen over here. Let me move this so that I don't expose a bunch of people's phone numbers really quick. And let me put that on the screen here so everybody can see what I'm looking at here. Prisoners in the U.S. are part of a hidden workforce linked to hundreds of popular food brands. Let me get that in the center of the screen.
Oh, what's the similarity between a lot of these pictures that I'm noticing?
Oh,
it sure seems
it's crazy,
pretty homogenous. Right? It seems like that the prisoners are very homogenous in their background. That's weird how that works.
Yeah, it's very strange. And this person on the horse there, that's a very similar image that you don't usually see in color, is it?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So there is a direct link to the fucking, the slavery of the 14th through 1800s. And today, our prison population today. So I'm just going to link this article in the chat, and it's a start. It's not the fucking story, but it's a great place to start.
Dude.
It took me 2 seconds to find that as well. I literally just Googled what products are made by slave labor in prison. That's all I looked up, and I found that article first.
Do you think that some of this attitude comes from people's anecdotal experiences? Like they're like, a black person called me a cracker once, and thus there's racism against white people and nothing is institutional. Like, I have to believe that some of that is what's going on. And maybe that's not the backbone of that attitude, but
I brought that up because I was like, people have been racist towards me before. I mentioned that in the thing. It made my life worse in literally no way at all, because I am so benefited by everything else. Meanwhile, a person of color walking down the street and somebody doesn't really smile at them, they have to have that voice in the back of their head. That's like, okay, maybe this person fucking doesn't like me. You know what I mean? Like, maybe there's something going, instead of where I'm like, oh, this person's either a bitch, they're having a bad day, or they just didn't see me here. You know what I mean? I don't have that extra voice that I have to contend with. And I'm so fucking fortunate for that. But like, holy shit, to not even think that it's there or that it's a problem, that's so crazy to me.
I don't know, man. I know too many, granted anecdotal. I have so many anecdotal accounts though of friends and colleagues who can tell you some real horror stories about the attitudes that are still very present, especially in the South of the United States today. Towards people because they're black or Latino or Southeast Asian or whatever, right? Like, shit sucks, and I really don't think anybody benefits by being like, no, we beat racism back with the Equal Rights Amendment, right, or Equal Rights Act.
It was over
in the 1950s, right? Like, we beat it.
Martin Luther King gave exactly one speech, and then Obama was elected, and now there's no more racism. That's how it happened.
Now it's over. Thank God. Thank God. What a horrible nightmare. I'm so glad we beat it.
Anyway, thanks for tuning in to an hour straight of white people talking about racism. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai. Thanks so much for being here. Oh my gosh. Biologist. Okay. Would you pick what that was a call that I was interested in. Who do you want to talk to next?
Bro, you know I'm along for the ride. All of this is good. I don't see an L call on this list. I don't see any call on this list that I wouldn't take. There are no duds right now, and that is very rare because usually there's at least a couple of duds on there.
There's always some stinkers. Let's talk to the first person who's waiting the longest then.
That sounds good.
Let's talk to John calling in from Calcified Ankles, who has problems with evolution. John, at long last, after an hour and 20 minutes of waiting, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. And I think you will be soon. It's taken a long time to get you up there in that host room. Is the problem on my end? Let me try it again. There we go. Holy
Hello?
fuck. Well, I don't know what was happening. There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello to the person in the chat. White biologist talks about racism hits very different depending on the era. That's absolutely right.
See, that's really true.
That's rough.
What's up, John?
All right, John, what's going on?
Okay, so just to get straight to the point, my main critique with evolution is the falsifiability, or the ability for it to be proven wrong. It is the fact that it is difficult to be proven wrong in the first place that was mainly brought up to my attention.
How would you prove it wrong? How would you prove evolution wrong? Well, how would it be falsified?
I think that's what he's asking. He's arguing that it can't be, right? But
well, I'm
I'm
asking him. Like, can you think of a way?
Oh yeah,
Erika's absolutely correct. Erika's absolutely correct.
Okay. So, how about we find a single T-Rex fossil that has a human in its stomach? Would that falsify evolution?
I don't think so, and that's kind of the issue at hand.
How would that
I
not?
think I understand where
I'm curious.
Yeah, you take
No.
this rabbit hole.
No. If you understand where he's going, maybe I'm missing something.
I think the idea is, I've gotten a lot of people who have said to me in emails or in chat or whatever before, they'll be like, if we found this, would that disprove evolution? Usually it's something like, okay, what if we found an out of place fossil? And then my answer to that is usually, okay, well, how out of place are we talking here? Are we talking about the example that we mentioned earlier where it's like, okay, you find a stem tetrapod that's overlapping with Eusthenopteron? It's like, yeah, that's earlier than we expected previously a stem tetrapod to live, but at the same time, it has to emerge before Eusthenopteron or a proposed Sarcopterygian in order to actually screw up the timeline. But even then, if someone said to me, would that disprove evolution? In my head, my immediate thought is, well, maybe the fossil record that we have for Eusthenopteron is capturing just their absolute tail end. That wouldn't totally falsify it for me. That'd be a piece in favor of falsification, but it wouldn't totally do it.
Sure.
I think, though, John, if you found a mammal, a rat or a rabbit, a proverbial rabbit, in like Ediacaran rock or in like the Cambrian, something that is so unbelievably out of place that it completely upsets, like essentially something completely modern with something that should be in existence before perhaps even the kingdom Animalia is supposed to emerge, that would do it. Like, I think that there are a lot of out-of-place fossils we could explain. I think if you found a verifiable rabbit in the Cambrian, that would actually falsify at least evolutionary theory as we understand it right now. Especially if you found it repeatedly over and over and over again.
That's what I was saying. If you find a single T-Rex fossil with a human in its stomach, you've got a major case for evolution not being real.
Right. And we should say, when we're talking about evolution here, we're talking about the aspect of evolution, common descent, which is packaged into evolutionary theory. Obviously, populations still change over time. I really think that you're going to have a hard time. I think anybody is going to have a hard time, as hard of a time falsifying population change over time as they are like gravity being in existence, period. Right. And the reason I say that is because this is something that is just so regularly observed that in order to falsify something, you have to be able to have, in essence, at this point in time, maybe not initially, but now, you have to have something that can explain the data better. That's how far you're going to have to go to falsify such a fundamental concept as gravity or evolutionary theory. So I would say that evolution is absolutely falsifiable, but more importantly, when it was first proposed, it was uber falsifiable. Everything about it was falsifiable, and people tried their damnedest to falsify it too. But the problem is, very shortly after Darwin died in 1882, right? Descent had been published a little bit earlier. Unbeknownst to everybody else, Mendel had been experimenting with his pea plants, and what was shortly to come after that was population genetics, which adheres completely to our conceptions of evolutionary theory and the nature of species and populations changing over time. So all of that to say, yes, you could falsify common descent fairly easily. Populations changing over time, that's going to be a lot harder. you could still do it, but you can only do it really in a hypothetical way at this point because it's been so consistently observed. You can falsify it in the same way that you can falsify something like gravity. That's my 2 cents. That makes sense, John? If you're talking, muted.
Okay, yeah, I think you. I remember in the beginning, Erika really touched upon my argument correctly, where you pretty much said it's because it is so difficult to falsify. It's kind of a. Sorry, I can't seem to think of the right words here.
All good, dude.
Am I just? Sorry, what?
No, I'm saying it's all good. You can take a minute to think of what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is that I understand your frustration because for a lot of evolution is so cemented into biology at this point, and it's been so successful as an idea and as the bedrock for how we understand biodiversity and population change over time and agriculture and medicine, that in order to overturn it, you would have to propose something that explains the data better simultaneously. Incidentally, the Institute for Creation Research is trying to do this right now with CET, Continuous Environmental Tracking, which is their answer to natural selection, which, if it actually turned out to be something that was real, would actually foundationally overturn major concepts in evolution. I mean, natural selection is something that even answers in Genesis accept. So that would be a pretty big step. The problem is their experiments aren't working.
So, in summary, was I incorrect to assume that evolution is difficult to falsify, or?
Well, it's difficult to falsify, but you said that it can't be falsified. That was your case, right? Difficult to falsify and impossible to falsify are different things. I would agree with you that it's difficult to falsify. Impossible? No. All science is falsifiable. That's part of the criteria to be included in science is that it has to be falsifiable. And as I told you, if you were to actually find like this, there's a reason why it's the go-to example. The rabbit and the Cambrian would do it.
Oh, okay.
The common descent part, at least.
Yeah, I think you just addressed my case.
I'm glad.
Right on.
Yay.
Happy to be of
Sweet.
service.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate the call.
Totally.
Cheers,
Take
dude.
care. Bye-bye. There we go. And that means we have at this moment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. Yep, we have 2 lines open. If Chris Forey in the chat would like to evolve some thumbs so that he can work a phone and give us a call, it'd be great. You can tell us all about how creationism is supported by the evidence instead of just bitching in chat every single time we talk about evolution. We've got a different John. We're going from John to John here, straight in from Johns into the Johns, the Johnception, with this other John now who wants to know why it's problematic to believe in both creation and evolution at the same time. John Squared, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Rock solid. Rock solid,
right.
Rock steady.
All right. I guess I wanted you kind of have my question out there. Like, what's the problem? Well, how is it problematic to believe in both evolution and creationism?
I think the biggest thing.
I've been hogging the mic anyways. Forrest kicked us off.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I was all over that last call. So just to be clear, there are people who do that. There's deistic evolution, the idea that there's a deistic model where God just kind of started up the universe in such a way that evolution was a natural result, and just by total logical determinism, shit just happened this way. There's theistic evolution, the idea that evolution was guided with a purpose by a God. There are folks that believe, like a Catholic more vibe type thing, where yes, evolution happened for everything else, and then God made humans too. There's a million different ways to look at this. The problem is the same that I would give you for anybody who believes in any kind of religious doctrine while also trying to comport that with science, is that you have to have two different parts of your brain for these things. You have to compartmentalize one part of your brain to say everything else, I'm going to look for evidence. I'm going to go with what what the evidence and what reason and what logic lead me to. I'm not going to believe anything unless I have a good reason to believe it. And then also sometimes there's magic and just the lines that you draw that with and the ways that you do that and the implications for doing that, boy, they suck. They're just not good. And it's not a slippery slope fallacy because the slippery slope is actually very well observed and known to be
there. Okay, so the problem with it is to believe in creationism, it means you have to be less of a skeptic. Am I understanding that right?
So I know scientists who are also religious and have like some religious basis to whatever they and who are fully accept evolution as well. It's not so much that I would say that yes, you have to be less of a skeptic, but I don't want to make it sound so black and white. It's just that you have to allow your brain to deliberately be non-scientific in certain areas. And we see how dangerous that can be. Both just the example that I always give is Kurt Wise. Oops, I'm opening up the wrong thing here. I was trying to pull up that Kurt Wise quote, and who knows what I just opened? Friggin' Teams. God help us all. By nobody wants it. So this is a quote from Kurt Wise. Kurt Wise is a geologist. He and paleontologist. He has a PhD from Harvard University. He studied under Stephen Jay Gould, one of the most famous biologists of all time, evolutionary biologist specifically. And he said, although he has scientific reasons for accepting a young Earth, no, he doesn't. I am a young Earth creationist because that is my understanding of the scripture. As I shared with my professors years ago when I was in college, if all the evidence in all the universe turns against creationism, I would be the first to admit it, but I would still be a young Earth creationist because that is what the word of God seems to indicate. So this is a person just who is a very, very well-trained scientist who is just outright saying, in this particular case, science simply doesn't matter to me. That's not the point of what my thinking. And that is dangerous. Because if somebody can make you believe a thing without good evidence, they can make you do a thing without good reasons. If they can make you believe absurdities, they can make you commit atrocities. And it's going to open you up to a whole bunch of bullshit. Like you see with people who go out and take a few classes in health science, a few classes in biology or whatever, and then fall through nutrition scams. And talk about, you got to eat these antioxidants so that you won't get cancer. And I literally saw a video today of someone saying if you swirl your water before you drink it, it rearranges the molecules into H3O2, and that's better for you and more digestible. Nope. And but this person has just enough science education to be dangerous and holds this other part of their mind for naturopathy, for holistic medicine, for alternative medicine, for whatever, and uses that little bit of understanding they have to bolster the bullshit. And that makes them really dangerous to themselves and others. So, like I said, in small quantities, this sort of thing may not be that big of a deal, but it's not a slippery slope fallacy because that slippery slope is absolutely fucking there.
Okay.
I have a more relaxed perspective on this, I think. I fundamentally agree with Forrest in the sense that it's like, okay, if you're taking a religious perspective of any kind, you are definitionally allowing for the supernatural, which means you're not keeping things methodologically naturalistic, and you're sort of toying with things that can't be proven. I like the things that I believe in to be well supported. So for me, that's not going to do it. That being said, much like Forrest, I have people in my department of biological anthropology, human evolution, who are some of the best scientists I've ever met, who are religious people, Buddhists, Jewish people, Muslim people, Christians, Mormons even, right? Like there are people who can accept virtually all of science, or in some cases, they can accept all of science as we know it. They just believe extra things without, in my opinion, good reason to, right? That being said, the people who I know who accept all of the science, some of my most treasured mentors in my academic career, while I can disagree till the cows come home with them about religion, as I said, I have a great amount of respect for them academically. They're phenomenal scientists. For me, I'm just not going to be able to take that extra step, at least not at present, to believe something without good support for it. And I think that that's a good attitude to have. I think that's the better attitude to have. But I don't think that that necessarily makes someone a bad scientist. In fact, I think demonstrably that isn't the case. We know of many very popular scientists, the director of the Human Genome Project, right? There are countless examples we could go through on YouTube casually as well. That being said, there's also something to be said for what Forrest mentioned, where there is a slippery slope here, and you can see this happen in real time with a lot of different stuff. Now, fortunately, I will say it is exceedingly rare. In fact, I can't think of an example, and I don't think I've ever been able to think of an example. I don't think I've ever encountered an example of this. That doesn't mean there isn't one, but I've never encountered it, of someone who understands how evolution works, accepts it, and then becomes a creationist of some kind, right? When I say a creationist, I mean like a young earther or an ID proponent or an old earth creationist who comes to reject evolution after understanding it without prior belief or commitment to some kind of religious perspective. So I do feel good in saying that, like, if you're a religious person and you accept evolution now, you're probably not going to turn around and deny it down the road. However, that perspective of magical thinking in some people can predispose them, I think, to, as Forrest said, falling for other things that are maybe undesirable and like can be really harmful too. I have a phrase that, well, we have a phrase in like this little science circle that I run in, that it's like, creationism is the gateway conspiracy theory. It is one of the big gateway conspiracy theories. It seems harmless, but much like flat Earth operates with this whole idea that's like, if you believe that the Earth is flat, then you believe that the entirety of our reality is basically held up on toothpicks and held together with Mod Podge, right? You can believe anything. If the Earth is actually flat, everything's fair game, because if they could lie to you about something that's that big, then absolutely everything is free game to believe. Creationism functions in a very similar way. If the foundations of biology as we know it are actually wrong and dumb and stupid and also a hoax and an evil lie from Satan and whatever, then maybe the vaccines are too. And maybe the climate isn't actually changing. And maybe that's just a big, conspiracy theory by the evil cabal at the top to, I don't know, help Russia or something like that. And you could just go down this list, and there's certainly some data out there that backs up the fact that conspiracy theories rarely come in ones. So, to sum that up, I don't think that there's any problem at the base level, functionally, as far as the science goes, with being a religious person if you accept all of conventional science. Those two things can go quite well together. However, that's baseline. Once you start taking into account how reality actually functions, you can start to run into some issues. And Forrest outlined those as well already. That's my perspective.
Does this answer your question, John?
Kind of. Well, I want to know more about more of the stuff that would disprove or like creationists, if you have time. Or if that's okay.
Yeah, the biggest evidence against creationism is that there is no evidence for creationism. The cool thing is, I don't have to go prove there isn't a god who didn't do magic to not make animals and shit, and I just have to point out the fact that there is no evidence for that. And even when creationists do what we were talking about earlier, this kind of post hoc immunizing behavior of saying, well, if you find it, that's because God did that. And you found an answer, well, that's because God did it that way. What they can't do is forward thinking. They cannot make novel, testable predictions of anything. And that's what evolution can do. Evolution can say, if I put this type of thing in this type of environment, it should do this type of thing, and it does. And if I have this kind of competition, we should see this kind of selection pattern. And if we, have this type of selection pressure, we should see patterns of selection that are disruptive or directional or whatever. And like, indeed, we can do exactly that. And creationism, the best you can possibly hope for is, here's something we haven't heard about evolution before. Evolution can't explain this. That's because a guy did it. And that's the whole argument.
Yeah, full stop. And I think I really feel comfortable in saying this. I'm very familiar with creationist arguments. I know them very well. I don't think there is a single good piece of evidence for young Earth creationism. Old Earth creationism, no. I don't think there's good evidence for that either, but that's only because it's basically just conventional science, but skepticism towards evolution. So I don't think that you can, they don't have like an alternative model, and they're very open about that. So credit where credit is due, I guess. Intelligent design, that's even worse because there actually isn't a model for intelligent design. Say what you will about the young Earth creationists, at least they have a model. At least they have this is what we think. This is our crazy flood model. This is how we think it happened. And they do some of the legwork to try to make that case. The ID folks, a lot of the time, you see from them, especially out of like the DI, they tend to just say, well, how could this evolve, right? Or this is irreducibly complex, or blah, 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 whatever. So it depends on the type of creationism, John, but like, if you want to say, how would you disprove like a theistic evolutionist, like somebody who says, I believe in a God, and I think they put evolution in place as a mechanism that works just like every other mechanism in science and in the natural world, and it played out exactly otherwise as we would expect via science. How would you disprove it? You can't. But that's not the point. Like, it's not, you don't just want to believe true things, right? You want all of the things that you believe to have good support for them. So while I certainly can't disprove that, it is by its nature not falsifiable. It's not within the realm of science. If someone wants to believe it, by all means, go ahead. If you accept all of conventional science, that's chill. But it's not gonna pass muster as far as having actual support for it. Now, the second you step outside of God did things like normal science, then you can start to actively disprove these ideas. And I suppose I will say this: if you believe in an organized religion, like that actually does make claims outside of just like a general deist God, you can investigate those. Like, that's not my area, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay. I think that answers that question. And I guess one tangent question, if I may ask, with this. Are you going to do a reacteria of the Futurama episode, The Origin of Species? Is that what? Oh, Clockwork Origin. Sorry, that episode.
Is that the one with Dr. Banjo?
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Banjo.
I would have no reason to make a reacteria episode about it, but like I know I have a buddy of mine, Zeke Darwin, over on TikTok. Shout out to that dude. He's awesome. He was a middle school biology teacher for a long time, and now he does. I think he's starting on YouTube as well. But literally every single time he gets a comment saying, well, you can't prove the missing link between blah, 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 he just puts that clip and that comment, and then he reuses the same video over and over. At this point, it's just so covered in comments, you can't even see the video anymore. It's just the same thing. So yeah, I wouldn't have a reason to, but I do. I love the clip.
I got you this time.
Like,
yeah, it's great.
That whole episode, great content.
It is fantastic. It's an amazing show.
Yeah.
I wish I had
thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
Right. Take care, John. Today, I learned the phrase not going to pass muster. I thought you said mustard, and I was like, it's not going to pass the like, you mean cut the mustard? Is that where that phrase comes from?
First, you live in Oklahoma. How do you not know about passing muster? This is like I think it's the Southern phrase. Passing
I am also
muster?
Yeah, no, I looked it up, and it is a thing. I'm also very, very East European. And so, like, maybe that's what the problem is?
Brother, this shit is from the 1600s. You got no excuse. r/entomology is telling us that it's the Old English word muster from the Latin monstere, show or display used in the military sense.
What the fuck do a bunch of bug scientists know about this? What's going on with that? Fucking entomologists?
Are you being funny? You're being funny right now.
The word you meant was etymology, right? Because you said entomology.
Yes. You're right.
That's
You're right. Fair enough. Sorry, I got bugs on the brain. I read it and I care so little about words and so much about arthropods that you're right. Fair enough. I thought I said it right, and I was like, "What are you talking about, brother?"
Fucking passing the Munster cheese to get the science done here on the line. We've got several more calls. Lines are still full, and lines are still open. So when another one clears out, we'll keep taking them. But before we continue on, I have a couple of things I want to run by you. Number one is the LineCon thing that's happening soon. Check that shit out if you're into it, or don't. I'm not a cop, but if you like watching people on this show and on these shows talk about stuff, sign up for that. You have to join our Patreon, and when you join our Patreon, you get to go do the LineCon thing and see the amazing speeches put out by the people. And if you don't do that, then you have to wait a little while. If you're a member, I think you get it in a little while after that. And then if you're not a member and you're just a regular person, then you get to watch it like 2 months or something like that after it comes out.
First, are you planning to do a PowerPoint for when you do yours?
When I do mine, probably, but I don't know when that's going to be. Jimmy keeps asking me, and I keep telling him that I am just too busy to squeeze that in. It's not going to happen with me anytime soon.
I did mine this past weekend, and I put my PowerPoint together probably. No, that's actually not true. I did mine in advance. I did it a few days beforehand. It was like, it's like a proper clickbait kind of talk where it's like, don't fall for this famous gracious lie or something like that. But it's all about, how Lucy is a biped and Australopiths are bipeds and stuff like that. Yeah. I showed up to this thing and I was like, hey, where's the share my screen button? And they were like, this is through vMix. There's no share my screen button. I was like, how do I share my PowerPoint? And it turns out you have to have that stuff set up ahead of time. I tried to set it up in the middle. It didn't work. So the way that we had to do it is as if it were like a 1960s old school slideshow where I was saying to Ginny operated my slide. I said, next slide. And it was 37 slides long. Way too long for a 20-minute talk. Way too long to have somebody else operate your slideshow for you. So my advice to you would be, if you do a slideshow, know that in advance. But you share your screen on here all the time, so you know how to do it. I don't.
I've got it through OBS, and so I have the different scenes on OBS. I can switch between. I have that set up in my Stream Deck here, so I can just beep bop boop. It's also where I've got these buttons on the same thing.
That is just so fucking gross. That is disgusting. Yeah. And you know what? I feel like you need to know that. No, you know what? Actually, no, you don't need to know that. That's TMI. I just realized we're on a live show. So did I change my mind? Never mind. Let's continue.
Text me whatever you're gonna say. Because in the meantime, we're gonna take some of these super chats in the meantime as well. So we talked about this before the show. When Erika and I did the super long show, we kind of broke up between calls and super chats. We thought it would be a good idea to do it that way today as well. So we weren't inundated with super chats later. We can actually manage the length of the show. So people on the line, keep waiting on the line. Some of you have been waiting for a long time, but we're going to get to you soon. We've got calls about, this one says MAGA does understand science. That'll be a fun one. I bet the audience is going to love that. We've got a question about humans and chimps. We've got someone who says they witnessed miracles. We've got a bunch, and it's great. But for right now, we're talking about this. And it's $5 from... Sorry? Oh, I saw it. I'm going to read it here. $5 from William Mate, 1991. I triple dog dare you both to lick a skull you have in your office because reasons. Also, you lost the game. That is fucking great. I
feel like... Oh, the text?
You should have said it out loud, but I'm glad you didn't. No. But it would have been funny.
Yeah. So here's the thing about the skull licking, though, William. I feel like that's going to get clipped. So I'm reluctant to do that. Although there have been things that I've done on this show that haven't been clipped yet. Let me pick one. Let me pick a good one for you guys.
This one's plastic. I'm cool to do that. Not licking those ones over there. God, they're fucking disgusting. I tried to clean those. All those up there. It's not happening. It's just not occurring. But this one's plastic, and I'm okay with it. Also, not to brag or anything, but guess what came in my mailbox today? Check this out.
Hold on,
Giraffe
I can't see
vertebra.
My own face is in the way. Hold on. Oh, holy!
Yeah,
that thing is huge. Okay, wait.
And look at the
way that it. Jesus Christ. Okay, the way that it looked when I first looked at it is I could only see the bottom, and I was like, "What kind of fucked up scapula am I looking at here?" And look, I could only see the spine on the side coming down. Is it a wait? Is it real?
Yeah.
Is it an actual?
Yeah, it's a real giraffe vertebra. No, I'm not licking this. I already licked a plastic skull. But look at that heart-shaped vertebral body. I think this will be a thoracic one then. So this is a mid-back giraffe vertebra.
Mine is Pithysia. It's a beautiful little saki. They have these big, broad noses and these laterally splayed canine teeth. I could lick my real Chlorocebus Aethiopicus, but I won't do that because I won't disgrace it like that. So, lick.
Hell yeah. If you will kindly read the next one, I'm going to go wash my hands because I don't know where that's been, and it just came in the mail today. So I'll be right back.
I bet that's greasy. I bet it's greasy. $5 from Joshua Everett, 9887. Glad to be able to spend time with some of the best people in internet land. Host and chat, you're all great. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate you saying that. That makes this is what I do it for. Check it out. I'm gonna do this one too. $4.99 from Hannah Hudgens. Farm Boy Strong can fix your stiff, aching back. Lay on the floor. You guys don't know. I feel like you don't know how heavy 3 bales of hay actually is. I am very strong for my dimensions, especially because I have kind of long arms. So the lever, I've got very long levers for it, but I upped my weight. Let's just say my lat pull down is at about 145 pounds. So I'm working. I have a narrow grip though, so it's not as good as it sounds. $10 from Alice in Dr. Pepper. Love the show. I want to let Erika know my spouse has been brought to tears many times by watching my vids, especially how beautiful the relationship of humans and dogs is. That's all. Well, scat's all for now. I am so glad. Okay, I think that one was intentionally a bit of a tearjerker because everybody loves their dogs, except me right now. My dog keeps scratching at the door, so he's locked out. But I'm glad to hear that. That's such a kind thing to say. I think you'll like my next video. Maybe not the next one, but the big one that I'm working on right now.
I was listening the whole time. I went and washed my hands. There's this cat says, great show. Love you both. Oh, Erika, why couldn't the toilet paper cross the row? Because it got stuck in the crack. Erika goes,
my favorite thing about my favorite thing about these is that I've heard the same one about 8,000 times. And it's like, it's Sisyphean in the sense that it's like, I forget. It's Sisyphean in a surprise way because I forget that we do. I forget that these happen. And I feel like the element of surprise makes it harder on my body. It's sort of like when you're suddenly forced to break into a sprint, it's harder on your knees than when you have time to stretch. That's how this is for me. $4.99 from Lanto. You must be a red blood cell because you take the oxygen away from my lungs and straight to my heart. Thank you for that, Lanto. That's really great. That's such a funny joke. I think that you should tell that to every doctor you meet. They will all love it. And you should do that instead of bringing them here.
From Hannah Hodgins, shoot, I meant farm boy. What did she say first time? Femboy strong? What was she talking about?
I think she meant to say, I think she said, I read farm boy strong. I don't know what she said actually.
She said framboy.
I straight up
Framboy.
I read farm boy because I'm consistently looking for an excuse to talk about how I'm farm boy strong. So, not that you guys know that.
It's something to brag about.
It's subtle. I know I'm really subtle. You have to really drag it out of me.
It's something to brag about for sure. If you're ever in Oklahoma next we're going to be in Oklahoma together because we're doing the thing. Like we'll play 50-pound bag toss and we'll see who wins.
Am I supposed to also advertise for that? I feel like the answer to that is yes. I don't know why I asked. I'll advertise.
I'm looking it up.
Okay, this is your thing.
Well, I was gonna put it on the screen. Secular Felinist said, "Did you hear about the consummated mathematician? He worked it out with a pencil."
Don't do that. Really don't do that. Do not
that's
do
really
that. That is dangerous. Don't do that. And that's disgusting. $5. Wow, look at this cat. That is like a little gray nugget. $5 from Josh Babin, resharing this at Forrest request. My house is haunted by a chicken, a poltergeist, a foul spirit. I'm calling an exorcist to help it cross over. That is 4. That is 4 puns in a sentence that is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, no, it's not one sentence because it's broken up a little bit. If you'd had commas in there, though, it'd be one sentence that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 words long. That's an incredible ratio. I will give you that, Josh. Unfortunately, you can find a lot of ways to creatively kill someone with a bird, and a chicken in particular. Maybe what I do is I get like brass knuckles and I get rooster spurs and I put them on my knuckles or on my brass knuckles, and then I kill you by pummeling you with my rooster fists. My cock fists, if you will. $5
Check
from
this
Melissa,
out.
you win.
This is this thing as well that if you give SethAndrews.com, and I'll put this on the what's it as well. And Seth picked these pictures.
I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking with this.
This is happening.
I already took the piss out of him for that because he picks these pictures of us that are just remarkably unflattering. Like he's got like
what
there's
is
2
this
pictures.
one?
He was like, I need they do short form content. We got to include it.
That was a TikTok video.
I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what he was thinking with that. And he has this one. I'll see if I can find it because I want to share it with everybody. He's got this picture of me that he uses for all promotional material that I'm involved in to the extent that other people have also started using the same photo as promotional. This is the one. It's where I'm doing a little lip purse.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I was telling Forrest and Seth, it's got this uncanny resemblance to this picture of a little gibbon, which is on one hand I like that, but on the other hand, I don't know why he had to pick the most lipless picture that exists of me. It is a fucking cartoon line mouth that he's got on that pic. He could have found so many other pictures. I don't know why he keeps using that one. And he really likes the lighting. I think the lighting was really good. Listen to win $5 used to be like an adventure like you, and then I got arthritis in the knee. Now that is an old meme.
That'll happen.
All your base are belong to us. Alyssa and Nguyen. Yeah, that's right.
$10 from Regato. I was at the store the other day and they had Batman shampoo, but I couldn't believe they didn't have Conditioner Gordon. That's excellent.
Wow. I get it. Like Commissioner Gordon. I get it. Wow, I get it. Do you have any idea how many crude weapons Batman has that he could use to torture a person? Even a child's bat belt, except bat accessory belt. Bat belt? You could get creative with that is all what I'm trying to say. $20 from Erikapedia. Sounds kind of like Erikapedia, like my name. After almost a year of being doged out of a job, I can finally start getting y'all money again. Here's arrears for all the science. Thank you very much.
Thanks for getting employed for the only reason anyone should, which is to give us money.
Well, that's a good point.
By the way, to what is it, Mountain Woman in the chat, who's asking why I don't do any debates. I am on a debate show right now. If you have something to challenge me about, there is a line open. 720-619-2288. Lines are still open. We're doing this, and then we're going to go back to calls. So let's see. $5 from the Fuzzy Logic. Who could have guessed that the Gutsick Gibbon would be fond of hanging loose? I think they're referring to you on the pull-up bar thing a little bit ago.
Oh, brother, don't even listen. You can check the end of my hip evolution video, and you can watch me do 5 consecutive pull-ups. I'm quite powerful. Final list from Nicholas Fiala, 6205. I'm hoping the two of you might be able to bridge a gap in my knowledge. When human chromosome 2 fused, or when chromosome 2 fused, did it cause issues with reproduction? I recall a biology lesson about why some animals can't reproduce with other similars. This is a great question. People wonder a lot when the human chromosome 2 fusion happened. So the TLDR is humans have 46 chromosomes, other apes have 48, other great apes have 48. So the question is, what happened? And the most parsimonious answer to that question is, instead of a fission event in all of the other genera of great apes, a fusion probably happened in humans, and we found that fusion site complete with telomeres, which cap the ends of the chromosome smack dab in the middle of our chromosome 2, as well as a second cryptic centromere. And then, of course, the chromosomes themselves are very syntonous with chimpanzee, or the chromosome 2 in humans is syntonous with chimp chromosome 12 and 13, I think it is. Now, chromosomal fusions can cause problems. Like they can, and they can cause infertility, but they don't always. There are humans that can, I think it's a Robertsonian translocation, Forrest, that can, in certain cases, they can have children and it's not a big deal. In other cases,
the Robertsonian translocation is that whole process of stacking 2 chromosomes, that is a Robertsonian translocation, and it only happens if you have already 2 acrosomic chromosomes and you stick them up like that. And there are case studies of that happening in humans and being passed down for generations, and not even being noticed for a little while. It's wild.
Yeah. And it can evolve really quickly. So like in gibbons, there are 20 odd species of gibbon, and there are hylobatids, right? And in each genus of gibbon, they have different chromosome counts, and they differ by something like 12 to 14 chromosomes. It's really wild how diverse they are. And some of them ostensibly seem to be able to interbreed. So it's like sometimes chromosomes can cause a major problem, as we see with like horses and donkeys, and sometimes not so much. It depends. And reproductive isolation is messy business, just as we would expect via evolutionary theory. So the sort of moral to the story is they probably weren't reproductively compromised, or otherwise we wouldn't all have that.
I'm also going to show this picture on the screen so that you can see this a little bit better, because like you only need this to happen once. Because there was like, well, it has to happen twice. You have to have one of them, and then the other one has to happen again to reproduce. But here is a picture showing how that works, where you have like each of these different styles of ball here is representative of a different allele or a different chromosome, whatever the thing is, right? So you have all these different things here. And then over time, as they reproduce, some of them are more successful than others in different ways. So this is actually showing genetic drift. So this is more or less random here. It's not necessarily a selection pattern, because you see like this guy is pretty successful and this one isn't for a while, but then suddenly it is and it proliferates. This one dies off pretty quickly. And eventually the entire population here in generation 8 not only is sharing the same, trait, but this is literally the same allele, right? So this isn't just that they all develop the same trait. It's that over time, this proliferates through the environment so much that everyone has the same copy of this thing. So one Robertsonian translocation back here, and then this is heritable. This, it only has to happen one time. It's heritable. It isn't deleterious. It isn't causing a problem. Eventually, as that spreads through the population, you then have it slowly becoming fixed in that position. So it doesn't have to be like, this evolved 30 different times so there was a big enough population for it to be bred about. None of that. It can happen through genetic drift alone.
Well, and there's some cool pop gen stuff that you can experiment around with, like with fitness benefits. You can get a trait to fix or become the dominant or main allele within a population in a remarkably small amount of time if it has a 1% fitness benefit. 1%. Yeah. Very few traits are going to have a 1% fitness benefit, right? Or I don't know, maybe they are really common, but I should say it can happen pretty quickly.
If I remember correctly, it's like literally, I might be fucking this up. Call me out if I'm fucking this up. But isn't it that the math works out so that the probability of an allele becoming fixed in the population through genetic drift alone, like, it is the same as the allele frequency. So literally just as often as it's there, that percentage of how often it's in the population inevitably works out to be the percentage likelihood of it becoming fixed in the population as well. I think that's right.
I think that's right. It's been a hot minute. I think that's right, though.
It's been a minute. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I should know that off the top of my head because I'm in a fucking evolution course right now reviewing that shit, but who knows?
You look it up. I'll read this. $10 from Ericapedia.
All right.
Good. I'm so glad I did this one. By the way, Erica, why'd the bicycle lie down? Because it was too tired. It was too tired, Erica. Oh, wow, Ericapedia. That was. I'm glad you wrote it in caps the second time because I wasn't getting it. But then I did. Oh, good. And then I'm glad you gave another super chat to let me know just in case I missed it the first 2 times. I get it, Ericapedia. Don't worry. Now I'm really curious how expensive a large bicycle pump with a very sharp end to it is on a website like Amazon or perhaps secondhand, and how much air you could pump into someone's abdominal cavity if you were to take that sharp bicycle pump end and jam it into their umbilicus. What do you think the answer is? Maybe we could find out together, Ericapedia. Wouldn't that be fun? €5 from Das Lenny. Explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. It will surely be dead afterwards. That's true.
That's great.
I mean, that's a true statement. I agree.
I feel like
and it's not the only thing that's going to be dead by the end of this.
That person just elicited a legitimate laugh out of Erika with a pun and should be very happy that you were the one to finally drive her insane. Also, I'm correct. The probability of fixation of an allele is equal to its frequency, y'all. Because I'm a goddamn evolutionary biologist.
That's a we are correct, Forrest. I co-signed that. And the reason I laughed
said it
at
first,
that was
and I'm a man.
Because of how choppy it was. It was very funny to me that because it will be dead. It will be dead. That's true. It will be dead. Oh, wait, this is your turn.
Everybody buy tickets to this. And I'm going to put that in the chat and piss off Jimmy. $5 from Steve. The car analogy against transitional species is autofallacious. That's great. That's great.
Luckily, it's very easy to kill someone with an automobile. $10 from Michael Garcia, 5414. Just heard we have a new dino that will steal some stage from T-Rex. Oh, the Nanotyrannus stuff. Okay, can you tell us your thoughts on Nanotyrannus being a completely different genus and the precedent this sets in dino world? You're talking to a monkey person right now, but what I can tell you is that I know enough about the Nanotyrannus drama to know that I suspect the debate isn't settled. I bet the people who think Nanotyrannus is just juvenile T-Rex are not going to take that line down. Whether or not they'll end up winning.
Give me 2 seconds.
At the end of the day. Okay, I'll just keep talking. Whether or not they continue to win over the general public, I don't know if that's going to happen. I will also say that if they're correct, that Nanotyrannus actually is a legitimate genus, that has a lot of bearing on how we've been interpreting juvenile forms, I bet, in dinosaurs. And that's going to be really interesting moving forward. It may suggest, if they're correct, that our current fossil record is even more speciose than we're currently giving it credit for. But again, I'm not a dinosaur person. €20 from the second 6886. Biology question. Ooh, Forrest is going to be mad he's missing this. If aliens came to Earth and it turned out they aren't DNA based, could we still eat them? Need to know ASAP. I think so. Yeah, I think you would still be able to eat them as long as they were made of macromolecules that we can actually break down. I would suspect you can eat them. I mean, we eat things that are not DNA based all the time. Like we process chemicals that are not DNA based. Sodium, calcium, right? Those aren't DNA. Those are minerals and chemicals, right? So yeah, I think we would be able to eat them. I don't know. I'll ask Forrest when he comes back. $5 from El Drosophila. Has Erika heard the SFT recent rebuttal to the heat problem radio halos? Oh, okay. I think I answered you in the chat when you said this. I thought you were saying that he had a new radio halos response, in which case I was going to say, no, I don't know what that is because I haven't been keeping up with his radio halo stuff. His heat problem solution being radio halos, that does not work. And I believe he also had fission tracks as a potential solution for the heat problem. I made a video about this about 1 or 2 years ago covering that as a solution. But again, radio halos and fission tracks, neither of those are actually solutions. They're arguments that creationists used to argue that accelerated nuclear decay happened. It did not. Because if accelerated nuclear decay had happened, then say it with me, folks, the granitic crust of the Earth would be vaporized over 24 times over due to the heat from accelerated nuclear decay and the friction of the continents moving at race car speeds atop the mantle. And essentially, every major geologic process, from the hardening of magma to the lithification of limestone to the impact events of all of the comets that are not comets, but meteorites that create all of the craters that we have in our geologic column, a wooden boat's not going to survive it. I hate to say it. You know I hate to say it. We have 5 pounds from Mystic Mind Analysis. If you're going to do the cheese puns tonight, then they cheddar brie Gouda.
Okay. Bring me back. Put me back on the screen. Put me back up here. So we got a question about Nanotyrannus. I have a friend who is a paleontologist. This is my buddy Andy.
Perfect.
He is a PhD candidate at Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences, where I did my training in biomedical sciences. And the dude knows some things about some stuff. He cannot hear you because you're in my ear hole, but I've got him here on speakerphone, and I was just going to hold him up to this thing. Is that cool with you? He can tell you some stuff about it.
No, let him tell us what he thinks about Nanotyrannus.
Works for me. Thanks, Forrest.
That's great. Yeah. Can everybody hear that? Andy. Can you hear that?
Loud and clear.
All right, Andy, say whatever you're feeling, dude.
Okay, so really interesting recent developments regarding Nanotyrannus. So it's been debated, I think, for pretty much like I think almost 75 years at this point. Maybe a little bit more actually, about whether this specimen, I think the original, like the holotype, is actually just like a skull, but it does have, I think, the hyoid bone preserved, if I remember correctly as well. And whether that's actually a juvenile Tyrannosaurus or its own thing. It was originally described as its own thing. I think it was described as Gorgosaurus lancensis originally. And then it was eventually upgraded later to its own genus, Nanotyrannus lancensis, which is pretty much the condition that I grew up with in like all my dinosaur books and everything. Later on, what ended up happening, though, is the validity of Nanotyrannus as something distinct, specifically something that is not a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, was challenged. And my understanding is that a lot of this early kind of inference was made because the original authors reported that the sutures, the marks that show where different bones of the skull, specifically in this case, are kind of fusing together and kind of forming a more stable adult condition, was actually reported to be the case in the skull originally. But then I think Thomas Carr, who was kind of been one of the big champions of the Nanotyrannus as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus arguments, noted that instead the growth, like these sutures were open, they weren't fully fused, which suggests that this organism may have been, or this individual may have been younger than previously thought. So subsequently, Dr. Woodward Ballard, who Forrest and I think both know pretty well at Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences, sectioned, like cut into one of the bones of a dinosaur or an individual we thought was Nanotyrannus, and found that it actually was still growing. And this was, I think, back in 2020 was Hawley's paper, and that was often seen like pretty much one of the last nails in the coffin for the last 5 years. But more recently, this really pretty specimen called the dueling dinosaurs was found, which preserves, I think, a perfectly or nearly perfectly complete Triceratops, or actually I should say that it's some kind of ceratopsid, so an animal like Triceratops. And a small Tyrannosaur, which was originally thought to be, of course, following the previous logic, a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, I should say, alongside it that was pretty much complete. And that specimen has been studied for the last few years, and it was just published that this specimen is now diagnosably or confirmed to be skeletally mature, meaning that the growth marks in its bones are demonstrating that it is not really going to be growing anymore. So previously there was all this controversy surrounding the individuals we had not being close to adulthood or skeletal maturity, and now we actually have a specimen that seemingly has reached that point. So we can pretty much confirm that Nanotyrannus, at least from our current understanding, our current evidence, is probably its own thing. So we were just really waiting for that one magical silver bullet specimen to be found that had attained skeletal maturity to really prove this initial hypothesis that it was something distinct, or I shouldn't say prove in science, that suggested it was correct.
And like, so do you remember off the top of your head about how big these things were?
Yeah, I think the dinosaur book I had as a kid said Nanotyrannus was around like 23 feet long.
I love that that's your source. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I loved those dinosaur books as a kid, and I remember I had this really pretty picture of Nanotyrannus, and one of them was really nicely colorful.
Hell yeah.
And it's a really interesting thing to think about because, you know, with the fossil record, we don't have much soft tissue or the same kind of things we can use to diagnose species that we do in living animals that are around today. So there's a lot of diversity there that's probably undersampled, and this is a great example to kind of hold up of that.
Radical. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you think is important for people to know? Because I mean, we're doing, you know, a little chat thing right now where people are sending in questions, and this is one that we couldn't handle. So, like, is there anything else you want these folks to know about this species, or this genus, I should say?
Well, I guess one of the big things to always say is with any kind of scientific argument that, and I actually should amend something too in a moment, is that things are kind of, we suggest that things are the case based off of the evidence that we currently have. And that can change if more evidence comes up. Mm-hmm. So I know a lot of paleontologists have really widely embraced this, but I also know that the conversation may not be over, right? So I know some people have gone on social media and said, you know, this is really convincing evidence, but it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out in the next 50 years, whether there's any kind of rebuttal from here, because that's how things go. People were convinced that Nanotyrannus was a juvenile T-Rex for the longest time. And part of the reason why this research is so cool and receiving so much attention is that that doesn't seem to be the case. And a lot of our previous understanding has been overturned. And I should also say as well, from another, I think a lot of the evidence that we're really looking at now is from growth and like bone histology, which we can always talk about more later if you're ever interested, by the way.
Are you talking about just, if this is a whole Pandora's box, tell me to shut up. But like, when you're talking about like seeing these growth, are you talking just about like fusion of epiphytes? Or are you talking about like some other thing? Like,
so if we section the like mid-diaphyseal region of a long bone, we can see these growth marks that are like tree rings. Mm-hmm. And depending on how like the spacing between them, we can infer how like skeletally or how a bunch of different features about the organism's life history. Mm-hmm. Pretty much like how old it was, for example, by like counting the rings, but we can also make inferences about its growth by the spacing between those rings. So like, for example, if we had, and like the area between the rings is called a growth zone. So if you see increasingly thick growth zones, then the animal's growth is increasing, right? It's speeding up. Mm-hmm. But if you see like in the most recent Nanotyrannus fossils, I think the T-Rex, the Tyrannosaurus is called Bloody Mary, you see that the growth zones are becoming progressively thinner. So that's a sign that it is starting to become or like reach skeletal maturity when the bones really aren't growing outwards anymore.
Okay, so it's not, because like if you're talking about like human age, the first thing I know to jump to is just like, are those ends fused yet? It sounds like this is a totally different system.
And this is And dinosaurs can be weird like that, and animals as a whole, I suppose, just because of how things can vary. But that's kind of going back to Thomas Carr's original argument. I think it was Carr. You might have to double check that later. So maybe
no one knows the difference. You can say it with confidence, and people will believe you.
Perfect. Of like the sutures being open and unfused.
Okay.
So that we essentially almost have like two conflicting lines of maturity reflected by in different scales of the bones.
Okay, that makes total sense.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about Nanotyrannus is that I think there have been a lot of morphological arguments made over the years that just weren't. I think they just weren't as compelling for whatever reason. Things like Nanotyrannus, I think, has an additional tooth. I want to say in the dentary that Tyrannosaurus doesn't have, or something like that, or has more teeth, I think, actually. So if you wanted to essentially make Nanotyrannus into Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would have to lose a few teeth. I think another thing that was brought up that I know off the top of my head is that the arms of Nanotyrannus specimens are actually around the same size. Actually, I think a little bit longer than adult Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Wow.
And bones don't really shrink like that. So and the proportions are fairly off, I think, in like the arm. So yeah, really cool stuff.
Fucking amazing, dude. Thank you so fucking much. I want to let everybody know right away. Also, that was all off the top of his head. I called this dude out of nowhere on a Monday evening, and he just had that shit on lock. And the chat while you've been talking has been full of people like they're super excited about this cameo because like a lot of people just learned way more than anything that I ever could have given them. So thank you so fucking much for your time and your expertise, my friend. I sincerely appreciate it.
Thanks, Forrest. Have a great night.
You too, dude. Take care. By the way, that's how I do, like, you ever think I'm smart? I'm not. That's what I do all the fucking time. When I don't know a thing, I call friends who know way more than me about every fucking. I don't know shit.
He is so right on. Wait, am I muted? I might be muted. Hold on, I'm checking.
You're not muted.
Oh, I wasn't. Okay, good. He's so right on the arms. Right when he was talking about that, I wanted to see what Paleo Twitter was saying about it. So I hopped on, I know, Twitter. I'm not active on there anymore, but you get good debates over there between the scientists who were still present. And Nanotyrannus is so gracile compared to T-Rex. And like looking at these two arms side by side, not only is T-Rex more robust and like blocky, but if these are set to scale, it's also shorter than Nanotyrannus. So as your friend was just saying, if Nanotyrannus is juvenile T-Rex, then what? It's going to get more robust arms that are going to get smaller, or is this just a part of variation within Tyrannosaurs that we're supposed to believe? I also looked up the dueling dinosaurs fossil while he was talking about them. Unreal fossil, actually. And the article that I clicked on about it is like, this is one of the best dinosaur fossils ever discovered, so why has no one ever seen it? This fossil with two individuals in it was discovered in like 2006. And like they waited forever to announce it. It's bizarre. Really cool stuff. Dude, I might be
really cool. Yeah, I called him. He studies under Dr. Eric Snively here at OSU CHS, and also we have Dr. Holly Woodward-Ballard, who is also an expert in this area. I believe she does paleohistology, which is what he was talking about, slicing and cross-section of these bones to see how they grow. And then Dr. Snively, I think, specializes in Tyrannosaurids, among a lot of. I think he also does like locomotion and energetic and shit. But like, I've met all these people. I've studied with all these people, and he's a good friend of mine. He's been here on my couch eating soup with me. He's an amazingly smart person. Holy shit, that is the best. Honestly, I love university because I love learning shit and I love earning stupid degrees and I love going on the. But like the people that I meet at these places and can call and ask dumb questions to, that's the best.
That's true. That's the truth.
Knowing smart people.
Oh my God. I'm glad to know. I'm glad to have heard about this fossil and to hear from somebody who's actually kind of adjacent to this area. Because I mean, I don't know anything about dinosaurs. This is why when they're talking about like, what do you think about Neanderthals? I don't know. They're saying it's a real species, so I guess it's a real species. Like don't ask me about that.
Do you want to do a few more super chats and jump back in? We have people waiting 2 hours now. What do you want to do?
Yeah, let's knock like, I don't know, 3 more super chats out. 5 pounds for Mystic Mind Analysis. We're gonna do cheese puns tonight. Then they cheddar brie gouda. I get it. What's that? Casumarzo? The cheese with the maggots? I'm gonna visit your house with one of those.
Yeah.
And kill you with the resulting botulism that you'll contract from it. And I want to hear Erika talk about why humans are successful. Humans are successful because we are highly cooperative, because we breed weirdly fast, in part because we're so cooperative, because we are incredibly innovative, and because we are incredibly lucky. It's a combination of those 4 things, in my opinion. Oh, we also can eat anything that we want to eat. We're very trash panda.
Ridiculously good. Yeah. 499 from Rheinku. For back by now, I highly recommend the original 12 minutes foundation training by Dr. Eric Goodman. Works wonders when you do a daily. I don't know what that is, but I'll check it out if you want. I don't really have a lot of back pain. I'm just all grumped up and stiff right now because I've been like sitting here writing and working, and I had to drive to Denver and back, and then today I had to go to Oklahoma City and back. I'm just in a car a lot, and I'm all cramped up at my desk.
My lower back gets messed up. I gotta like lay on my back and then pop my sacroiliac joints, like with my little palms of my hands, to try to, and it's very satisfying. But 5 pounds from Barbara Barrett, J8F. If your jigsaw puzzle is missing a few pieces, you may not have the pieces, but you sure do know what the shape they should. You sure do know what shape they should be. Likewise, transitional fossils. True for some lineages, totally agree. For others, I would argue that insofar as a jigsaw puzzle could be complete, that shit is complete. For some, I would argue. Like prominence. But that's my bias.
Last one, $10 from Regato. Is that a different cat? I farted on my wallet. Now I have gas money. Also, why can't James Bond fart in bed? Because it would blow his cover. Finally, 6 out of 7 dwarves are not happy. What the fuck is... That's good. It's good, but it's a lot.
It's not even thematically consistent. It's 2 fart jokes and a joke about the Snow White. There's no, what's the through line? What connects them narratively, Regato, is my question. At least when I come to your house, I'll get to see your cat. To kill you, of course, unfortunately. But that is what it is. What are we taking next? And also, I'm trying to debate how angry I should make chat, because I really want to go downstairs and get some white cheddar Cheez-Its, and I might do it, even though it's going to make them mad that I'm going to be eating on stream again.
You know what? I feel like we're gonna be here for a long time. So if you need to snack it, I think you should go ahead and snack it down.
It's not. I'm not even hungry. I was just thinking. I bought them today, and I was kind of just sitting here thinking about them, and then I was thinking I could have a White Claw with them, and that might make that things a little bit more fun too. We'll see. I might play around with the idea. We'll see how I feel after this next call.
Okay, I'm going to. You tell me. I need to refresh my page very quickly. I'll be right back. Bye.
Oh my god, he always leaves me with the grunt work. Well, I guess I would say you're just gonna jump in and scare the piss out of me. I think we take the very next call that's on our list, top down.
All right. Hey everybody, get excited. It's goddamn Andrew from New Jersey who thinks that MAGA does understand science. Andrew!
Do you know Andrew?
Oh, yeah, no, Andrew calls in all the time. Yeah. Hey, Andrew, you're online, Forrest, Erika. Yeah, no, you've never met Andrew. No, Andrew is a 19-year-old Republican MAGA Christian who recently told Jimmy Snow that he's okay with fascism and that he doesn't think that anybody who isn't look and believe like him should have the same rights as him. And it's always a bad call, Andrew. It's always a bad call.
It's a joke. Yeah, but
what a dumb thing to joke about, Andrew.
Is that what he said?
Yeah,
did you say this is different?
Yeah, no. Yo, Forrest, that guy that called, I didn't, like, maybe, I mean, I guess I'm not smart enough, because that dude, only thing I heard from him was bananas Calanis, blah, 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 T-Rex arms, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I didn't hear nothing else like that.
And that's why you believe the dumbass things you do, Andrew, because a fucking expert who is earning a PhD in their field was speaking, and you didn't pay attention to any of it. Meanwhile, everybody else who was actually caring about the truth. Oh, well, you should try harder next time.
Okay, yeah. So I think MAGA understands science, but I think the problem is the what I like to call the science radicals, like the ones that, like, I remember during the COVID vaccines, where they said that, oh, everybody needs to get the shot. Everybody needs to get the shot. You're going to kill
everybody. There are
grandma if you
certain
don't
people
get this
who
needle because
there are certain people who, for medical reasons, can't get vaccinated. But everybody who is medically capable of getting vaccinated should get vaccinated, because that's the best way to stop the spread of a viral disease like that. That's just how basic fucking biology works.
Yeah, but remember when liberals, they were like literally harassing people, even on the streets. They were like, call police saying, oh, this guy don't got no mask on. He's not wearing a mask. He's going to kill people.
Yeah, so that, just to be clear, that kind of shit almost certainly never happened. And if it did happen, it probably happened like twice, instead of, like, the millions and millions of times that other things happened that didn't fucking matter. And also, you should check out how the police and everybody acted back in the Spanish flu pandemic, about 100 years ago, when masking and whatnot really did help end a serious pandemic and save lots of lives. And this is what we're talking about, Andrew, is when we talk about MAGA doesn't understand science, they don't believe in fucking evolution. They don't understand the difference between sex and gender. We just explained, they don't understand how vaccines work or how masking works or how to stop the spread of contagions. It's literally just whatever Donald Trump's climate change is another one. They don't believe in climate change. It's just whatever Donald Trump says. It's whatever Donald Trump farts out is the gospel truth. That's what we see out of MAGA over and over and over. Or it's what you present to this show every time you call in, which is just vibes, whatever you feel might be true, no matter what evidence is presented to you by anybody with any level of expertise. So, like, that's kind of where we're at with it, Andrew. It's just boring.
Well, when it comes to climate change, I mean, they've been pushing that climate change crap for like forever. I mean, they've been saying that the world's going to come to an end in the 80s. The world's going to come to an end in the 90s. In the 2000s, they said the world's going to come to an end if we don't do something about climate change.
Andrew,
it's like
Andrew,
the science is always.
They weren't saying the world was going to come to an end. They were saying that things are going to get really, really hot, and a lot of people are going to die because of it. And that has happened. It's today. How hot was it today?
To me.
Today, well, let me tell you how it is for me. Today, it got up to be 76 degrees in November. I'm looking at the little icon at the bottom left of my screen, and for the third day in a row, tomorrow is going to break the record high for where I live. For the third day in a row, record high temperatures. Guess what? The same thing happened last year, and the same thing happened the year before that, and the same thing happened the year before that, which means that it's getting hotter and hotter every year. It takes longer for the leaves to change. The storms are more powerful. The winters are brutal and cold. The summers are brutal and sweltering hot. This is what happens when the climate is changing. And, of course, the climate change is directly linked to human activity.
They didn't have F5 hurricanes. They didn't have F5 hurricanes back in the day, way back when, even during the dinosaurs, they never had F5 hurricanes.
Andrew, they had them, but here's the problem. My brother-in-law is a lineman. What he does is he fixes power lines, and I live in a southern state. There is not, his line crew is full of Republicans. Some of them are MAGA Republicans. Let me tell you, not one single one of them denies that climate change is happening, because some of these guys have been working the same lineman job for the past 40 years, and they have watched the storms get worse and worse and worse, and they have watched people lose their homes more frequently. They've watched the damage intensify, and it's not just that there are stronger hurricanes, there's more of them, and storm season is longer than ever. He'll be gone for weeks at a time because they'll send his ass off to Louisiana because so much damage has been done to these areas that nobody has any power. There's live power lines bopping around in flooded areas next to people's homes because these hurricanes are ripping through areas that they didn't previously used to rip through at that strength. There is zero debate as to whether or not the climate is changing and whether or not weather patterns are getting more intense, right? Just, by the way, as they predicted back in the 1980s, 1990s, early 2000s, and so on and so forth.
I mean, okay, so when are we going to see, like, the ultimate change, the change to where it's like, okay, boom, like you're gonna start seeing
Andrew,
freaking category 6 hurricanes. Like, when are we going?
Andrew, I double dog dare you to just steel man the argument for climate change. Give me 2 solid sentences about what climate change is and what 1 or 2 leading causes of it are and how we know that.
Well, they say, from what I heard, they say that climate change is being caused by emissions, like cars,
what kind of
boats,
emissions?
planes, carbon emissions.
Okay.
Right.
And what does that
right?
do? What does that do?
From what I've heard, it traps in more heat, correct?
Okay, yeah. So, do you agree that there is more carbon being pumped into the atmosphere right now by human activity? Do you agree that that is the case?
Yeah, I agree that that's the case. I want to know if it's humans doing that, or is it like?
And do you agree that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas that traps heat in our atmosphere and makes the Earth hotter?
Yeah.
Great. So here's a fun fact for you. You talk about, do we know if it's humans or not? The line spikes right around the time of the Industrial Revolution. And right now, at this moment, the atmospheric carbon is 422.8 parts per million. That means if I go grab 1 million random molecules out of the air, 422.8 of them on average will be a carbon dioxide molecule. Do you know when the last time the carbon dioxide level of the atmosphere was that high, Andrew?
When was it that high?
3 million years ago, when the oceans were about 80 feet higher than they are right now.
So you mean to tell me it had this much carbon in the air 3 million years ago without humans?
Yes, because the Earth goes through natural cycles like this for a variety of reasons. Have you ever heard of a Milankovitch cycle, Andrew?
You said David Yankovic? What is that?
Nope. Milankovitch.
Can I try something a little, just like a little bit intuitive here?
Yes, I'm just going to briefly say, those Milankovitch cycles, the natural climate patterns of the Earth, take tens of thousands to hundreds of millions of years. They are very long processes. What we are seeing now is that dramatic of a change over the course of a few decades. That's the scary thing about climate change. Erika, go ahead.
Andrew, recently the insurance rates were released for this next year. I'm not sure what the exact terminology is, but it's basically just what does it cost to insure your home in given states, right? We all hate paying for insurance. Paying for insurance sucks. Nobody likes insurance to take a big bite out of their paycheck, whether it's car insurance or health insurance or home insurance. You want to know where the most expensive place to buy home insurance is in the United States right now?
What is it? It's the coastal areas?
It's the coast of Florida and the coast of Louisiana, the areas that are prone to getting hit by hurricanes. So if it wasn't getting hotter and if the hurricanes weren't getting worse, why is the insurance going up in places that are being hit by hurricanes that are prone to flooding?
I would think that insurance companies are freaking greedy, but I mean, is it the environment doing that?
Yeah, because it's flooding more, and you're right. Actually, they are greedy. That's why the prices are going up, because they know that people's homes are going to get destroyed, and if people can pay a little bit of money and then their homes get destroyed, and then insurance keeps having to pay out, then they'll go out of business. So what they're doing is they are putting the rope around the neck of the average person whose family has maybe been living in Florida for decades and decades and decades. Their grandparents' grandparents lived there, and they're saying, sorry, your insurance premium is going up by a gazillion % just because you happen to live in Florida by no fault of their own. And the reason is because the climate is getting hotter. The hurricanes are getting stronger. The flooding is getting worse. And it's people like you and me and Forrest that are having to pay for it. And the reason is because these major companies can do whatever they want. They can just leak as much CO2 into the atmosphere without having to watch their safety or emission regulations at all. They can do it with reckless abandon. The top 11 ocean barges, this is the last time I checked, so it may be, this statistic may be a little bit out of date. This is maybe 2 or 3 years old. But the top 11 barges, right, like big boats that carry stuff across the ocean, like just massive amounts of stuff across the ocean, the top 11 of those things emit more every day than every person's car on the planet combined. That's not right.
You said the top, you said the top barge, like the boat, you said the top boats? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the last time.
Top 11. The top 11 biggest boats on the planet produce more emissions every day. These belong to companies, not people, right? The reason the climate is heating up isn't ostensibly.
Do you think the boat should be ran by like some kind of nuclear power? Like what kind of power should they switch to?
I mean, my personal opinion is that nuclear is a necessary step to get to whatever renewable lies in the future, whether that's solar or geothermal or carbon capture and keep doing what we're doing or whatever. I'm not sure. Fission would be great, or fusion, whatever. I always forget which one it is. But yeah, like right now it's gonna fusion. There you go. It's got to be nuclear in the meantime, right? I mean, this is not sustainable for people like you and me.
Yeah, but I'm saying like these vessels are gigantic, so I don't know how strong electricity would be in running these things, but it seems like the only thing that's powerful enough to run these things is either nuclear or some kind of fossil fuel or some kind of gas.
Andrew, even if we continue using fossil fuels for these, we could then walk back fossil fuel consumption in a myriad of other areas and have similar good results, and also do carbon recapture, and also extend the climate responsibility and the environmental impact responsibility to the companies using these boats, so that they have to come up with more efficient practices and not pass it on to consumers to have to clean up their mess. We can also do away with the propaganda about individual consumers needing to reduce their carbon footprints in order to avoid the responsibility of these corporations, who, as Erika is pointing out, ExxonMobil pollutes the planet more in a day than you could dream of in 1,000 lifetimes. What's most important is
why are we holding the bag for big companies? Like, why is the average person having to pay the fact that big companies do whatever they want?
Well, he still doesn't believe this is happening.
If you want to cut back, if you want to cut back for big companies, that's fine. I'm not against that. Well, what about the do you think the same for the agricultural industry? Because the agricultural industry releases a lot of emissions.
Yes, and it can be regulated and improved.
So are you for cutting out like meat and dairy and like meat and stuff like that?
The meat industry should be reformed significantly, and the way that we consume meat in this country specifically is insane. I don't think we need to completely eliminate the meat industry because of this issue. I think that it needs to be heavily regulated and reformed. And the fact that most of our agricultural land is being used just for fucking feed and shit like that, that's major issue. Clear cutting massive swaths of rainforest just to grow the fodder for the massive swaths of agriculture for cows and shit. Like, that's an issue. We can change that. We can do better than that.
And also, again, I'm appealing to the individualist side of people when I make this kind of argument. But it's like the subsidies that these farms get, like basically the government pays for meat to be as cheap as it is. What if we took that money that pays to keep meat cheap and put it somewhere useful, right? Instead, and then everybody ate. You could still eat meat, but you just pay the regular price for meat instead of having taxpayer dollars subsidize the cost of it. Same with dairy. I mean, I don't know if that would work. Again, I might be talking out of my ass here as far as solutions go. But what I'm trying to impart on you, Andrew, is that the problem is there. And it sounds like you agree that the climate is changing. It sounds like you agree with the fact that storms are getting bad, whatever. Maybe you don't. I hope that you do, because everybody that I talk to seems to, and I've got a lot of Republican family members who accept that climate change is happening. We disagree on everything else, but at least we can agree on climate change. The solution to this has got to be global. The solution to this has got to be immediate. And the problem is nobody is doing, well, this is being, I'm exaggerating a little bit. In the grand scheme, nobody's doing anything.
My thing is this: it's like, let's say if the U.S. does go green, right? We use solar, wind, and all this other stuff, right? The other countries ain't gonna do that. Like they're gonna stick with the more, fossil fuels and coal and all that other stuff. And so we're the only ones. I think Spain experimented with that. They try to go like electric power or something like that. And I don't know if it's true, but I heard that it caused like a massive blackout. I mean, they tried using mostly electric, and they mixed in with some kind of fossil fuels, but it was mostly electric, and it caused a giant blackout throughout the whole.
The last I heard, Andrew, and again, it's been a while since I've looked into this, so I don't know if this holds to now. You're going to have to double check me on this. But the last I heard, China, one of the biggest emitters of CO2 or of carbon and methane, carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, was investing unbelievable amounts of money into renewable forms of energy, including various nuclear, like nuclear fusion and things like that. Right? To me, the one of the biggest and wealthiest countries on the planet, if they're making the move towards renewables, we can make the move towards renewables too. And it's pretty scary that they see the writing on the wall when we're not doing anything. Like we're putting less money.
They're also kicking our ass in the global economy because of it.
Don't even get me started on that. Like it's a dire state of. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no,
This plastic throw away?
No, he's. I thought he said something that they had a better economy.
Forrest, do you want to tell Andrew how they have a better economy, or do we keep it on climate change? I don't care.
They are. No, I'm saying that they are I'm saying that they are wrecking us right now because they are producing. They're way out competing us on like wind turbines and all this shit, and they're selling those around the world, and they're making stupid amounts of money, and also out competing us on science. Yes, but that's a totally different issue. I'm saying that they are beating us in the green energy economy. They are not only cleaning up their act faster than we are. They're still a bigger polluter than we are, but they are cleaning up their act faster than we are, and making money hand over dick because of it. And talking about everybody else is, they produce more emissions. China produces. They're not using all green energy. They are slowly transitioning to green energy, and they are doing it faster than us and making more money than us while doing it.
Okay.
And the whole argument that everybody else isn't going to change their ways. That was the whole fucking point of like the Paris Climate Agreement that Trump pulled us out of because he didn't like the fact that Obama got us into it. It was supposed to be a multinational agreement for us all to work together as a global community to slowly phase out fossil fuels and make the climate better. We were all in this together. We were doing a good job at it. And Trump didn't like the fact that Obama did a thing that he doesn't believe in, because Trump has said that the climate will just magically start cooling and science doesn't know anything. The same ignorant motherfucker that drew on a hurricane map with a Sharpie to make the hurricane map look like his dumbass predictions that scientists said were unreasonable. That fucking idiot that stared directly into the sun during a solar eclipse. That fucking idiot who said that we can inject UV light and disinfectants to cure COVID into our bodies. That fucking idiot who doesn't believe in the difference between sex and gender. That fucking idiot who doesn't believe in evolution. That fucking idiot. That guy got us out of the Paris Climate Agreement, which was the kind of agreement that you are saying is impossible because other countries are just going to do whatever.
Well, I don't know.
So
Biden didn't. Biden didn't say anything. He just said,
Hold on just a second,
fuck Joe
Andrew.
Biden, and also that isn't what he said. You're just saying the same thing you said earlier, which is like, I don't listen to anybody. This is what I think they said.
I just looked it up, and China is doing the most investment into clean energy right now. They're outcompeting everybody else. They're outcompeting us by a lot. The United States is actually still doing pretty good, but not really for our size, and certainly not for our emissions. I gotta say, Andrew, like I think that a lot of the problem is that climate change got politicized by big billionaire businesses who made a deal with the devil with Republicans and some Democrats to basically trick the public into thinking that this is a Republican-Democrat issue. Climate change is not a partisan issue. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. Everybody wants to breathe clean air. Everybody wants to drink clean water. Everybody wants nice outdoor places to go. Everybody cares about the environment in which we live because we live in it. So why Why on earth would we do anything to jeopardize that, to pull us out, like as Forrest said, to pull us out of the climate change accord, to double, triple, quadruple down on fossil fuels like coal and natural gas at this point in time, when every other country is doing the exact polar opposite of that? Why is Trump wanting to drag us back into the Stone Age? And I'll tell you what I think. I know what you guys think. I think it's because he's in the pockets of the billionaires who are responsible for this.
Well,
but,
Elon,
whatever.
Elon Musk had a bunch of electric cars and vehicles going, and a lot of his dealerships were, attacked by progressives, which I don't know why. I mean,
because he's a Nazi.
Elon is doing well, I'm saying, but he's helping with the environment. He made electric cars. He's making
he's also
electric vehicles, and liberals destroyed them all. Well, they didn't destroy them all, but they destroyed a lot of the dealerships.
People stopped supporting Elon Musk because he did a fucking Sig Heil on stage, was a transphobic, racist fucking idiot. You can see interviews with his dad justifying apartheid. Like, I'm sorry, like, yeah, he's a piece of shit, and we didn't think that the ends justified the means to say, I'm gonna make the world's richest man, who is also a complete fucking buffoon and a hateful bigot, even richer and better off by buying his shitty fucking cars. I'm gonna support another electric car company. I'm gonna support some other green energy initiative. It's not like he's the only fucking game in town, dude. He's just an asshole who bought a company because he was born very rich, because his father benefited from one of the most evil institutions in human history.
Also, he sold out immediately.
The Chinese electric cars?
The second he started becoming friends with Trump and Republicans who don't believe that climate change is happening, he took the climate change and emission cutting bits off the Tesla website. Like, the dude is a complete hack. It's cuck behavior.
He's a sellout.
To actually go back on your belief because of who you're palling around with. Coward shit, in my opinion.
Yep. By the by, one last thing. One last thing from me, because Andrew, it never goes anywhere good with you. I'm just going to show you this really quick. This, by the way. Yeah, I know, and here's the thing, dude, is the points you concede on are shit that you could have fucking Googled. And we're not going to sit here and pretend like I haven't had 1,000 conversations with you where we had to fight tooth and nail for you to admit that, like, Christians aren't oppressed in this country and that racism still exists. And also, I don't think you were joking when you told Jimmy that you don't think that anybody who doesn't look like you... And I don't think you were joking when you told Jimmy that, like, fucking... You did several times. We've all been here for the same conversations.
No, I said people attack Christians. I never said they were oppressed. I said people are attacking them.
You said that LGBT mobs attack street preachers and the cops won't help, which is proof that the government is anti-Christian and the Christians are oppressed and all this shit. Also, the last time you were on with Jimmy, you said that ICE can round up anybody based on racial profiling and that it couldn't ever happen to you because they can look at you and see that you're not Haitian, so it's okay. You don't care what happens to these other people. It's just fucking awful with you. So instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put you on mute for a second, and I'm going to show you a really cool science demonstration. Here in this Erlenmeyer flask, while we've been talking, I mixed up a very, very weak solution of sodium hydroxide. So a little bit of sodium hydroxide, which is a base, and some water. And here I've got some phenolphthalein, which is a super common household chemical if you live in my house or if you work in a bio lab or a chemistry lab or a hospital. And what this does, it turns pink like this whenever it's exposed to a base, and it turns clear when it's exposed to an acid. Now, you can tell by the depth of this color, I think I put too much in there, so this might take a minute, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this plastic straw in here because it would react with metal, and I'm just going to start blowing carbon dioxide in here, and what we're going to do is we're going to mix my carbon dioxide with my breath with this water, which produces carbonic acid. Watch this. It's going to take a minute. You can talk about whatever in the meantime, Erika.
Oh, what? He leaves me with this at the last minute. Okay. what should I talk about? I guess I'll take this moment to talk about my least favorite impact of climate change, which is biodiversity collapse. I know several ecologists of various stripes who can tell you all about how their individual study site has been impacted by climate change, by human encroachment in particular. Keystone species are absolutely falling apart, especially amphibians and gastropods, or like snails and things of that nature. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's really hard sell for me to make a case that, one, the climate isn't changing because of humans. Don't hyperventilate, Forrest. That's, you're going to get yourself hurt over there. He's really getting after it. Anyways, the bottom line is that I can understand, I suppose, I don't know if Andrew's still listening, but I can understand why people have said that this is a bit of a frustrating conversation to have. Andrew, I think that you want to have this conversation, and I think it's a good conversation to have. I like that you're calling into these kinds of shows, but I think the problem is, like, I wonder, and you know the actual answer to this, if you don't call in just because you like to kind of duke it out. Because it's like, I feel like if you genuinely didn't believe climate change was happening, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was to get you to agree that climate change is happening. It's just not human caused. And then you were like, okay, well, maybe it is human caused, but what should we do about it? It's like, that took 10 minutes to happen, but I don't know if that's going to stick. I don't know if in 2 seconds, the next time that, you talk to somebody who doesn't believe climate change is happening, if you're going to be won back over to their side and forget that we ever had this conversation. Which is really frustrating to people who like spend time. Oh, I turned clear. That suck in
is carbonic acid, and that kills coral reefs, dissolves seashells, and most importantly, it kills phytoplankton, because phytoplankton are incredibly susceptible to ocean acidification, to acid concentration in the ocean, and also ocean temperatures. So as the Earth continues to get hotter, the ocean temperature continues to rise, which not only causes the ocean level to rise because water expands when it gets hot, and that destroys coastal places, but also it makes the phytoplankton living in the ocean die from the changing temperature and the ocean acidification. The ocean turns more acidic as carbon dioxide mixes with ocean water in equilibrium at that boundary layer, producing more carbonic acid, and that kills phytoplankton. Why is that important? Why do we care about plankton? Because, Andrew, over 50% of the air you are breathing right now comes from fucking phytoplankton in the ocean. So if you care about breathing, you should care about climate change, because it causes increased open temperatures and ocean acidification. That kills the thing that's allowing you to breathe. That's fucking science.
Forrest, some love the demonstration, but I wanted to let you know that a couple of people made the same joke in chat, which is that that's a really wonderful Trump impression that you just did.
The consistent blowing. Consistent blowing, yeah, dude. Bubba would be proud. Anyway, I'm gonna go dump this out. But yeah, fucking that sucks. Every call with Andrew, like he did concede some things, but it never really goes too far, and he calls in all the time and just says the most hateful shit.
I'm just so confused about that, though, because it's like, it seems actually very easy to, like, he concedes a point, like when he's not correct on something, or if he doesn't have a response to something, he seems to concede it, but then it's just like we move on to the next point. And I guess my concern, as I said when Forrest was doing his blowing, my concern is that the next time he calls in, that we're going to have that same conversation. And the only reason I say that is because I have people in my life where that happens between the two of us, where it's like, we'll have a conversation and, like, ground will be made. If it's an area that I know very well, at least, it feels like ground is being made. And then the next time we talked, it's like we never had the first conversation, which is super frustrating.
That's what happens. That's what happens every time Andrew calls in. And it's always, something. You heard the way he speaks in this. So it's all about the liberals did this and did that. And it's just, the man gets his information from like OANN and Newsmax, it sounds like. And we had to have a knockdown, drag out fight to explain that fucking like racism is a real thing, and that we talked about Christianity and how white Christians are super oppressed and all this other shit. It just blows. Do you want to talk to Andrew anymore? We still got him on the line. He's still there, so it's up to you if you want to try anything else.
No, I'm satisfied. I think I'm good. My thing for Andrew is, I will say, ask people in your life if they think that the summers have gotten hotter, and ask people in their life, in your life, if they think that the winters have gotten warmer too, or more intense, or if the storms are worse. You're going to find universally that this is true, because people, anecdotal experience is like the checkmate for a lot of people. If they experience it themselves, all of a sudden they have a new perspective. So, Andrew, if you ask enough people and you are convinced that climate change is happening and that it's human caused, my next question to you will be, and I'll ask you to consider this in case you ever call in again while I'm on, are you supporting people who want to make life better for people like you and me, and who want to make the climate sustainable for people like you and me? Or are you supporting people who don't give a shit about us? That would be my question. And with that, I'm going to get a White Claw because I feel like I need one.
I forgot also, Jovan Bradley had to teach him what Jim Crow was. He didn't understand any of that. It was a rough time.
That's
anyway,
rough.
yeah, Andrew, really quickly, I'm going to bring you back for just 1 second. Can you just say trans rights are human rights for us? Get a trans rights or human rights from you there, Andrew? Hell yeah. All right, take care, Andrew. Hell yeah. All right, sweet. So now we're going to move on here in a second. Once Erika comes back from getting shit-faced, she's just off getting hammered. She's drunk. She's just going to go and just crank down 3 White Claws and then come back with 1 as if that was her first. That's what's going to happen with Erika right now. In the meantime, let's talk to Mike. Let's talk to Mike, who's calling in from Orifices. What's a good H? Orifice Highlander. You know, there can be only one. Birds. We got Mike, who says he's witnessed medical miracles. Hey, Mike, you're on the line with Forrest and only Forrest. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Never had a bad day.
All right. Never once. Never once. So what do you want to talk about today?
So I've been a big fan of you guys for a while. I started watching Jovan Bradley like a year ago, and he moved over to the line, and then I got introduced to you and everybody here, and y'all have helped me deconstruct from Christianity almost all the way. And I called about my last hang up, which is about miracles that I have firsthand seen. And you two are excellent biologists, and so I would like to, since they're medical in nature, speak to some biologists about the issue.
Yeah. That sounds great. Erika is an excellent biologist. I'm just here.
No, I shook my head when he said excellent biologist.
I was going to say you're my 2 favorite biologists, but you're the only 2 biologists.
I'll take that. I'll take that. That's good enough. Yeah, sure. So what's going on? What specific miracles do you know of?
Okay, so I'll go with probably the one that's biggest for me. I know there's a thing called there's such a thing of when you have like nerve regeneration, but I've seen nerve generation where there was no nerve and it just showed up. So my son was born with a condition called imperforate anus, where he didn't have an opening down there, and they had to give him one. Mm-hmm. And it's very common that when that happens, and they can do all the surgeries and make everything work right, but it's very common that the nerves that you need to feel when you got to go, it either doesn't work right or isn't even there. And from when we had the MRIs and all the tests and everything done, the doctor or the surgeon had said, he doesn't have a nerve there. And then after lots of prayer and stuff, he started feeling when he had to use the bathroom, and like we went back to the doctor and they said there's a nerve there now.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm just
couple
trying
of
to figure
things.
out like how this could happen scientifically.
Yeah. So a couple of things. Number one, super happy to hear your son's doing better. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Second thing is it's important to weigh like what are the possibilities here, because nerves don't typically like regenerate, but they do a little bit. Like as far as like nerve growth can be really fucking slow. We're talking like an inch in like a few weeks or so, and it's typically incomplete and it's not a great system at all, but it does happen. And especially if you have somebody who's like a baby, you know what I mean, a little dude, a lot of cell division, they're growing real fast, they stretch like mad. And so like I would expect that would be a little bit faster. So like having that be something that is possible, well, it may be unlikely, it may be really rare, but certainly not impossible. Certainly not any rarer than being born without an anus in the first place, right? That doesn't sound too crazy of a claim. And what I think is even more likely is the fact that maybe the doctors made a mistake in not identifying whether a nerve was there in the first place. As someone who has dissected a lot of people, they're not always easy to pin down, especially around that area, especially in a fucking baby. They're tiny little hair-like things. Everything around that area, I'm pretty sure, is a branch of your pudendal nerve, if I remember right. You're talking little tiny filaments and fibers, little things, hairs, especially in somebody that small. So I think it's much more likely that they missed something, and maybe there was some nerve damage that then was able to heal, rather than saying a totally new nerve grew in. But even then, that's not a completely unheard of. It's like I said, I'm pretty fucking sure. Please fact check me. I'm pretty fucking sure nerves do grow. Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I was going to say, while you were speaking, I wasn't fact checking you because I didn't know what you were going to say, but what I found confirms what you said. The pudendal nerve and the inferior rectal nerve are both, they're both peripheral nerves, and peripheral nerves are capable of not just regrowing, but like, according to very basic search, they do like grow in general. They grow back and they can generate, as Forrest says, it's really slow. What I've got here is that it's like an inch per month, but it depends on the damage and like where it is. I don't know enough about the subject to say whether the inferior rectal or whether the pudendal are like particularly good or particularly bad at it. But what I will say is that sometimes there are medical cases that I've heard where I'm like, okay, that's weird. Like if the story is told to me as the individual who experienced it has said, if that's how it happened, that's hard to explain. But in this case that we're talking about right now, there are 2 or 3 like plausible explanations for what happened there outside of divine intervention, growing a nerve where there wasn't one previously. So from a skeptical perspective, I look at that and I say, okay, I can't rule out divine intervention, but I'm prone to believing one of these other options or even a combination of them instead. That's my 2 cents.
We could solve a lot of problems if you just let me dissect the boy, we could be through this.
Yeah, thank you. That does make kind of sense with what happened, because it wasn't like all of a sudden he just like knew every single time. It was kind of hit and miss. So
I think too, and I don't know this for sure, right? But most of the abdominal stuff is referential. So I wonder if it's possible too that, and you said that the doctor confirmed the nerve was there, so this is doubtful, but it wouldn't surprise me if the nerve were still like, I guess, weaker than one might expect from like a conventional development, and that the rest of his body is filling in the blank. Because humans are really, really good at adapting. So it's possible that he's picking up cues not just from that nerve, but from other areas in his body to help him sort of figure out, when he's got to go. Humans are super, super good at adapting. That's one of the things that makes us so successful. We get by with whatever we've got, and we are really, really good at it. So.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I guess I could go on to the other like big one, because like some of the other ones I have heard of or seen probably can be explained away pretty simply, like you guys just did. The biggest one is I did not see this firsthand. My wife did. She was at a quote revival in Lakeland, Florida, like I want to say like 10 plus years ago. And somebody who had a glass eye was prayed for, and then the glass eye was turned into a real eye. Now, I also can't confirm, since I wasn't there.
Say it again.
Like, oh yeah, I grabbed this guy's eye and saw it was glass.
Say that again. The glass eye became a real one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a glass eye.
I'm gonna go ahead
and became a real eye.
I'm gonna push the big old doubt button on that one. That sounds like a very big claim.
Okay, well, yeah,
we've seen a lot of nerves regrow. We've seen that happen. We have yet to see silicon become carbon. You know what I mean? That's a different thing.
I think the big difference for me on this one isn't even just the claim itself. It's the fact that with your son, you had doctors present monitoring the entire situation, and there wasn't a nerve, and then there was. That on its face is far more impressive than at a revival, something crazy happened, right? I mean, I know people who can talk about some crazy stuff that happens at revivals. I've been to a revival before, and crazy stuff happened there. But unfortunately, a glass eye becoming a real eye is something that is something people have, and I don't like to think poorly of people, but like there have been shenanigans known to go on, especially at some faith healing tents. My dad is really, really religious, like super religious. He's chill. He like accepts all of science and stuff like that, but he's a religious guy. And he grew up going to faith healing tents, revivals, things like that. Once my grandpa was such a believer in the healing properties of revivalist ministers and pastors that he actually bought a bunch of blessed holy water to rub all over his horse that was going to run in a race. And then in that race, the horse broke its leg and died on the track. So the holy water didn't work. The holy water didn't work. But my dad, the reason I bring that up is my dad is like, he's about as religious as they come, but he was like, oh yeah, that shit is not real. Like they do a lot of scamming. You know what? At that kind of
the problem was they got holy water, but it was the wrong hole. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Out of the wrong hole. Gotcha. They got it the wrong well. It was a bad well.
Yep.
Why did I do that? It was like an accidental Trump impression there. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that I know people close to me, Mike, who are very much faith-based people, and they don't buy the faith healing stuff just because there are, unfortunately, I'm sure there are good faith people who are trying to do faith healing, but there are also, as there is in many organizations where power is involved, there's some charlatanry there as well. So I unfortunately have to join Forrest in pressing X to doubt, just because it's like I've seen some really crazy sleight of hand, and there wasn't a doctor present to be like, it's true, the previous glass eye hath become carbon, right? Like it'd be crazy.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Most definitely. Have an awesome rest of your day, Mike. Thanks for waiting for so long.
Hey, no problem. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Bye. So we are closing lines for now. We have 7. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have 7 more calls waiting, and we still have super chats to do. So we'll get through that and see how we feel to continue. That sound good to everybody? I think it's probably a good idea.
I think don't get your hopes up, but we'll see. Maybe we're feeling funny and goofy and crazy. We'll see what happens.
We've got a few theists on here. We got a couple of theistic people. And we got some, even the non-theists, we have some interesting questions. So who knows? I leave it up to you, amiga mia. Do you want to Do you want to do some super chats first? Do you want to get back into the calls?
Brother, you wait until I got a mouthful of white cheddar Cheez-Its to ask me that question.
Wait, I want to make sure. I want to make sure the audience is as pissed off at you eating as possible.
Well, I've already been dragged once tonight for having one gummy worm. This only happened one time where I was actually still chewing on it when I was trying to speak, and I was salivating a lot, and so I'm sure my mouth sounds were kind of gross, but okay. You get on one of these calls and do it for several hours without getting a little peckish and wanting a little sweet treat. That's my challenge to you, viewers. Hop off that high horse. I think that we should do. How many super chats do we have? Do we know? 1 billion?
A lot.
Okay, what would you recommend, our wonderful producer? What would you recommend?
What do you think,
Should we knock some buzz out?
I think that sometimes doing super chats in the middle of the show can kill momentum. But everybody loves you, so they'll stay no matter what you do. So whatever.
Yeah,
everybody
fucking weirdos sticking around for us. Let's do. We have one person who's been waiting for over 2 hours, and one person is waiting for almost 2 hours, and then we have 2 people waiting for an hour and 40 minutes. So like, you want to get through like 1 or 2 of them, and then we do supers, and then we go back to the rest.
Okay, let's do it. That sounds good.
Okay, let's start with Martha. Pronoun she, her. Calling in from Nice Eels. Hell yeah. Who is a Taoist. I don't know enough about that to debate it. Who is trying to figure out how evolution will continue when humans exert so much technological control over their environment. That's a very common kind of question. Martha, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hey, yo.
I'm doing very well. How about you guys?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for waiting for so long.
No problem. I was just doing cross stitch while I was waiting.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are you cross
really
stitching?
nice.
Is it something? Is it cool?
It's a wedding announcement for a friend who's getting married. I just finished one for
adorable.
a baby. Now I'm doing this one.
Oh, congrats. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. I bet they're going to love it.
I absolutely think they will.
I
have
think
this
I want to
question
hear
I've been thinking about for
yeah,
a long
tell us
time.
about it. Sorry, I was.
Here's my issue. If evolution is the survival of the member of the species who is most fit for the environment they're in, but we now adjust to our environment through technological means, I don't understand how those technological adjustments to environment get passed down genetically, and how does that change the frequency of alleles over time? Well, I can't see how those things are a genetic component.
Do you want to start, or do you want me to start, Erika? Well, Erika's eating, so I'll just jump in there. Yeah. So there's a couple of things here. Number one, like the technology itself isn't really a genetic component. It's what that technology allows us to do. And so, like situations that may have caused, a problem with reproduction or survival in the past, maybe we can now mitigate for as a result of this technological advancement. That's kind of what people usually talk about with this. What's important to remember, however, is that just this whole selection pressure thing, the concept of natural selection, isn't the only mechanism of evolution. So we talked a little bit ago about genetic drift. Genetic drift is what happens when you have, as mating goes on, alleles just get shuffled about in the population. And that is as close to random as evolution ever gets. Because just like how if you shuffle a deck of cards and deal out different hands, by random reassortment, sometimes you get a royal flush and sometimes you get jack shit, right? By random reassortment of alleles, sometimes you get a really good combination and sometimes you don't. And so even if we were to somehow completely remove all selection pressure by using our technology to make sure that we have no differential on mortality or fertility in our entire population, as we continue to reproduce, that random reshuffling of alleles is still going to inevitably cause certain alleles to become more frequent and even sometimes fixed in our population. Evolution will still continue in that case. The only way that evolution stops is through what we call Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, which is a theoretical case of a massive population having completely random interbreeding with no new alleles coming in at all. And that's just not a thing that really happens in reality. So, in short, we see, just to give you a practical example, we see right now our heads are getting bigger and bigger as a species because of things like cesarean sections. You no longer have to worry about the size of the head being a major issue of mortality during pregnancy because you're not fitting a watermelon out of a cervix the size of a quarter anymore. You can just slice the bitch right out. We also see, this is not quite in terms of like alleles, but in terms of like how we live, we see we're getting taller and taller because we have better access to more consistent nutrition and shit like that. And while that isn't a genetic change, it absolutely causes epigenetic change, which is going to have an evolutionary impact. So our technology is affecting how we survive and who survives. And that is going to affect our evolutionary history. And even if we get to the point where we are so good at it that we can effectively take evolution out of the question, we will not take evolution out of the question. Does that answer what you're asking?
Yes,
well, selection
it does. Thank
too.
you.
Selection too is still happening, right? Like people who are born or develop conditions that we don't have the medicine to fix, they still pass away, they still die, and they don't pass those genes on. Fortunately, modern medicine has really drastically reduced the amount of people who don't get to pass their genes on without any say in the matter, right? Because of diseases that are outside of their control. But I think that it isn't that evolution has slowed down, it's that selection has relaxed. Right. So we have so much control over our environment that what is considered minimally fit to survive within that environment, that bar is just dropped to the floor. Right. Like you can have a lot of different characteristics and do really, really well in our modern environment because we take care of each other and we have technology and, we have an infrastructure that allows for people of various different conditions to survive, thrive, and have kids of their own if they desire, which is a good thing. And I think eventually, we're sort of in this vulnerable period, and I only say vulnerable sort of in a gruesome sense because it's like, okay, if we got hit with a solar flare tomorrow that killed technology for 30 years, we're going to all of a sudden have a really, really strong selective impact on our population globally, and a lot of people are going to die pretty quickly, and selection is going to just yank us in one direction really quickly until we can recover. Odds are that's not going to happen, and supposing it doesn't, eventually, if humans can get a grip on things, we'll reach the point where we can tinker with our own genetics and sort of keep ourselves ideally healthy, I guess you would say, in gene therapy and things like that. So if someone develops some kind of illness, then you can do gene therapy and make it so that they're not sick anymore, which is good. I think that's a good thing. The less suffering, the better, right? And at that point, selection is even more relaxed. But what I'll say too is that you reach this interesting crossroads where it's like, okay, as we continue to advance technologically, we also potentially, and we're getting kind of sci-fi here, can maybe leave the planet. And if we get to the point where we leave the planet and can settle long-term anywhere else, boy, howdy, are you going to see some selective pressure in all sorts of different new and random directions. What does a human that's better, even slightly, Forrest and I were talking about this earlier, the way that selection can yank a population in a given direction, if the fitness benefit is even just 1%, as in, like, let's say you have two mice and one mouse produces 101 babies and the other produces only 100. That mouse with the trait that gives them that one baby edge, that trait can take over in a shockingly low amount of generations, right? So suppose
that's an
humans make it
amazing
to space.
Statistic. That 1% is amazing.
Really incredible. I think it's something like, I'll find it for you next time Forrest is talking. It's something like 2,000 generations, like a 1% fitness benefit. It's like 2,000 generations or something like that. I'll double check my notes here.
There's a,
there might be 2,000.
wait a second.
I can't remember.
There's a HHMI Biointeractive has a population genetics explorer that will do that for you and plot it out. I'm seeing if I can find it.
Yeah, double check. I'm pulling from Sean Carrot from this book that I just read on. He uses mice as an example with a 1% fitness benefit, and I have it in here somewhere. But what I'm trying to say is, after we get control of our environment here, imagine we go elsewhere, and then it's like all of a sudden these tiny fitness benefits start dragging different human populations into different places. And that's going to be really exciting to see where that goes. What is the ideal sort of condition on different planets or in space, or back here as the environment continues to change. Supposing we get that far, which would be really nice. Well, we'll
so
see.
here's that simulator. Martha, you might not be able to see the screen, but like this is the simulator here. You can just pick your population size. Let's say we have, 1,000 individuals in your population, and we're going to run it for, what do you think? Maybe 500 generations is probably fine. And starting frequency of allele A, you said 1%.
Yep. So give it 0.01%.
Yeah, let's run it for a few more. Let's run it for 1,000 generations.
What's your fitness effect? Is there a fitness effect?
It doesn't have one. This is just running genetic drift.
This is just drift.
But then
gotcha.
We can run that here, and here's that allele frequency, and it just plateaus out. We can run it again, and this time it actually lasts for a little while, and we can run it again, and this time it craps out. And it seems like it's always going to be zeroing out in this one. Let me see. Here's genotype frequency over other generations. Here's this other one that's actually maxing. Oh, fuck. But yeah, you can actually run these simulations on your own and see how they behave as a thing. I think there's one to do repeated simulations. Here we go. Hold on a second. Number of populations in a simulation. Let's crank that up.
Of course, I'm trying to find this. I'm finding this equation while you do that, or I'm finding this example while you do that. So just buy me some time here.
0.01. I'm running this one over here. I'm going to see if I can run a shit ton of them and see if I can get one to do something different. And it's not happening. Oh no! I might be running the wrong kind of simulation for what you're talking about. I think what I'm running over here is something different than what you're asking.
No, the what I'm asking for is something with a fitness effect. So the idea, you're modeling drift, which is going to be inherently different from what I'm talking about. Because if something is giving you a fitness edge, then it's going to fix in the population way, way, way faster. So give me a sec. This isn't my example. This is something I'm stealing from. Wait. Got it. Okay. So
now we have some differences. Once I brought it up above 1%, we now have some populations where it's fixing in different directions.
Okay. So here's my equation. So suppose that we have mice. Let's say we're looking at mice. And let's suppose that we have a 1% fitness differential. So one mouse gives 101 offspring for another mouse's 100 offspring. So our sort of selection coefficient is going to be 0.01%. You can put that into an equation where time is equal to 2 divided by s natural log of 2n, where n equals the number of individuals in the population. Ln is your natural log. So if your original starting population in this example is 10,000 mice, which is pretty reasonable, I think, and your selection coefficient is 0.01, so that's that 101 babies versus 100 babies, then you're going to require 2 divided by 0.01 natural log times 2 times 10,000, which is equal to 1,980 generations. So that's 1,980 generations in a mouse. That's going to be 2,000 years or less. That's insane. And that's if the selection coefficient is 0.01, 1%. If you give it 0.001%, it's going to take 20,000 generations. And if you up it, it's going to be much shorter than that. But, that's contingent on the fact that these guys have short lifespans. But the point is that a little fitness benefit goes a long way in fixing a character in a population.
I found the fucking button for what you were asking for, by the way. I found the button.
Wow,
I was running the wrong simulator.
Better late than
it's
never.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to keep fucking with it while you keep talking.
Okay, so all I was trying to say, Martha, is that it's to some point, to some degree, I guess I should say, you're correct that our evolution is sort of on easy mode right now, right? Drift is, of course, active. There's still sexual selection. Gene flow is obviously happening like gangbusters because we have airplanes and boats and cars, and we can, exchange genes all across the world, which is wonderful. And mutations are still happening. But natural selection is relaxed because we can survive in a much easier environment because we've constructed this much more relaxed environment for ourselves. Whether or not that's going to last is going to go to us. Does that answer your question?
Okay, what do you... Here I can do the thing now. I can actually set this to code for doing selection, and I can adjust the fitness coefficient for each of these.
So right now you have a 100% fitness benefit. You have
for all of them.
A fitness
for all of them.
All of them of 100%. So, put it at, I don't know, put them all at 0.1% and see what happens.
0.1%?
I don't know, we're just running an experiment. Yeah, let's just see what happens.
Well, there has to be fitness coefficient that's higher for one of them if we're going to test it, because otherwise it's just going to be drift again.
Do 0.1, 0.2, and 0.
0.1, 0.2, and nothing. So here we have, if you have homozygous recessive, it's a lethal thing, and we have a major heterozygous advantage, and starting frequency of allele A1 is going to be at 1% of the population. So maybe we should boost that up then.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Maybe like 20% of the population. Well, it's maybe like 20% of the population. See what they do.
Whatever. Let's just see what happens.
We'll run those simulations. Yeah.
Right.
So we're just beefing up in there.
It's all good.
It looks
Don't
like
worry
it's gonna
about
have. Yeah, it's gonna plateau out right here, is what it's looking like. You're gonna have like some pretty solid. Oh, maybe I can mess with that later. That's fun as fuck, dude.
Just fucks with it. Just fucks with it. Again, I'm pulling my knowledge. I'm stealing my knowledge from someone else. The only time that we ever in my lab played around with like PopGen simulators was for drift, and it was basically just so when you pulled up the drift simulator, I was like, oh god, I know that simulator. Ours is much jankier than that, though, to be fair. Ours busted down every single semester because too many people were using it last minute before class, before they had to submit it.
That's
it was worth it. Did that answer your question?
we got it on several tangents.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
That's
Glad
great.
to
That
hear
was
it.
fun.
Right on. Well, thank you for waiting for so long. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Happy cross stitching. Bye. Awesome. Let's go to Matt's. Unless you have a different thing.
No. I'm good. I'm just replying to someone in the chat. I'm getting in. I'm beefing.
Yeah, well, I wish they would have called in. You know what I mean? If they're gonna have beef. Stick around. We might be opening lines in a little while. We're gonna talk to Matt, calling in from Uncomfortable Kangaroos, who is a theist, who says that MAGA and Republican Christianity proves God's word about Christianity in the last days. There's a lot there. Matt, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we can.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Well, first of all, before we get into the topic, I wanted to just quickly apologise for my previous appearances on this show, because as your audience has so kindly pointed out in the chat and the comments on both of those appearances, apparently I'm extremely insufferable. So I want to apologise.
Don't watch the chat, my friend. That's a rookie mistake. Don't read the chat. The chat's always going to get your goat.
Specifically to Paul, what is it, Dr. Ben, John, and Aaron. I was previously debating with them about the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus, and I don't think I articulated it very well, but, well, anyway, here we are.
Right on.
But more to the point, so, as I state in my topic, I believe that the character of, and, well, the surge in the way that MAGA and, well, the Republican Party, the way their so-called Christianity is, I believe that fulfills prophetic words from Jesus and the Apostle Paul in the Gospels about what will happen in the end times in regards to false prophets and what will happen to Christianity.
So, just to be clear, are you calling Trump a false prophet?
Yes.
And is this the whole? Is the vibe here like the mark of the beast is the MAGA hat? Because I've heard that one before. Is that what you're going for?
No, it's not that. I'm talking about how particularly in 2 Timothy, Paul says that in the last days, when he's talking about, he's listing all the different kinds of people that will be in the last days. There'll be prideful, boastful people, lovers of themselves, all that. But specifically that there'll be people with the appearance of godliness, but with none of its spiritual power. And obviously, as you can see, with all recent events, you can see that all of these, not even just MAGA, just in Christianity in general, you see all these mega churches, all these the evangelicals, basically all of Protestantism, all of it. You basically see the character of it. And Jesus in the Gospels, he says, in regards to the false prophets, he says, "You will know them by their fruits," which I don't think many Christians really take note of that. What that means is referring to the moral character of people claiming to be Christian and their actions and everything. And obviously, you can see from basically all of these right-wing people, all of mainstream Christianity, you can see how it fulfills that description to a T, basically.
So I'm just going to go down the list here and just kind of run through. We've got the biblical prophecies about the last days, ways that we can see the signs to identify the last days. First up, I've got war on a large scale. Jesus says nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. We got the symbolic, right? Can you think of a time between now and the past, like, and when Jesus were, that wasn't happening in some way or another?
It's never been happening on a global scale, is the thing. Obviously,
you don't think that we've had war? You don't think we've had war on a global scale? My brother, we had two wars called world wars.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, obviously they were signs of the end times. I mean, obviously from the point of view of God, all of this is like all the same.
Okay, so it was.
Right?
So I'm just trying to parse these out here, because like if one of these signs can equally be applied to today or like the early 1900s, that's a massive margin, right? Like over 100 years. Pretty big, wide margin. So I'm trying to figure out, should I be worried? Because if this was signs of the end times in the early 1900s, I'm not concerned because I didn't live that time. I'm way far off from that. So like, I'm going to go ahead and just put war on a large scale on the back burner for a minute and move on to the next one. Famine. Jesus says there will be massive food shortages. Again, that's definitely happening now. Can you think of a time when that hasn't been a major issue?
When you say famine, food shortages, and that hasn't been a major issue, what do you mean by that exactly? Because there's a difference between entire countries being in famine for decades, extended periods of time.
Well, but this actually comes in the same chapter. This comes in the same verse. This is Matthew 24:7. Nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. That's talking about war. There will be food shortages and earthquakes in one place after another. That's the whole verse. So like war and food shortages, I can point right now to Palestine and say, hey, there's a war going on and there's massive food shortages. There's a genocide happening.
Yemen,
and also
Sudan.
And yeah, exactly. There's several genocides going on right now. There's food shortages, there's war, but that's not unique, right? We could also say, pick another genocide, the genocide in Rwanda, the genocide in the Holocaust. Like, pick your favorite genocide. We can say, okay, there's wars and there's food shortages and also earthquakes. Like, I don't think there's any more earthquakes now than there have been, and except for maybe with fracking. There's more earthquakes because of fracking, but like those aren't like crazy things that I think were like biblical proportions. Another one, we have disease. According to Luke 21:11, Jesus warns against terrible diseases.
Yep.
Again, COVID did that, but also the Spanish flu back in the day. Again, 100 years ago, we had a different global pandemic. I could have pointed to polio. I could have pointed to Ebola. I could have pointed to swine flu, bird flu, any of these other pandemics those were epidemics, not pandemics. But like these other things that people are talking about, if you want to talk about a global pandemic, again, we've had those before. Crime, Matthew talks about increasing lawlessness. If anything, crime's going down in a lot of ways.
Right.
No, we're actually seeing a lot of crime getting better in some ways as we increase social programs.
Relative to the size of the population, I would say. I mean, obviously the population was smaller all over the world. Decades ago.
Yeah, but if we're talking about population, if we're talking about relative to population, the most dangerous place in the world is Vatican City, because it has a tiny population. So if one person kills somebody, it's a much higher per capita than, say, Chicago. So, like,
well, that's what I mean. Obviously, in
the ruining
physical
of the
reality,
earth.
Obviously,
Revelation says
that's obviously happening. I mean, you were talking about climate change just before, and you clearly see.
Sure, I can. I can say that's
okay.
happening, and I can also say that's been happening for a long time. Basically, where I'm at, like this one, the breakdown of the family. Second Timothy says that there will be many people have no natural affection to their family, and children will be disobedient to their parents. I don't think this is a bad thing. That depends on your parents. I don't know, man. It sounds like all these things are just shit that happens all the time, and none of them are particularly special. And even the ones that do seem kind of like they're supposed to be special, like the whole widespread apathy and ridicule. Jesus says that in Matthew 24 and in 2 Peter 3 that the sign of the end time will be that the Christianity will be made ridiculed and being left and being made fun of, less Christians and all this stuff. Global preaching, good news of the kingdom will be preached all over the earth in Matthew 24. Like, these are just prophecies that are necessary for the religion to exist. You know what I mean?
Are you, Matt, can I ask,
hold on. The thing is, it's the scale of it, and it's the fact that it's all at once. It'd be one thing if it was one of these things after another over a long period of time. It's the fact that, obviously, in recent decades, it's literally all of that at once.
Matt, are you Catholic by chance?
No, I would be considered non-denominational. I'm leaning towards thinking that obviously the Catholic Church, if you just look at the history of it, that is pretty obviously, you can trace the history of that back to Jesus, but then basically every other denomination, they trace their history back to the Catholic Church. So I guess in that sense, I think that was the church that was founded back then. Yes.
The reason I ask is because there's a very non-zero group of Protestants. In fact, Protestants were sort of founded on this idea that thought that the end times that you're talking about was occurring right effectively when the Reformation was about to happen. And the reason is because the Catholic Church was all-encompassing. It was effectively the government. Disease and famine were issues that were going on during this time period as well. Plague was still an issue during this time period. It was a time which seemed actually quite bleak to a lot, to the degree that, church scholars like Martin Luther, most famously, right, since he's like sort of the father of the Reformation, he is the father of the Reformation, were responsible for identifying issues with the Catholic Church to the degree that they completely schism away from it. Right, like it's one of the largest church schisms of all time. So
yeah, how you know that the Protestants aren't legitimate, because Jesus, a key line that Jesus says is about how the church establishes with Peter that it will never, it will always last and never be overcome by the gates of Hades, or however he words it, which suggests that the church, the first church that he establishes, is the actual one.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that there was reason for the people who were living at that time to believe that they were living during the end times as well. There was famine, there were scoffers, there were false prophets, people were taking money to absolve others of sin. It's hard to get more blasphemous than that, right? In the eyes of several types of Christian. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's not the first time that a lot of the signs of the end times, which is ambiguously, in my opinion, just a bunch of bad stuff is happening. That's happened a lot of times. A lot of people have thought they were living during the end times. And I would argue, I don't know how successfully I could argue this, but I would argue that there have been times that were significantly worse than where we live now, including as far as checking the boxes of revelation goes.
I don't think so. I mean, again, it's about the global scale of it. We're talking about, obviously, with the Protestant Reformation and all that, obviously that was just local to, like, Western Europe. That wasn't, like, on a global scale of political turmoil, wars everywhere, just after a global pandemic. You've got all this. And then
but
Christianity
you could argue
itself being clearly subverted and
You could
enmeshed in
argue,
all the
as
political
Forrest said,
chaos.
though, you could argue, as Forrest said, though, that World War I and World War II meet effectively the same criteria. I mean, you've got
World War I,
global
especially because you
turmoil.
also have the Spanish flu going on at that same time.
That's exactly what I was getting at, right? Is that you've got global turmoil, you've got pandemics, you've got crises of identity with regard to the church of various denominations. So I think that you're identifying a lot of stress and a lot of suffering going on in the world right now, which is true. It's a confluence of a lot of really shitty events. But I think that this isn't the first time that that's happened.
Okay, but the central claim I'm making, though, is specifically about this, the way that what has happened to Christianity, and specifically about MAGA and all the right wing. I mean, when you just look online, obviously, the way Christianity has become. I mean, there's the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Obviously, you've got this whole resurgence now among all the Zoomers with Christianity, and the way they present that and argue it. And I mean, obviously, you have callers calling to the show who are all argumentative and are basically not Christian at all, but are representing Christianity, and that's now basically the face of Christianity that has made it so that it's so easy for atheists like yourself to argue against at this point.
What do you? My question.
I agree with you. But people would argue the same from the Reformation, right? Or they would argue the same. They would say that the Catholics were not embodying the church in the way that Christ demanded, especially with this idea of paying for your salvation or paying for your absolution.
Yeah, but again, it's about the scale of it. I mean, obviously now it's not. There's almost no denomination of Christianity left that isn't. How could you put it? Like fallen or corrupted in some way, or isn't involved in all the political chaos and everything like that. It's not quite comparable to just localized to Western Europe with the Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Church, which is basically that just was society. It was Catholic at that point. But obviously now it's so splintered off. You've got so many denominations and sects, and cults, and just the whole scale of it, and just how deeply interwoven with the political institutions and everything it is. It's not really comparable. I mean, it's obviously so much worse and on a so much grander scale now.
So I think that it's going to continue to do that. And I think in 200 years, people are going to be talking about how Christianity is so much more fragmented and so much different than it ever could have been in 2025. And what I find is really important is like, I had to go back and grab my Bible and pull out these verses and just be sure. I was reading you these verses of what Jesus said would be signs of the end times. And he also said over and over that nobody will know the hour or the day. And I know you're not claiming to know the exact day. You're just saying, like, we're getting there. But he also said in Matthew 16, truly I say to you, there are some of you standing here that will not taste of death until you see me return to my kingdom. And he said again in Luke, which is, I know it's not again because it's a retelling, but like in Luke 21:32, truly I say to you, this generation shall not pass until all things have come to be fulfilled. So like he says to his own followers, like, y'all are going to see it. The second coming, the end of the world, all this stuff, you will be alive for it. In this generation, I'll be right back. He went out to get milk and never returned is what happened. And like, I find it interesting that you can look at these verses that say vague, nebulous things about like there will be war and famine and people won't like Christianity very much. It'll be kind of different. And like these things that are just really vague platitudes that apply to every time in history, every single moment since the moment that left his mouth, that has been true. And every single moment people can say, but it's different now, and it's worse now, and it's different than it's ever been now, and it's bigger than it's ever. Every single day, they were able to say that, all the way up till today. And meanwhile, you're ignoring these parts where he's really clearly giving you a timeline. where it's like you've got like maybe 60 years here before this shit occurs. No one knows the hour, no one knows the day, but it's gonna happen pretty fucking soon. And then 2,000 years pass, and the same generalities are working on you. And I don't understand why those verses don't resonate with you.
Okay, there's a couple of things here. Really obvious one. There's the line that Peter, in one of his letters, references from Psalms, which when he's telling the congregation to be patient, and he says, quoting Psalms about how a day with the Lord, 1,000 years is like a day with the Lord, suggesting that obviously
that
like 2,000 years.
That doesn't counter what I just said. Just to be clear, that doesn't counter what I just said.
It does. It shows you that God's perception of time is different to humanity's. So soon,
but
God
Jesus
is
said, but Jesus said, Jesus said to men, Jesus said to men, you won't die until I come back. I'm going to come back before the end of your life, before the end of this generation. So even if his perception of time is different, if he's saying that to people whose their perception of time is just like yours or mine, he's either dumb or he's lying.
Anyway, the second point, the generation thing. Yeah, well, I was getting to it, and then and regardless, anyway, the thing about the generation, it doesn't literally mean that generation. It's referring to he's basically saying that his followers will always exist until it all happens. It's like referring to the actual word in the original Greek. It's not like just literally like a generation as we would understand it. But then also about the point about the people being alive. Well, obviously the early Christians, the first fruits, the saints, obviously are obviously they're in heaven with Jesus, like alive. So I mean, obviously he's called the living God. The whole thing about
this
that
is the same.
It's not.
This is the same kind of cop out as. This is the same kind of cop out as when God says in Genesis that you will die if you eat of this tree. And it's the same word in Hebrew as every other time they talk about someone actually literally dying. And Christians today come along and say, well, it means like spiritual death. It means they're able to die. It means all this other. And it's like, that's simply not what it says. And what you're doing here is you are doing the same thing that people do when they talk about like why there's 4 different versions of the resurrection story. Because Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John tell totally different stories. And the way people reconcile with that is to say, well, anything that it doesn't technically not say is actually the truth. It only says there was an earthquake in one of them. It doesn't say there was an earthquake in any other one. So it must just mean there was an earthquake and 3 of them just didn't write it down, right? And it's like, that kind of shit is what you're doing here. It's this technically maybe, if you think about it, kind of if you squint your eyes and turn your head, then it might mean this kind of apologetics, rather than just black and white text on the page. Jesus was a man, and he said to men, you will see me return. You will not die until I come back. And you're saying, well, I mean, their spirit lives on, and it's this other. And it's like, sorry, dude, like that's just not. That's such a stretch, and it just means that like either Jesus said exactly what the Bible says that he said, and those people died sad because they thought they were lied to, and they just were surprised, I guess, when they went to heaven. Or maybe this is just a story from a long time ago, and it's meant to be vague, and it's meant to be generalistic, and it's meant to be kind of flat, so that you can do exactly what you're doing. How do you guarantee a religion stands up to criticism? Tell people that a sign that it's coming true is that it's criticized, right? Like this is easy. This is cult 101. And it sounds like you're taking it real fucking seriously and doing some really bad apologetics for it.
You're doing the Protestant atheist thing. Where you are assuming the word is inherent and literal, and attacking basically like the Protestant version of it, where you're demanding that I have to follow the principle of following it to the letter and thinking every single line is literal, and then arguing against that. But obviously, that's
do you know what the alternative? Do you know what the alternative to that is? It's what you're doing, which is every line that makes sense is literal, and every line that doesn't make sense is poetry. which is just completely arbitrary, whatever vibes with you, whatever protects your faith. It's just worldview defense. And I guarantee, Mats, if I pull up another Christian on this show, which we may have one in the queue, who knows? But if I pull up another Christian on this show and ask them to interpret these things, they'll give me a different answer. And I talked to, Paul the last time I was on with him. He told me all about when he was a believer. He had fucking whole textbooks for what he called harmonics, which I don't know if that's the common phrase, but here are two parts of the Bible that clearly contradict each other. Here's a part of the Bible that clearly contradicts reality. What are 5 things I can say to get out of it? And this is just what's taught as an apologetics thing. It's not critical thinking. It's just, how can I say what the Bible doesn't technically not say to make it sound like it says what I want it to say? You don't have any evidence for it. You just are going based on your vibes of what you think might not be real. There's no indication, there's no marking in these texts that says this part's literal, this part isn't. You're just saying, okay, well, this fucking obviously doesn't comport with reality, so that must be poetical. That must be allegorical. That must be a day is different for God than it is for me. These are modern inventions that certainly don't go along with the original meaning.
Well, there's a couple of things wrong with this. My reason for believing it, and obviously with a lot of believers, the reason why they have to try to make it make sense and do this cherry picking, as you described it, is because it's not just that. Well, I mean, Protestants, they do claim that they get their belief solely just from the Bible itself, but the reality of the resurrection of Jesus, the historical fact that happened, it's not just the Bible itself that suggests that it happens. There's extra biblical reasons to think it happened.
There's extra biblical proof that what happened.
It's not just the resurrection of Jesus. It's not just the Gospels. It's not. I'm not arguing solely just from the Gospels themselves. I'm not saying
what's the extra biblical proof. What's the extra biblical proof of the resurrection of Jesus?
The fact that the first-time witnesses of it were convinced that it happened, and there's multiple of them. They all agree that it happened.
So you're saying that no one. So no one has ever been convinced of something that didn't actually happen before?
Not in this way, no. Not in the way that there's so many people claiming this, and then
Chris Angel doesn't exist. Penn and Teller don't exist. No one has ever done a trick.
I don't.
You live.
When secular historians make this argument,
we live in the United States.
What your explanation
we live in the United States where millions of people believe that, Donald Trump can read. People can be convinced of things on a massive scale.
Okay, but these aren't first-century Jews abandoning all of their cultural baggage and.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. First century Jews were special. They could not be convinced of anything unless it was real.
Yeah. In that context, with that background that they had. I mean, you're saying that sarcastically, but it is the case.
I don't know, dude. I honestly, I'm still stuck up on the predicting that we're sort of in the end times kind of thing, right? There's such a precedent. If you look at historically how many people have thought we were living in the end times, or they were living in the end times at any given year, the number of years that we've been living in the end times according to people is the number of years people have been around. There are various, and I'm not just talking about fringe doomsday cult movements. When I was growing up, there were Christians in my life who thought we were living in the end times. They thought Obama was the Antichrist. That was a legitimate refrain that I was exposed to. And before me, people thought JFK was. And then before that, it was somebody else. And it goes all the way back to the beginning of this country and far earlier than that, right? People who live during tough times, which there are people who are experiencing tough times in every part of the world at every time in history, find ways to interpret the suffering that they're experiencing. And for a lot of them, it's just the end of the world. I understand that you're saying that we're living in a global version of what people have said is happening over and over and over again. But I again gesture wildly back to all of the other times there have been global conflicts. In fact, arguably much more intense, not even arguably, definitionally much more intense global conflicts in World War I and World War II. And people thought they were living in the end times then too. You can read the works of some of the fundamentalists here in the United States who were sure that this was it. Right, nuclear holocaust. After that, it was during the Cold War, and after that, it was any subsequent war that one can gesture to. I'm just not convinced, Matt. Matt. To me, it's like I see this as another example of like really remarkable pattern seeking that humans are really good at, and you're not the first person who has done this. This is far from an isolated thing. There are probably a ton of people who are feeling very similarly right now. For me, because it's such a common refrain that you see historically, it's going to take more than just, wow, it matches the pattern in Revelation. It's like a lot of people have argued that a lot of time periods have reflected that pattern. And with that, I have to pee again and fill up my water bottle. So, Forrest, that's all I have to say on this topic.
Yeah, Mats, I feel like we've really gotten nowhere, and it's just because, like, as Erika and I have both said, you're not saying anything that's unique. And you're claiming that there's extra biblical evidence, and that extra biblical evidence is that some people believed a thing. And like, you are living, breathing proof of why people can believe silly things. So like, I'm sorry, it's not really convincing for me. I encourage you to call. I don't know if you've already talked to Justin, who knows the Bible front and back and can talk about it a lot better than I can. But it sounds like the Bible alone isn't all that's going to work for you. You seem to think that people couldn't have been convinced of something that would make them change their culture or their minds, which is yet another thing that we have plenty of evidence for that happening. Well, it happens every day. It's just you're being convinced of a very, very, very extraordinary concept with really remarkably mundane evidence. And I don't know why that's good enough for you.
Okay, can I just end by changing direction and asking something? Well, but basically, how, from an atheistic worldview, how do you explain? First of all, how do you explain just the sheer evil of, like, the fact that humans like Donald Trump, for example, can even exist? How do you explain that? There's no evolutionary reason why that would be the case. And then, secondly, on the other hand, what is your moral basis for even being against it? Like, how do you even argue against it?
So morality absolutely has an evolutionary basis. And as far as evil people are concerned, we live in a world where evil is rewarded a lot of the times. So like sometimes there are people who just by nature of their birth have something going on with their brain that causes them to be, sociopathic or whatever like that. And sometimes you have people like Donald Trump. I don't know what was going on with him, but I know he was born really, really rich. And I know he was raised really, really rich. And I know that he grew up in a capitalist country. And capitalism teaches people to be incredibly selfish and greedy and immoral. Excuse me. And so this is a person who was born into a family who has benefited profoundly from immoral behavior and is now himself benefiting from immoral behavior. Why would he do anything else? It would take a significant amount of serious self-reflection and education to elevate yourself to the point where you would want to do something better. And the man can't read. So it's not going to happen for him. And as far as where goodness comes from in the first place, as I said, morality is absolutely an evolutionary characteristic. We see it in all sorts of animals across the animal kingdom. We are a social species. Moral behavior is good for us because it actually improves what we would call our inclusive fitness. So it's not just our direct fitness, where it's just us and our offspring. It is the fitness of the entire community, which then reflexively comes back onto us as well. Does that mean that being a bastard doesn't benefit some people, some individuals sometimes? Absolutely not. Sure enough, that does certainly work. But it doesn't work in the long term, and it doesn't work when too many people do it. So one person gaming the system and taking advantage of people sometimes could be successful evolutionarily. But generally speaking, you have this kind of tit for tat situation where it really only works as long as everybody is participating in the game. That's how social species benefit. There's a million and one examples of that. So from an atheistic worldview, as you asked me, how do I explain morality and how do I explain Donald Trump? I explain morality through evolution and also through culture. Your morals come from the exact same place that mine do, which is just your cultural comprehension of what is good and bad, and your interactions with other people, and how you perceive yourself in the world around you. All of these things fit into your view of morality and how your morality is constructed. And how do I explain assholes? Fish got to swim, birds got to fly, assholes got to be assholes. It's just what they do. And unless society comes along and knocks them down a few pegs, they're going to keep doing it. We happen to live in a capitalistic hell that allows that kind of thing not only to exist, but to flourish. And until we evolve socially as a species past that, it's not going to get any better. We have already come a long way from the days of cavemen, and whoever has the biggest stick is in charge. We've already come a long way past serfdom, and whoever owns the land is the lord, and you have to give most of your stuff to them. We've just now got into this capitalist framework, which is just serfdom with extra steps, but it's better than slavery technically. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Right.
Also, shout out to Jamie the Blind Limey, as I talked about fitness, who made sure to point out fitting this wang in your mouth. Thank you very much, Jamie. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, okay, well, just a follow-up question then. Why do you have a universalist morality when obviously there's no rational reason for that in your worldview? Like, why not be racist?
There absolutely is a rational reason for it. And also, you ask why not be racist, is because I understand evolution. You cannot be racist if you can. It's very difficult to be racist if you understand evolution. You have to be the same way that we were talking earlier about like people who are creationist scientists or whatever like that. You can be reasonable, but have like this little pocket of ignorance that you hold for yourself. And we talked about how that's wrong. There are plenty of people who understand evolution that are also pieces of shit. James Watson just died. Dude helped discover the fucking double helical structure of DNA, discover in big old air quotes there, and also was a race realist who believed in that, like, standardized testing proved that certain races are just, naturally cognitively better than others, and it just dumb as all hell. And so, you've got, if you understand evolution, then you understand where humans come from. You understand that the very first humans were black. You understand that skin color and all these other racial characteristics that we point to all have evolutionary reasons behind them. You understand that there's far more genetic diversity within races than there are between them. You understand that racial characteristics vary independently of one another. You understand that they exist on a continuum and no one of them has a set point that truly identifies a race. You understand that every attempt to categorize and create racial categories throughout history has historically failed, especially the ongoing and ever-failing attempt to invent whiteness, which is a whole fucking thing. That you understand that the concept of whiteness is a problem. White as a racial category is a white supremacist mindset and is rooted in the stupidest, most anti-evolution kind of thinking. And when you understand that, you then look at society around you and realize that not only do these races not exist in biological reality, but the ways that people talk about them and the ways that people try to prejudge people based on their social statistics that they draw from are highly corrupted and biased. We talked to that other person about systemic racism earlier. We talk about, black people in this country make up such a high rate of violent crime arrests for violent crime or charges for violent crime. You know what else happens to black people more than anybody else in this country? Exonerations. They lead the fucking nation exonerations because stupid racist people who say, they're arrested so much, continue to arrest them so much because they make assumptions about them. And so these statistics suddenly make much more sense because you realize that there actually is no inherent, anything to these people that makes them any different than me besides their external phenotype. And so, it's as far as why I have this morality is because I understand the data, because I live in this world too, because I have no reason to believe that I'm the most important person here, because I know what suffering feels like, and because I don't want anyone else to suffer either. And what's really, really important is that here's some more science for you. When we talk about social psychology and how discrimination works, we understand that it is very, 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 very easy to get people to be discriminatory. You see somebody wearing a different jersey, you see somebody standing on the other side of the road, you see somebody with a different skin color. You find a reason to other yourself from them. We aren't born with prejudice, but that prejudice is trained into us, but we are born tribalistic. And that's just a nature of us as apes. And because of that, we can be taught to draw tribal lines around just about anything. And anything that we don't understand, anything that's different from us, very easy to draw a tribal line around and develop hate about. But when you're scientifically literate about that, not only do you understand where humans come from and why we are so different and why that difference is a beautiful thing, you also understand that you can draw and redraw those tribal lines anytime you want and make them as big as you want. And let me tell you, Matt, if you want to know what it feels like to be an atheist, to be a humanist, to be a scientist, if you want to know what it feels like to be Erika and I, just take the feelings that you have for your closest family members and just try for a week extending those feelings to literally every human being. And realize that in biology, when we say we're all a family, it's not just a phrase. We fucking mean that shit. And try for a week thinking of every single human being truly as your brother, as your sister, as your family member, and see how hard it is for you to be tricked into tribalistic thinking after that. Next time you see somebody who looks different than you on the news, you no longer think, oh, those damn Muslims, oh, those damn black people, oh, those damn whatever. You no longer have that thinking. That's my cousin. I hope they're okay. Oh my God, my nephew got arrested. It's not this random evil person from another culture. It's, oh my God, why would my nephew behave this way? Why would my cousin behave this way? Why would my brother behave this way? There must be something truly wrong with them. I should try to help. And you feel very fucking different. And is it wrong to still be mad at people? Is it possible to still be mad at people? Absolutely, it is. But you have a compassion that's a root of that anger. A compassion for them and a compassion for the people that they're hurting. And it makes you a better fucking person, in my opinion. I hope that answers your question, Matt.
It answers my question as far as you've explained your morality and worldview, but it doesn't really explain if there's no fundamental reality, if morality isn't like inscribed into the fabric of the universe, if it's not objective, if it's always culture relative, and which basically boils down to might makes right. If your entire culture that you're advocating for just got rolled and destroyed, obviously there'd be nothing you could say to argue against it. In that scenario,
yes, there would.
In your worldview, you still haven't explained why there's any reason to not just be tribalistic and evil.
I can give you a selfless and a selfish reason. The selfless reason is because I care about the flourishing of humankind, because I want this society, this species to do better. The selfish reason I can give you is that I don't want to live in a society that doesn't value that shit. Because even if you're talking about one society steamrolling over the other and continue. I live in the society that did that, right? I am the racial group and the ethnic group and the nationality that did that. And I know how fucking horrible it is. And I hate living in a culture like that because I know that if that's the way we operate, it's only a matter of time before somebody does it to me. I don't want to live in a world that way. I want to live in a world where everybody is valued, heard, understood, cultivated, uplifted. Everybody gets a chance to flourish. Everybody gets equality. Everybody gets a chance to thrive. Everybody is seen and heard and valued equally. That's the world I want to live in because that's the world that gives me and everybody that I love the best chance of success. So I can give you a selfish reason, which is that I literally just explained it to you. I can give you a selfish reason.
Where do you think that comes from?
I literally just explained that to you. I can give you a selfish reason or a selfless reason. Both of them have an evolutionary and a completely selfish, intrinsic, a self-important, and also an altruistic backing. I can take it completely philosophical or not.
Haven't you contradicted yourselves? Because if you're claiming you believe that all humans are the same, so shouldn't it therefore follow that if you feel like that and have this universalist morality, that would mean everybody feels like that? So why don't they?
I said that humans are fundamentally equal in value. I didn't say that we all think the same things.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. But then how do you explain where you get those moral feelings from? If you think there's no
I explained that earlier too. Morality, I explained that too. Morality is largely based in evolution. We see it in all sorts of animals.
Well, So then other humans didn't evolve the same way, or what do you mean? Because clearly they don't feel the same way that you do.
It's also influenced by culture. I also explained that earlier. It sounds like you have a script that you're trying to follow, because I explained all of this shit already.
What I'm
Humans
getting
also
towards is
didn't
that
do a lot of things, Matt. Like organisms don't always do precisely what is evolutionarily beneficial to them, especially when there are billions of people and thousands of cultures that are all independently striving towards goals that are decided by both the individuals within those cultures and the sum of the parts, the sort of emergent identity of those cultures, right? Like it's not everybody is going to. Unfortunately, biology is rarely intuitive. Neither is evolutionary theory. So Forrest is correct, though. Like morality is something that we do see in other organisms. We have an evolutionary basis for it. Where does it come from? We love members of our own species, and we love to protect members of species that remind us of ourselves. If you want to boil it down to like brute instincts that are incredibly mechanistic, you could boil it down to that, and you could make it so that humans are wonderfully complex response stimulus automatons. But I think that that's a pretty sterile way of looking at things, and it often doesn't feel that that's how it bears out. So I actually prefer the way that Forrest has gone about it. But people, you can ask all of the. I honestly, I really don't want to get into the weeds about this. I don't think that we're going to reach a conclusion here, Mats. I get the vibe. I don't get. It's not necessarily that I think you're reading off of a script or anything like that. I think you really, buy into what it is that you believe, and I don't think that you're receptive to having your mind changed on that. But that's maybe I'm off base.
The point I was trying to, with the leading questions, I was trying to get to the point that the way it seems to me is that with the atheist worldview, it's like you came out of a culture that was a Western Christian one, of a Christian morality, and that's where the universalist morality comes from. But then now that society is all secularized, you're trying to have your cake and eat it at the same time, in the sense that you're trying to hold on to the universalist morality. But then there's no actual rationally evolutionary explanation as to why that's the case. And you're basically saying, yeah, it's all culturally relative. Morality that's invented by humans. Not all humans are the same. They have all their own different cultural morality and everything. But for some reason, I still want a universalist morality. And I can't really explain why. It makes me feel good.
Just to be incredibly clear,
because it makes me feel good. That's kind of what you have to believe with the atheist worldview.
No, you don't.
And obviously,
you don't absolutely.
Obviously, I'm saying that
that's
morality
also
is
not
objective
functionally how it hashes out.
God, so it's easy for me to explain.
That's functionally not how it hashes out, though, Mats. Like there are virtually universal connections between the moralities of all cultures. Don't kill, golden rule type stuff. Don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. These are things that didn't have to be. These are morals that were not bestowed in my opinion, by the same individual deity on all of these different cultures in the guise of different sub deities. These are universal rules that social species tend to land on. We see similar rules, Mats, appear in other primates. Don't kill, don't cheat, don't steal. These are rules that seem innate to social species because without them, the social group falls to pieces. So there are these basic rules that seem to pop up over and over again they have a very firm evolutionary basis. This is not just an evolutionary basis, but a mechanistic basis for flourishing, right? Like it's not like this is relativistic in the sense that it's like, oh, I don't want to kill because that just makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It does make me feel warm and fuzzy inside not to kill, but that's not the reason why that has shown up over and over and over again. It's because the societies that killed recklessly did not survive. The species that killed one another recklessly did not make it. We are strongest when we're together, when we're uplifting one another. It helps the single, it helps the whole. Right? I mean, you could get woo about it if you want, but this is not. I don't think it's certainly not coincidental that so many societies have homed in on these same core ideas.
Yeah. Do you want to skip to the end where we just get to divine command theory, Mats, or do you want to continue to drag it out?
Well, you get to what? Sorry.
Divine command theory.
What do you mean by that? That anything God commands, that's what makes morality by default. Is that what you're?
Yeah, that is what divine command theory is. Yeah. Do you want to just skip to that part because that's where these inevitably go?
Well, no, I'm making the argument that the God is inherently good. All of reality is an emanation of God. Evil and sin is moving away from God. So I'm making that kind of argument. That's where morality comes from.
Right, but you also believe in the God of the Bible.
Yes.
Right. Which is, that's the issue.
You're about to ask me about some Old Testament thing that makes it where God is seemingly evil, and my answer to that is I just don't know how it makes sense.
Old and new. God throughout the Bible is a monster. And so, like, here's where we're at, is that, like, you've got this is where I'm just trying to get to, is like your entire argument is going to boil down to, because this is what it always fucking does, is that the atheist worldview or whatever is just essentially built on preference. That Christianity created this amazing Western culture that gave us this incredible morality, and now we have no God to base that morality on, and so we just prefer things this way, even though we have no real way to justify it, despite the fact that none of that is fucking true. And also that lots of other cultures have these same kind of rules, and also that lots of other cultures have morality that is arguably better than ours in some ways, and and also very obviously that, like, culture evolves and changes, and even Christian culture evolves and changes, and all these other things that contradict that statement. That's where that half of the argument is. And then the other half of the argument is that God printed morality on our hearts, or that God is the final arbiter of what is good or bad, or that our God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. And all the times when God said and did and commanded and allowed and condoned hideous evil things in the Bible, one of two arguments. One of them is, well, actually, that's a different situation because it's in the Old Testament, or God had to do this for this reason, or who are you to question God, blah, blah, blah. Or number two, you can't say anything about that because you're an atheist, and how can you possibly tell me that's wrong because you don't have a grounding in morality in the first place? And it just becomes a circle. So, like, that's how these conversations always fucking go. It always ends on that. And fundamentally, that whole concept, that whole way of thinking, is the roots of divine command theory. So I'm wondering if you just want to skip to that, or if you'd like to continue tap dancing towards it, because that's where we're going. It unless you're here to surprise me, that's where it seems like it's going, because that's where it always goes.
Well, I guess the surprise is that I don't know how it makes sense. The whole God being evil in the Bible, all of that, I don't know how it makes sense, but it just seems extremely obvious to me that the historical resurrection of Jesus actually did happen. So therefore, I have to believe it makes sense somehow.
Right. So, you also said that God is good. You said that a minute ago. So when God commands slavery, and God commands rape, and God commands genocide, you say it has to be a good thing because God is good, and you don't understand it, but ultimately it must make sense somehow. It's divine command theory. And then you're going to turn around and tell us that we don't have a good basis for our morality, and we just want to have our cake and eat it too.
When I say it must make sense somehow, I don't mean to say that. I mean to say that I don't know that it's all of that is divine inspired, or that all of it even really happened as described. I just know that it seems like Jesus really was resurrected, and therefore the morality he espoused is the character of God, because he obviously, the resurrection proves that he's the incarnation of God.
Matt, is it
the
crux
of it?
Is it fair to say that you're convinced that the resurrection happened, and so a lot of what we're talking about here is sort of following from that for you?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay. I think that you're talking to the wrong hosts for that kind of conversation. So on this show, we have people who are, like, experts on, well, I don't know if they're experts or not, but they certainly know more than I do, I'll say, on, like, resurrection scholarship and things of that nature. And so I'm thinking that if that's sort of the root here, I'm certainly not going to be able to discuss it with you. But there are people on the show who can. So my suggestion would be, if that's sort of your linchpin here, call back up when, Paul or Matt or when, some of our guests or something like that are on and chat about that with them. That'd be my
Paul,
advice
Matt,
here.
Justin, Owen, they all know more about the
Justin,
resurrection than me.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, dude, like, do you believe that the Bible is at least mostly true? Like the historical events in it?
What do you mean, kings and then all those kinds of things? The books of kings and everything.
Sure.
That the historians accept. Yeah.
And do you believe that the character of God in the Bible is a good representation of who God really is?
I believe that the character of Jesus is, yes.
But what about
I don't know about the Old
God?
Testament. I don't know about the Old Testament.
Jesus is very clear that he is not the Father. Jesus destroys Trinitarianism in the Bible. So God and Jesus are two different people.
No. This is a whole other conversation. But no, there's many reasons to think that's not.
It actually goes back to what you were talking about at the beginning about the last days, and I talked about how Jesus says that nobody knows the last days. Jesus says multiple times, nobody knows when the last day will be. They're the hour of the day of the end of whatever, the Armageddon, whatever. He specifically said,
not even the Son, only the Father. He says that, yeah.
Yes, which is separating him from God, so they're not the same fucking person.
Right.
But
okay, but why do they worship him on the boat?
I don't fucking know. I also know he never calls himself God. But like the point is, this is really neither here nor there. I guess that actually does change something. If you think that Jesus is God and that these are the same person, that Trinitarianism makes sense, then when I asked you, is God well represented in the Bible, and you said Jesus is, then everything that God does in the Old Testament, you would also say is a good representation of who God is, especially considering the fact that Jesus says, I am unchanging. I'm the Alpha and the Omega. Not a jot or tittle of the old law shall change until everything comes to pass. And like all that shit affirming that everything in the Old Testament that God did and said was him and was true and was accurate and is continuous and consistent and not changed. So like that tells me everything I need to know. Like it doesn't, if this is the morality that you're giving me, and your best argument is that Christianity made my morality, number one, no, it fucking didn't. And number two, I will take the morality that I have today, no matter where it may have come from, as opposed to the morality that you're giving me, which is just God is good all the time, and all the time God is good, including the parts of the Bible where he's a fucking slaver and a rapist and a genocidal maniac.
Well, a couple of things there. One, if it wasn't for Christianity, you would literally be like, you would be some kind of Germanic pagan living in a hut in the mud, probably burning people alive or something like that.
That's both
thing.
untrue
and then another thing. How do you explain how modern society has gotten worse after moving away from Christianity?
It hasn't.
Which comes back to the very original topic about MAGA.
Just to be clear,
the rise of fascism. This is clearly because society became secular, and then there's now no moral foundation. You've got a vacuum of ideologies getting filled.
Mats. At this point, it is really genuinely difficult to tell if you're just fucking with us, because number one, the whole fascism thing is deeply tied to Christianity. The last major fascist issue we had with the Nazis and this one, very heavily tied to Christianity. Trump won and is in power largely because of Christianity and his ability to manipulate Christianity. Second thing, us becoming more secular as a society is not why society's gotten worse. It's why it's gotten better. It's why we don't have slavery. It's why women are allowed to vote. It's why we have no contest divorce. It's why we have equality of sexes and races and genders and people all around the world. It's why we have well-reasoned and, for lack of a better word, intelligently designed laws that allow us to live in a fruitful society. And going back to the first thing you said, without Christianity, you'd be living in some hut. That's both stupid and racist. I don't think that I needed some fucking 1,000-year-old man to crawl up a mountain and carve some stone tablets to tell me not to rape and murder and actually, he never said anything about rape. To not to murder and not to steal and not to lie. I can figure that shit out for myself for all the reasons we talked about earlier. For all the reasons that we already covered earlier. If you had been paying attention, you would have heard chimpanzees have these rules.
I mean, that's true, but I was just going to point to other societies that did not have the Judeo-Christian influence. Point to any of the Southeast Asian nations, Japan, Mongolia, China, India, like all of these places, any African nation, South American nation, Central American nations, indigenous nations in North America. These are all places that came to the same moral core that all societies share, and they didn't need to be told that by anyone.
And a lot of them did things that are better than what we have here in our capitalist society. So here's the thing, dude. We are now getting to a point where we are just repeating ourselves because you're asking the same questions over and over. And you're just flatly asserting that Christianity is somehow solely responsible for like the morality of the globe. And it's just fucking dumb. That's obviously not true. There have been plenty of societies that were as moral as ours, if not much more moral than ours in many ways. Lots of other animals have similar moral codes to the ones that you can find in the Ten Commandments. We didn't fucking need any of that shit. And also, by the way, Christianity was the excuse given for slavery. Christianity was the excuse given for the oppression of women. Christianity was the excuse given for the oppression of gay people. Christianity is the excuse currently given for the oppression of trans people. Christianity is the excuse given for colonization. Christianity is the excuse given for genocide. Christianity has been the excuse for lots of things that are fucking horrible. And all you can say about it is that they were doing Christianity wrong, which goes back to the initial thing of you deciding what parts of the Bible are literal and what parts are poetic. It's just your vibes, because the same people read the Bible and draw the curse of Ham and said we need to enslave Africans because God commands it, when the secession, articles of secession from the state of Texas, when they joined the Confederacy, specifically states that the enslavement of Africans is the will of God and any good Christian nation would uphold it. These were all Christians. The KKK were Christians. The Nazis were Christians. The Lord's Resistance Army are Christians. All of these organizations are Christians. And the best you've got is that they're the wrong kinds of Christians and they should read the Bible like you. Meanwhile, us over here in our evil atheist secular worldview, we reasoned this shit out and we actually made it work in a way that's logically and ethically consistent. You can't say that for yourself because, again, you fall back on divine command theory, which is slavery is wrong unless God says to do it, as he does several times in the Bible. So here we are, Matt's at the end of the call. I'm not really interested in going on any further because it sounds like you're just in this loop. I encourage you to call somebody who knows the Bible better than me and actually think about the shit you're saying and learn why saying that without Christianity you'd be living in a mud hut slaughtering people is a white supremacist dog whistle and a Nazi ideology. Talk to you later, man.
Well,
Which call would you like to take next?
I can't get over without Christian. We only have Trump because we're losing Christianity. Are you fucking kidding me? The dude who got up on stage and told the fucking congregation, if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again because I'm going to make this country so Christian. The first president with a fucking faith advisor. You think we're moving away from Christianity with that? Come on.
I think you have to be pretty blind to the history of the rest of the world to think that modern morality only comes from Western European Christianity. I mean, I don't even think most major apologists would say that. I really don't. It's a pretty big statement.
No. That's what I was getting at the very end there. Like, is that Charlie Kirk line of like white Christians are the reason why we have this fucking culture. He didn't say white, but he meant white. Like that is a fucking white supremacist dog whistle. The idea that Christianity specifically created Western culture as we know it, which is now responsible for the morality of the world, ignoring how it got there. Why is Christianity such a global power? Because of genocide. It's because of colonialism. It's because of racism. It's because of all the things that Christianity teaches when you aren't paying attention, and you aren't trying to nitpick the way that Matt's was. Just blech.
Not to mention that it's like, you can tie it to a lot of Western success because these countries were successful and they were also Christian. To tie it explicitly to Christianity is to ignore all of the other successful empires which reached similar heights and accomplished similar things and expressly were not Christian, right? I mean, it's like, I don't know. Again, like, it's a history thing for me, dog. Like, you gotta crack open the AP World History exam study guides and get to work.
Shout out to Happy Bunny Butt, great username in the chat, who said, "Don't forget ableism. All disabled siblings with mental illnesses or physical deformities being branded as possessed by demons and forced to endure exorcisms." Absolutely right. And also, women with opinions. That whole thing. But I think we're doing good to just keep going down the line. We've got 4 calls left. We have one person who wants to talk about genetic diversity, one person who wants to talk about social Darwinism, one person who wants to talk about MAGA, and one person who wants to talk about gender ideology. This sounds like a great lineup.
I think we have a great lineup, and I actually think that we can do 2 of these theoretically quickly, but we'll see if that actually hashes out.
You're talking about number 28 and number 23, number 33?
Yes. No.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Yes.
Yeah, 28 and 33 I think will be pretty quick. Okay, so you just want to jump right into
to that end. Yeah, 26 I actually think we can do pretty quick too. It depends. It depends on the feedback. We'll see. Let's
I think you're absolutely right. The follow-up question could be powerful. Let's talk to Holly. Pronoun she, her, calling in from Nipple Clamps, who wants to talk about genetic diversity. Holly, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hi. I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Good.
I feel like you do a lot of emotional labor in this show.
We're doing better now. We're doing better now than
it's going to be a much better call.
Cool. Yeah, so I can I just shout out hi to Lux. I think it is very cool, and thank you for being here so late.
I love you.
Anyway. Yeah, so sorry, I am nervous not about you guys so much as I'm on the internet, and I don't do that.
It's a terrible place to be.
Yeah.
You're not on the internet. This is a 3-person conversation. Ain't no one else here.
Great. Okay, cool. Okay, so a little bit of background. I have been deconstructing my very conservative, very supernaturalist, apocalyptic Christian faith for about 3 years. I grew up in a very fundamentalist, very conservative Christian home. I went to a private Christian school where I was taught creationism in my high school biology class. My dad is the chairman, or was for probably close to 2 decades, of a local creationism chapter.
Oh, goodness.
Also a holding organic chemist. So, it's been an interesting life I've had. Anyway, so as I have been enjoying your content, Erika, thank you so much for leaving your archive of videos up for probably longer than you would want people to watch them. And
some of those older ones are pretty tough.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're getting something out of them.
Very much. Also, Dan from Creation Myths has been really, his content's really helpful.
Oh,
but,
I'll tell him you said that. He'll love to hear that.
I have, been trying to figure out, I feel like conceptually the big hang up for me, and I totally defer to all of your expertise and your arguments and all of that, but I'm still hung up on this concept of how does a population get enough new mutations quickly enough that it doesn't just always inbreed and die, if it is isolated from the majority population. Like, I'm also looking at sort of the situations that we're coming up against in conservation issues and in climate change issues, where like most of cheetahs are genetically siblings, and they're probably going to stop existing, which is very sad. And so, like, okay, but at some point, like, you have, I'm probably using this term wrong, but like founder effect, where you have some amount of very isolated species with highly inbred population that doesn't end up dying and ends up diversifying in some ways. So like, what's the critical mass for this population can make it through the bottleneck, and this population is just gonna die?
Yeah, that's a great question. Forrest, you want to start or you want me to?
I'm actually looking up a thing that I can show her, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So the wonderful thing about speciation is that it doesn't require a founder effect to actually occur, right? Like, populations still change and still evolve over time in and of themselves. Yes, founder effects can happen. You're familiar with what the founder effect is, but for those in the audience who may not know, the founder effect is a type of genetic drift, put very brutally, where effectively you have a smaller population split off from a larger one, and alleles or traits that were previously a smaller ratio, perhaps in this example, in the larger population, now make up a larger percentage of the population in the smaller subset. That allows them to proliferate, and any new mutations that emerge while this new population is establishing itself, they can more quickly fix in the population and maybe more quickly lead to the emergence of a new species. But that isn't necessarily how speciation always happens. You can have cladogenesis, where you've got a new clade split off from another one, or you can have anagenesis, which is where one lineage just kind of continues to evolve. We were talking earlier in the show, Holly, about how quickly a mutation can actually fix in a population depending on its fitness benefit. The example that I gave was from Endless Forms Most Beautiful. I think you probably heard us talking about that. Did you? Let me check.
I don't think you said the name of the book before. You said it was Endless Forms Most Beautiful.
Yes, this book right here, Endless Forms Most Beautiful by Sean Carroll.
I won't be able to.
It's a really good one.
30 seconds, but I'll look when it's available.
Yes, and I will tell you the page number here any second once I find it, if I can find it. But the idea is that sorry, go ahead.
No, carry on.
I was just going to say the actual mathematics behind this are less, as I read out earlier, are less complicated than you might think. The page that you want, oops, that's the wrong one. That's on pelvic spikes in sticklebacks, which is, it's also really cool, but not quite what I'm looking for. I'll keep looking and while I'm talking to you. But basically, the idea is that mutations are the raw engine of evolution, and mutations are fortunately always happening within populations. When mutations emerge, they may have, Jesus, Forrest, that is so much food. Mutations may have positive effects, they may have negative effects, they may be completely neutral. Most of the time, they're completely neutral. Whether they're positive or negative is completely dependent on the population. And if they're positive, as I mentioned in that example earlier, even if it's a very slight fitness benefit, it becomes super easy for that individual with that fitness edge to just purely on the basis of mathematics here. And this has been, I should be clear, this has been modeled on real world populations, right? So this isn't just theoretical. This was originally put forward by the PopGen guys in the early 1900s, Sewell, Haldane, and Fisher. And these guys basically modeled real world populations as they were changing to understand how traits move forward and how they proliferate or how they vanish from the population. So PopGen is like a very real, solid, mathematical, statistically backed idea. That equation that I gave is rooted in real world populations, and it shows us how quickly beneficial traits can move to fixation within a population. So take that into account when we're talking about the founder effect. You've got a much smaller population with a beneficial characteristic. It's super easy for a trait to move and become the dominant trait within that subset of the population because there's just fewer individuals. As for the problem with inbreeding, inbreeding is an issue, but it isn't as much of an issue in lots of different populations of critters as it tends to get a reputation for within humans. And part of that is because we're just very social species, and social species have sort of an extra ick factor when it comes to accidentally mating with relatives. It's really interesting when you look at dispersal patterns and like social primates. It's very consistent across the board. But I guess the bottom line
already
is
quite inbred, so it kind of exacerbates it.
right, exactly, right. It's especially important to remember that when we're talking about the evolution of characteristics here, we're thinking of evolution as this very slow and plodding process because we ourselves are like really long-lived, slow breeding in comparison to a lot of other animals, critters who take a long time to gestate and have a high mortality rate in our kids. Most animals are not like us, right? Most animals are having many offspring all at the same time, and none of those offspring are assuming we're talking about like a frog or something like that. Those offspring aren't all identical to one another. Each of them has their own genetic variation within them, giving evolution's engine of mutation and then natural selection even more of an opportunity to act upon variation within groups. Does that make sense so far?
It does make sense conceptually. I think I will probably enjoy reading the actual like documentation myself.
Yeah. Let me give you some page numbers while Forrest talks to you next.
Yeah, I've been over here trying to find my goddamn equations. So a couple things just to keep in mind. Number one is that I have a shit ton of food now. But my number one, when we talk about like population size, effective population size is really the important thing. So it's not just like
That's
how
true.
many things are there. Effective population size is the size of like an ideal population, a subset of that population, which would experience the same rate of genetic drift within themselves as like the whole real population. So when you're calculating things about like selection and like how these things can survive, you're not necessarily talking about like the whole body. You're just talking about like how many of these motherfuckers can experience this kind of process themselves. I think it's a effective population size for humans is like 8,000, and we have like 8 billion people on this planet. It's a stupidly small number. But that is also because we're very inbred. Point is, when you're talking about this stuff, it's important to remember that like if you were to say when you talk about inbreeding, the biggest problem with inbreeding is that you increase recessive recessive homozygosity, which is usually going to cause a lethal mutation, right? But you're talking about genetic drift, shuffling shit around. Eventually, that's going to get out of there. That's going to breed out. And if you have enough genetic drift, you're going to almost certainly end up with dominant homozygosity. And so, like, you kind of avoid that problem as long as you have a big enough population to start with. It just doesn't have to be as scary as it sounds. I was looking up things, and I found this cheat sheet of equations. If people are into equations, here you've got ECU of Hardy-Weinberg, and you've got inbreeding coefficients here. And then, like, here's migration, here's heterozygosity under genetic drift. Here's how you can compare allele frequency. Here's Breeder's equation. Like, I'm trying to find the right one. That's what I've been digging through over here to try to find what the fuck I'm supposed to be referencing.
So, Holly, the pages when you get a hold of this book, and this is an older text, but I just finished rereading it, and it holds up really well, actually. The pages are going to be 244 to 245, and Carol begins with the short answer to the question, how much of a difference matters, is that natural selection requires a surprisingly small difference in relative success between two forms to work. This difference may often be imperceptible or nearly immeasurable in the field, but it is sufficient to favor the evolution of one form over another. Then he goes into talking about population genetics, and he gives the equation that I gave earlier and walks through an example with mice, which have been, their population genetics have been measured before. What's really cool about this, and I've said this to Forrest earlier as well, is that it's like 0.1%, or rather 1%, 0.01 as a decimal is like really low. a lot of characteristics are going to offer a fitness benefit that is greater than that. Think about the original mutation that gave some of the first Cambrian or Eacaran animals eye spots, right? All it does is tell you the difference between light and shadow. All it is an opsin or whatever that's detecting the difference between light and shadow. And yet, if you're a critter that's at risk of being preyed upon by something else, you can sense the shadow of that animal as it grows closer to you, potentially waiting to attack and devour you. That is a massive fitness benefit. And that individual, in all likelihood, is going to survive. And then every one of their offspring, and we're talking about really, really early animals here who are giving birth to or laying about a gazillion eggs. Every single one of those offspring is going to have that characteristic. Saltationary changes like that, while rare, are very quick. This is like the punctuated equilibrium side of evolution. So you can think of that with a lot of different major characteristics that we've seen and managed to track down like at the genetic level. Sean Carroll and Neil Shubin both wrote these books around the same time. Shubin was writing Your Inner Fish at the same time Carroll was writing Endless Forms, and he was also writing The Making of the Fittest. And these guys talk endlessly about limb development and the Hox genes that are prevalent then and how are present during limb development, and like the exact precise genetic switches that turn on and off. And none of them require any new information. It's all an elaboration on a previous form. A limb is just an adapted fin. A fin is just an adapted body segment, right? Like it's really incredible to see. So I would recommend these books if you want to see like Scrift get walked through some of these examples. But I can appreciate that if it takes a little bit of time to let some of these equations sink in.
I mean, I feel like the biggest part of letting the equations sink in is that I have not taken a math class in about 13 years.
Evolution math is basic algebra. Evolution math is
really
algebra. Like I showed that cheat sheet of mine over here on the screen, and like Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium, literally if you know how to FOIL, you got it. You know what I mean? And like most of these are just like that. Some of these signs are kind of cute, scary. Like this delta just means change. You know what I mean? So change in allele frequency is easy to understand.
Okay.
So
yeah,
the example you heard this already when I said it before, but like this is as simple as it is, right? There's a 1% benefit fitness wise. That's your selection coefficient. So you just take that and incorporate it into the equation that the book gives you with your population size, so the number of mice that you're talking about, the selection coefficient, and you're solving for time to see how long it takes for that individual characteristic, given its fitness benefit, to take over. And all it is again, 2 divided by s natural log of 2n, where n is the number of individuals in the population and ln is your natural log. Plug and chug. Piece of cake, right? Like you can do it with a calculator. My calculator has an ln button on it, right? So your natural log button, easy peasy. And you can do that with any characteristic as long as you have the selection coefficient for it, or the estimated selection coefficient, and figure out how long it would actually take.
I still have my old you can TI-83 calculator, so
yeah, perfect.
I think I have my calculator over here. It's in my backpack, but I have the simple one that I had in high school. It's easy. You don't need anything fancy.
You don't need a Texas instrument for this.
I feel like I'm still not really getting and maybe it's the effective population size, because I feel like part of the problem that I'm trying to solve in my brain is like, if we take the really cool technologies that are being developed by, and I cannot remember the name of the company right now, but the people who made the woolly mice and the quote unquote dire wolves, and use that in conservation, like how much genetic diversity do we need to put into the cheetah population for it to still exist in 2 decades? Like, and to actually not die out. Like, I guess that's kind of also the question is like, even from a artificial selection sort of or whatever we want to call this, genetic engineering standpoint, like how would this work?
So think about what the risk is of low genetic diversity. The major risk of having low diversity in a population is that you are at risk of, like, if pathogens come into the equation, or if the environment changes, you are at risk of the population not being able to withstand it because some individual doesn't have the characteristic needed to go the distance, right? A natural immunity or a heat tolerance or a cold tolerance or whatever. But populations don't have a set amount of variation that they then run down the clock on. Variation can, and in fact is, reintroduced into populations. Humans underwent a bottleneck. We actually gone through a couple of different bottlenecks, and we're still here. So the cheetahs absolutely can recover. They are not doomed to extinction. And likewise, if we so desired, it is theoretically possible to start trying to, although I think it's very irresponsible to do until we have our own, like, living biosphere safely under control and, like, in recovery, we could probably bring back at least some kind of facsimiles of other extinct organisms and slowly start to introduce variation back into their population, not even by genetic tinkering, but just by protecting them, letting them move and shake, generate mutations over time, and proliferate. Right? That's why we're still here. We underwent a huge bottleneck, but then with enough time and enough survival, like, enough luck, I should say, we managed to accrue enough diversity back into our population to be robust enough to, like I said earlier, go the distance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that question you asked of, like, what is the risk of low genetic diversity is actually really important for, like, helping me understand how I was thinking about this poorly. Okay, one more question that is only tangentially related. So sorry if this is kind of out of left field, but I'm an artisan by trade, so I do a lot with textiles. I spin yarn. I process raw fleece. I also do some amount of carpentry, although still very novice with that. And I professionally make stained glass. And so I'm wondering, like, other than fundraising, because selling stained glass is hard enough without, like, trying to do it for a cause. Is there anything you guys can think of that I could particularly use my skills as an artisan to support conservation efforts?
I would say make art. I'd say make art for the critters that you like. People love that. I actually know a guy, gosh, I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head. He studies endocranial volumes, but I follow him on Blue Sky, and he does stained glass. Zach Crawford, that's who it is. He studies, or he does stained glass of gibbons, and they're awesome. And he brings some of them to the ABAs every year, and they go into the student auction, which is really cool. And I never win them because they're awesome, and they always end up being really expensive. But, like, making a piece of art, like, what does art do? Art draws attention to a subject, any subject. Make stained glass of the animals that you want to do a cause for, and then if you want, you can auction off the pieces themselves. But just make the act of creation in the name of those critters does a lot more than you think. I've seen some, I mean, from the sort of number side of things, I've seen some pieces do serious numbers online when people are, like, making art for a specific cause, because art, and this is why AI art always shits the bed and no one cares about it or likes it at all, is because it doesn't have a soul to it. There's no heart to it.
Yeah.
It's not made for any purpose. Whereas humans, when we make art, we do it because from the humble shit post to the most glorious cathedral, we make art because we're trying to say something. So I think that in and of itself, I think you should, do some stained glass of the critters that you love. I know this is going to be shocking to people because I've only had, like, 8 water bottles tonight and a beer, but I have to pee again, so I'll be back.
Yeah,
It's nice to meet you.
As a
Erika.
professional content creator, I'm biased. I would say, as a professional content creator, I'm biased, but I would say record your process. Like, say I'm gonna make this fucking dope ass stained glass thing of a whale jumping out of the water all majestic and shit, and record every bit of you doing that, and then, like, narrate it, voice over it, do, like, intersections where you're like, okay, so this is what I've done so far, and this is what I'm gonna do next, and here's my process, and this didn't work, and so I'm gonna try this instead and struggle with it, and, like, tell a story of how you made this thing and show every bit of it and make it very personal. Upload that video to YouTube or TikTok and say, if you want to save the whales, this one is available on my website. The auction is on this site, and the proceeds go to this whale conservation effort. And next week, I'm going to do this really cool fucking desert scene, and we're going to be donating to this desert conservation fund the proceeds if you buy it on my website. And I would do it that way. Incorporate the content into the auction, not only to drive the auction up, but also to increase your notoriety so you can keep doing cool shit like that.
I will think about it.
It's a pretty cool thing to do, dude. Pretty cool thing. Look up. There's a great content creator. His name is Michael Cthulhu, all one word. And he's here on YouTube. He's just this jovial Irish dude who's a welder, and he makes these big, ridiculous fantasy swords. And he does like one a fucking like 6 months because he's famous for doing this. And so he'll get a commission. Someone's like, hey, I want you to make this huge thing. Lord knows how much they pay him. And then he just makes this one video where he makes this one ridiculous ass sword. And that one video is like an hour and a half long, and he shows every step of it. And that pays his bills. He's huge on YouTube for doing this. You can do the same thing with stained glass and donate the proceeds. All right, instead of this one as a commission, I made this, and now I'm going to auction it off on my website, and here's the proceeds. Or maybe you do get commission. The American Heart Association asked me to make this, and now we're going to do that. And you know, we're going to auction off, and all the proceeds of this video and of this thing go to the AHA. That'd be a dope channel. I would watch the shit out of that.
Well, if in some alternate universe version of me, I decide that I want to be famous on the internet, I will definitely call back and tell you.
Hey, you should give it a try. It sucks, but like it's a lot of fun for what it is.
Tell it harder.
You'll love it. No, you'll love it. Trust me.
If you have
no negatives, no
thick
downsides.
skin, yeah. If you have a really thick skin and you don't mind sexual harassment and you want to lean into the imposter syndrome, and if you are simultaneously have zero self-esteem and immeasurable self-esteem at the same time, all the time, you'd be great on the internet. That's the market for you.
Yeah.
No, I think I one of those.
You'll be great.
No,
you'll love it.
Yeah. Just do it. Don't look back. Wear shoes at all times, though. That's important. Don't ever take your
shoes at all times. At all times.
All times.
That is,
yes.
That is out there.
You don't need a wiki page, trust me.
Internet. So have fun trying to find those, y'all. Anyway, thank you so much for taking my call. I hope you don't stay up until like 4 a.m. If for no other reluctant sake. Enjoy all of your delightful snacky bounties, and maybe we will talk again. Good night.
Most definitely.
Call back once you have
See you
your
later, bye.
channel. Thank you, Ollie. Hey, what'd you get for dinner?
So there's a Irish pub here in town called Kilkenny's, one of our favorite places, and it recently popped up on DoorDash. So I got 2 things. One of them is this Dublin coddle, which is just a heaping pile of sausages, rashers, potatoes, carrots, and cabbages, which comes with horseradish and spicy mustard on the side. And then this other box is this Irish meatloaf with crispy onions and mashed potatoes and green beans. And then this one over here is bread pudding.
Brother, all due respect, that is an ungodly amount of food. You
about 6 pounds. About 6 pounds of food.
You get the king's feast of food. Sorry if you hear any if the audience hears any heavy breathing, it's because I have a little bit of a dog right here. She's trying to hang out with us, so she's hanging. Yeah, she says hey. I know you're on the line, Ted. She says hello. Look at those big bottom canines, you freak. What do we got? What's our next call? Oh, wait, I know what our next call is. Actually, I know what it is.
Yeah, let's talk too. We got 2 atheists left. First up, we've got Patrick, who's waiting for 3.5 hours.
Holy
Patrick calling in from novice yodelers. They're getting there. They got the yodel-ahies, but not quite the who's yet. who wants to talk about social Darwinism. Patrick, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today? I'm going to eat this meatloaf first. It's hot.
Yeah, fine. How are you doing?
Never had a bad day,
We
dude.
are doing superbly.
I've been given Irish foods. I'm happy.
What's up, Patrick? Tell us about social Darwinism. What about it? Patrick, hello? Oh, there you are. Okay. I lost you for a second.
Oh, so how come survival of the fittest can't be applied to humans for?
It can
Because survival
be,
of the
but
fittest
it
isn't
probably
evolution.
shouldn't be. But that's actually that's a good point. But it also shouldn't be applied to humans. Ernst Haeckel tried to do so, and Herbert Spencer was the one who coined that phrase. That phrase doesn't come from Darwin.
Yeah, survival of the fittest isn't how evolution works. Evolution is about reproduction of the okayest. And there have been biologists and non-biologists alike in the past who tried to apply Darwinian theory to societies and to races, and believed that races were real things, and that strong races will survive and weaker races will die off and all that stuff. And they missed a couple of things. Number one, they didn't know shit about human evolution. We already covered earlier on the show. I don't know if you're listening, but we learned all about how race is not a biological construct and how perceived racial differences and abilities and whatnot just aren't really a thing. And also, to think that way requires you to be rooted in ethnocentrism. You have to have the erroneous belief that your culture is somehow the best way to be a human, which just doesn't make any fucking sense. And then most importantly, we don't actually know the outcomes. When we try selective breeding on humans, it doesn't go the way that we think it does, and it takes like several human lifetimes to make any noticeable differences. It's just not a good system. It just sucks.
Well, I think
Patrick, does
if
that
you
answer your
have
question?
more education and more ability to work and stuff, that you're more likely to survive than someone who doesn't.
Not if you live in a good society.
If you have more education and more money, then you're more likely to survive than someone who doesn't.
No. If you live in a decent society, you will have the equal amount of survival, no matter what. You might be richer, you might be more popular, you might have more fun, but surviving, not an issue, no matter your level of education or whatever else like that. Also, education has nothing to do with social Darwinism. Social Darwinism is about inherent traits, things you're born with.
Well, Patrick, does that answer your question? Did we lose him? Okay, no, he's thinking.
Well, how is it true about animals, but not true about humans?
What? What part of anything that I've said? Did you hear me a minute ago when I said the survival of the fittest isn't actually how evolution works? That's just a catchphrase that people use. Survival of the fittest. So when we say fit in evolution, it doesn't mean like strong or anything like that. It means you fit well into your niche in your environment. You play the role of your environment well. That's what that means. So survival of the fittest is just saying whichever population is working best in its environment will survive. It doesn't mean like big, strong, fast, smart, wealthy, good looking, things like that. That doesn't really apply. I guess maybe sexual selection with good looking, but like
to that end, right? It's not even necessarily their survival, it's their reproduction, right? You touched on that earlier, but it's like it's reproduction of the okayest. It's persistence, genetic persistence of the okayest. So, and that would happen in humans. Theoretically, it happened in our ancestors. But the thing is we do live in civilizations now, and any civilization worth its salt is going to ensure that people don't die off, just because they're having they're injured and they can't work or something along those lines. What have you? Insert misfortune here. But the thing about society also is that people like to reproduce. We like to hang out with each other. We like to have sex. We like to have families and be friends and all that kind of stuff. And so reproduction ends up happening. And so there ends up being a very little, if at all, differential between how many, the opportunities to reproduce amongst the rich and the poor, the good workers and the bad workers. Add to that the fact that it takes humans forever to reproduce.
We're really bad at it. And also, even the ones of us that are child free, we still improve the fitness of the overall society.
True.
Because indirect fitness is a thing. Direct fitness is the fitness of you and your direct offspring for 2 generations. Indirect fitness is how you also benefit the survivability and reproduction of other members of your society. So, I'm never having kids, but I do my work, make society a little bit better for children to happen and be surviving and educated and eating and stuff. Hopefully, that's what I'm trying to do anyway. So I'm still improving the overall fitness of humanity by being a science communicator. That's the idea anyway.
Does that answer your question, Patrick?
I feel like it takes a really long time for you to say things. And I can't tell if you're inebriated or if you're using a voice changer or if you're just waiting for ChatGPT to tell you what to say next.
You might be sleepy too. It's possible. When I'm sleepy, it takes me a while to respond.
Might just be sleepy.
If you're sleepy, dude, take a nap and call back next time we're on. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Did we answer your questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Hell
cool,
yeah.
perfect.
All right, get
Thank
some
you.
rest, Patrick. Bye.
Is that how a voice changer works?
A voice changer, usually you can tell there's a significant delay usually with a voice changer, but I think he sounded like he was either dead asleep or inebriated. He was just intoxicated in some way.
I feel like it's possible that he was straight snoozing while he was waiting for us to take the call, and then we took the call, and then he was like, but I don't know. You would think that by the end of the call he would have been woken up by then. He was pretty tired the whole time, which makes me think that he might have been drunk.
I was waiting for him just to say some Nazi shit and hang up like a troll call, but he waited 3.5 hours, so who knows? I didn't want to be rude, but
that is dedicated. Yeah, when
my hackles are raised.
I was alert as well. I think it was maybe my second or third time on SkepTalk. I was still a guest host, and some guy called in, and he was really nice at the beginning, and then he was just started spouting slurs at AK-47 speed, and I did not know how to react.
Yep.
Thankfully, I can't remember who was producing for me that day, but we just booted him. But it was I did not like that at all, and he waited for 45 minutes or something like that.
Yep.
So
they're persistent. If it's a troll,
happen.
I'm amazed by trolls have no fucking life. They will wait forever. We've got our last call of the night.
Let's do it.
We got our last call of the night. It's Jerry, pronouns he, him, calling in all the way from Ireland, who wants to ask about gender ideology. Jerry, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you today?
Jerry, no. Please say you're there. Jerry, Forrest is eating the food of your homeland. You have to talk to us.
If your phone is asleep, we can't hear you. So tap your phone to wake it up and make sure that that's happening, and then we might be able to hear you.
Jerry, Forrest wanted to tell you, but the rashers.
We lost Jerry. Jerry
That's
hung
a
up.
big ripperoni.
Can we open the line up for Jerry to see if he can call it back in?
He might call back in.
Jerry waited for 2 hours.
Yeah, I feel like he might.
I turned it back on.
Oh,
Jerry,
yeah.
Jerry, can you call it back in?
Fucking Christ!
Oh my God!
People are saying Seinfeld theme. I
just want to point out Luxander turned it back on. Luxander opened a line, and in the moment that they opened that line, we got 7 calls. So I
saw that happen in real time too. That was crazy.
Okay, I see Jerry there calling about gender. I'm going to put Jerry back. Jerry, can you hear us?
Hello, did that work?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, you have
We hear
me.
you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just saying I'm on my day off. I'm enjoying the sunshine.
I don't blame you for that one.
So
bit.
So you can rest assured anyway. You're safe with me. I don't hang out under bridges, so you're not going to get any hang up and streams of invectives here.
Good.
If I have, can I give a comment about some of the earlier callers and some of the argumentation?
Shoot.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to me that there's often an unwillingness to differentiate between arguments and conclusions. So, for example, the theist argument from universal morality seems utterly illogical to me, because it's essentially saying, I don't like the conclusion of your argument, therefore your argument is impossible, it just has the whole thing backwards.
It's argument from adverse consequences fallacy, yeah.
I'm a big fan of both of your work, but Erika in particular. I remember my school. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it's a fever dream or something. But when I was 14, I think Kent Hovind came to my school in Ireland, and while our PhD biology teacher sat in the corner scowling, he delivered an almost, his script, an almost unchanged, and this is probably, God,
I
30
know
years
in
ago,
my deepest
the
heart of
same
hearts,
thing.
I would put every dime in my bank account that his script is unchanged from then to now. Like, thematically unchanged. I bet he's using some of the same verbatim zingers. Love that for him. The fact Kent Hovind is still kicking too. That's crazy.
It is, yeah.
So to broaden the point more, more interestingly, I think the frustrating thing is that when you're talking to somebody like that, there's a kind of apologist mindset. So I understand his rationale. He's convinced of a truth, and he is essentially fishing for souls. He thinks this is the good thing. I need to convince people of it. I'm sure of it. So it doesn't matter what argument I make. I think his arguments are silly and bad, but he thinks that he's engaged in something moral. So I'm a very skeptical person. I have a degree in philosophy, and I like to approach things from a very, like, for example, I've probably been an atheist since I've ever been able to think about the issue. The whole people born in India are Hindus and devout and good, and people born in Ireland were Catholic and devout and good, well, goodish, as you might say. That was one of the first arguments. But now, I suppose I'm, what do they call it? A connectivist. I just don't believe that there is any connection between a supernatural realm and this one. It's a rarely expressed argument, but when I see somebody praying, I can't, well, I mean, I can't know it in the same way that I know, in an absolute truth. But as well as I can know anything, I know there is nothing happening. They are not on the telephone to God. It's a ludicrous idea, or it seems ludicrous to me. And the moment you express it, it seems like that's true. But anyway, so I rang in to ask you about gender and what's your view about how much of gender is practical and biological, and how much of it is ideological in the current argument.
Could you elaborate a little bit on exactly what you mean? Because I can tell you what gender is and like the framework of it and everything, but I might miss your point.
Well, it seems to me like there's an idea, which is that gender is however you present. And I'm totally happy with that. And then there's an idea that sex is how you're born, is your could, would, will, or did produce gametes of a large or a small size. So you could say there's the boy-girl issue, and then there's the dress and presentation issue. And I'm just wondering why there's so much contention about this.
Yeah, so I can just give you a little crash course really quickly. So like sex and gender are different things. Sex refers to anatomical, physiological, phenotypical characteristics of males, females, and intersex people. So we're talking about hormones, gonads, genitalia, whatever the case may be. Those are all chromosomes go into there. Gender refers to the socially constructed characteristics of men, women, girls, boys, and non-binary people. And so this is what we're talking about, relationships with one another, behaviors, dress is a thing you talk about, jobs, like all these different things, as well as a little bit of self-perception. Gender identity is a little bit different because gender identity refers to like how someone actually perceives themselves, and very often even I will conflate gender and gender identity together just for the sake of talking about these things. And so it's really important to remember when we talk about like what's biological versus ideological or whatever like that, what we're actually drawing a distinction between is like what's physiological and what's sociological. So sex is a biological construct. Sex is a biological thing. It is a multivariate system made up of lots of different factors. Not a single one of those factors is solely determinant of the outcome of the system. Not a single one of those factors has only two options. It's a very complicated business. And then over there, you've got gender, which is a social construct. It's something that we...
I have a question there.
Yeah.
As I understand it, all mammalian bodies are built to either potentially or previously, or if they're not damaged or obstructed in some way, to produce large or small gametes. So I would say, yes, of course, we're a very complicated species and there are multivariant issues, but the complexity does not necessarily mean we can't have a binary outcome at the end. Are you saying different?
Yes, I am, and I will explain why. But let me finish this last really quick thing.
Okay, please.
The really quick thing that I just wanted to put in there is that gender is sociological. However, that does not mean that it isn't scientific. A lot of people will say that there's nothing biological about gender, and that's not true. We do see neurological, I should say, not neurological because that refers to disease, but like neuroscientific, neuroarchitectural, I don't know, and also endocrinological bases of gender. We don't have it all mapped out yet, but just because it's sociological doesn't mean it isn't biological. Biological things are the things that do sociology. You know what I mean? They're the things that have social structures.
Okay, well,
rocks tend to not.
I'd be interested to dig into where we agree and where we might disagree on that issue as well. So can we look at the first one? So my contention
I just
is
wanted to make sure that was out of the way, because I
although
didn't want anyone
multivariable
taking
and
that as saying,
complicated, that ultimately the result is binary.
So if you want to say that like sex as a functional thing is binary, sure, probably. You know, the whole gamete thing. When we're talking about mammals, at least, you know, there's plenty of other species out there that don't have a binary in gametes, but like whatever. If we're talking about just mammals, especially, let's just make it super simple. We're just talking about humans. If we're talking about functionality and you want to try to pin that down as a super duper binary thing, maybe why not? But that's simply not how we actually classify humans in any real regard. What we're talking about with sex is not usually really gametes. Gametes is one way that we talk about sex. In the same way that, like, we talk about species, whether or not they can reproduce to produce fertile offspring is one way that we classify species, not the only way, not arguably the most useful way in a lot of times. And also, there is no real such thing as a species. It's just a label, right? Same thing with sex. Like I said, sex is a multivariate thing. There's lots of different pieces that go into it. And not a single one of those pieces reliably, consistently always determines the total outcome. And not a single one of those pieces has only two options. And so what you end up with is two general modes of this whole distribution with a continuum of variation in the middle. And what a lot of people will try to do is say, okay, well, if it's not gametes, it's development. And like you're developing to produce either this gamete or that gamete. But that also doesn't only have two options.
You know, I don't want to say that.
Now, I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, this is usually how the argument tends to run down.
What I want to say here, Forrest, is that you might caricature me or as some kind of an essentialist. So I would say that I don't know a lot about you, Forrest, or about Erika, but I can say that in your genetic history, you have a father and a mother. You are the result of a sperm and an egg. And there are consequences in the body of the people who produce those sperm and eggs. Mm-hmm. So, and those differences, those sex differences, are totally different from gender. I'm perfectly happy. We can talk about gender after, but I think we're taking it the right approach here. But we're starting with sex, and I just want to push back on your the world's a spectrum here notion. I want to slightly challenge you by saying, okay, I understand that when we get to secondary characteristics and things like that, but you said that species and sex are similar. I want to say no.
I said they're comparable.
Species and sex are dissimilar, and here's my reason: is because while you can have tigers and lions, famously, that and different kinds of snake that are different species and whatnot. The simple case is, as far as I understand it, the number of people who truly have ever been observed as having both the possibility or the observed potential to have both ovaries and testes are vanishingly small. So we have people disagree with people who have DSDs and whatnot. People disagree with the numbers and whatnot. But as far as I understand it, the number of people who have differences of sexual development who truly fall right in the center are vanishingly tiny. And that with, say, Turner syndrome or Klinefelter syndrome or any of the various inabilities to absorb or deal with androgen hormones or female hormones, that nonetheless the result falls into the binary. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying, and I have two major issues with it. So number one, it's important to point out, and I know you did say this already, so I appreciate you doing that. But just to reiterate, we are only talking about sex, so none of this has anything to do with gender, which is what you called in about. And I'm happy to continue. I just want to make sure, because a lot of people will conflate transgender and intersex people, and that's not necessary. You talked about DSDs.
And I mean, I want to say here that we're the argument that I'm trying to avoid is the one that says there are differences in sex. Sex is a spectrum, therefore gender is a spectrum. I don't want to put the cart before the horse in that situation.
Right.
So I'm challenging that
I appreciate
from
that.
the initial sex point of view. Now I'll shut up and you can talk. Sorry,
that's
there's a
perfect.
slight delay on the line.
I appreciate you.
Trying not to talk over you.
You're just fine. I appreciate you reiterating, because that is the key point that I want to make sure everybody's clear on as well. So while we're just talking about sex here, you mentioned DSDs. So like these are differences in sexual development. Some people also call them disorders of sexual development. But these are what produce intersex conditions, right? And it's important to remember, intersex is not a third sex. No one claims this. But what it is it shows a lot of variation, where if you try to pin down sex as chromosomal or as anatomy or as gonads or as, gametes or whatever, there's going to be a situation where you end up having to bring somebody into this fold that you didn't intend to. You mentioned that people disagree on the numbers, and you're right. The most prevalent number is by Anne Fausto Sterling. About 1.7% of the global population is what she came up with. The competing number is by Leonard Sachs, and it's 0.018% of the population. And a lot of people bring that up as an argument. The difference is Leonard Sachs specifically said that the reason that he came up with that number was by excluding any intersex condition where you didn't have a mismatch between chromosomal configuration and phenotypic presentation, or some sort of like super ambiguous genitalia, where you truly just can't tell from physical examination just with your naked eye. And that leaves out a lot of people who we would all agree are intersex. And so, like, you mentioned like Klinefelter syndrome and whatnot. Like, that's a lot of people in there. What's the other one?
Well, that's where I want to go next.
Yeah, and so, and we will get there. And so, this is the reason why, like, even the UN accepts the 1.7% figure. But it doesn't really matter which one you go to, because whichever figure you're talking about at somewhere between hundreds of thousands to hundreds of millions of people that don't really fall into these very neat little boxes. And typically, what we're taught in biomed is that you're just going to go off of either just face value, superficial phenotypic sex, or you're going to do some sort of cluster categorization, where it's like, okay, well, they got these genitals and these chromosomes, and that's good enough for me. We're going to call them this, yeah? And you make a lot of mistakes that way, and there's a huge issue with, like, intersex kids and, like, how they're treated and how they're operated on. That's a whole other bag of worms I'm not trying to get into. The point is, by embracing this variation and accepting that sex is necessarily talking about individuals, it's not talking about a categorization system. We are talking about human beings. When you look at the total diversity of the human population, and you look at each of these individuals and treat them as individuals, it becomes increasingly impossible to say that there are two discrete, exclusive boxes that every single one of 8 billion people fall into. Does that make sense?
I understand your argument. I understand your point of view. However, I would say that, for example, if we look at just to be clear, my goal here is to say that sex is distinct from gender, and to get past the argument that sex is a spectrum, therefore gender is a spectrum. So I essentially want to say that this is that intersex and that whole question is a moot point. That's my intention here.
If we're talking about gender, I agree entirely.
A value here so perhaps we might have some value here in approaching the protected sex categories in sport, for example, by talking about Klinefelter syndrome. Would that suit you?
I don't know where you would be going with that. If we're saying that intersex conditions are irrelevant, why would we then use an intersex condition to continue?
Well, because what we can see here is we see somebody whose presentation, and because of the Klinefelter's is fairly common as far as these differences of sexual development occur. And for example, we have I don't want to name names, but we have obvious examples from previous Olympics and World Championships where there have been suspected notions of it has been suggested successful competitors were in fact female/androgynous looking to their presentation, to their gender presentation, but were in fact natal males born with Klinefelter syndrome. I'm not trying to set off any bombs or to annoy anybody or to offend anybody with my language. I'm trying to speak as sort of clinically and as carefully as possible here. Do you see the angle I'm approaching the question from here?
Yeah, so you're talking about like a main Khalif and whatnot. And I don't know enough. Yeah. So I don't know enough about the specific details of the case to really speak to it directly, but let's just paint a picture, because like
exactly.
I know that one there's a lot of bullshit in the one that I know. So let's just make a hypothetical situation here, right?
Let's say that there is a hypothetical person who is born with the appearance of female sex characteristics, and as they develop, they present more androgynously. But we know that if we did a detailed physiological workup on this person, we would find that they have internal testes and that with IVF they could father a child.
Sure. Why not?
Now, am I correct in assuming that you would put that person in the women's category in an Olympics, for example?
That depends on their gender.
I'm trying to get to where we disagree here, because we've got a lot of agreements, it seems. Right. And I'm just wondering, where's the meat in the sandwich?
Right. That depends on their gender. We just got done, Gary, explaining and agreeing that sex and gender are different things, and that intersex conditions have no real bearing on gender. So this person that we've conjured up here, who has Klinefelter syndrome and internal testes and an external vagina and all these things, okay, cool. What's their gender? Are they a man or a woman? Because if they're a man, they should play in the men's team, and if they're a woman, they should play on the women's team.
Right. So I'm sorry. You're saying that gender decides what sports team you go on, not sex.
Yeah. We don't have a male's team and a female's team. We have a men's team and a women's team. So if they're a woman, they should play women's sports. Personally, I personally don't give half of a shit about sports, and I see no problem in just opening it all up and letting everybody play against everybody and seeing what happens. Sports just happens to be a really common thing that we're talking about. I don't know why, but if you want to say pick anything, whether you're talking about sports, whether you're talking about bathrooms, whether you're talking about anything at all.
So the reason I would say is because it's an easy example, and because when we look at competing rights claims, the interesting point and the contentious point is where those rights claims overlap and where they compete. So, for example, you might say, well, why does nobody have a problem with trans men competing in men's competition? Well, because men's competitions historically have often been the open class of competition, and the women's competition has been the protected class, and the idea is to protect women's athletic performance. And
can you point to an example, Gary?
Go on,
sorry to interrupt you, but just like, can you point to an example where a trans woman just mopped the floor with every single cis woman and like super duper dominated? Because I can point to about 1 million examples where a trans woman failed at a sport and didn't do very well at all.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into specific examples, but the
Would
idea
it matter
that
if there were some?
in the massive, well, what we're doing is we're talking about groups of people. And the question here, I would suggest, I don't want to put words in your mouth, tell me if I'm misrepresenting, is that we have this group of people who have these characteristics. And we're saying that in general, people who are born producing this kind of gamete tend to present in this way, and they tend to have, well, for whatever, bone density, hip position, oxygen carrying, heart size, grip, whatever you like. There is depending on the sport, there is an advantage for men over women of something. It depends on the nature of the sport and how muscly the sport is. But for example, the analysis that was looked at by World Rugby when they decided to make natal sex the determinant factor in what team you could play on was that trans women who were playing on women's teams, it was discovered, or it was analyzed, that even after several years, I think it was up to 2 years they studied, I can't remember, it's South African Sports Study Analysis, South African Center for Sport, they found that trans women retained something like 10 or 12% of an advantage on average over their natal women teammates, and that presented rugby being a contact sport, that presented
I can't hear you, Erika.
a challenge and a problem for the sport.
Hey, Gary, can I interrupt here for a second?
Of course, yeah, please.
What in the example that you just gave, what was the measurement of advantage? Was it bone density? Did you say that? Did you say it was bone
I don't
density?
know, to be honest.
I was curious.
I said that there was a range of things, and I can't. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it's the delay, so we end up accidentally talking over each other. But I'll just say my piece really quick because there's really not much to it. There are many characteristics that give an individual an advantage or disadvantage in sports, right? I think it's fair to say that typically men who are typically like conventionally developed XY chromosome individuals with the SRY pathway, and et cetera, they undergo standard XY development, however you want to phrase it. They tend to have more lean muscle mass. They tend to have more bone density. They tend to have a greater lung size relative to their body size, heart size relative to their body size, things of that nature. And all of that put together tends to be what gives what we conventionally consider most men an advantage over what we conventionally consider most women in sports, right? It's think that's fair to say. That's like a long-winded way of saying what I think most people would feel comfortable saying. With that being said, I think that there are many, many characteristics that give someone an advantage or disadvantage in sports. Let's say a trans woman had transitioned or whatever, they were on hormones for a set amount of time, and it was within the 2-year range. So maybe they still had some kind of advantage with regard to bone density or whatever characteristic we want to point to. That's not the only characteristic that matters in a sport like rugby. There's going to be other characteristics that matter too. There are some beefy gals out there who have pretty broad shoulders or pretty big or pretty tall. That's going to give them some advantage too. So how do we decide which advantage matters more? A bone density or shoulder width or calf strength or vertical jump or lean muscle mass in the pectoralis muscles? Like, how do we actually decide which characteristic matters? And the reason I think that that's important is because let's take women's running, right? People love to talk about this as an example, and they'll be like, well, in women's running, it turns out there are a lot of intersex individuals and they produce more testosterone. That's why they're such excellent runners or whatever. It's like, okay, well, hypothetically, let's say boot them, kick them out. They can't run anymore. And so now, it's exclusively traditionally considered X chromosome women, whatever, however we want to do it, however we want to describe them. Okay, well, within that variation, there are going to be cisgendered women assigned female at birth who are going to produce more testosterone than others. There just are. And the range of testosterone that any individual, male or female in a conventional sense, produces is going to be very wide. So at that point, do we look at the women who produce more testosterone? They're totally like any conservative traditionalist whatever would accept them as like this is a classic woman, whatever. They are what we mean when we say women's sports, whatever the hell they want to include in that. Okay, but they produce a lot of testosterone. So do we boot them too? Because they also have an unfair advantage. What if they had the same amount of testosterone as an intersex individual who also had retained testicles or something like that, or not? Or just a non-completely developed vagina or whatever, right? What do we do with these kinds of cases? And I think it's a mistake for people to look at those situations and say, well, that's such a small portion of the population, intersex people or trans people, or such a small portion of the population, doesn't matter. We don't need to consider them. We can just bar them from the sport. Because, if I may, that's a very slippery slope. It starts getting easier and easier to cull people who don't fit the model of what you, I'm not saying you as an individual, I'm saying like, the given person in question considers to be appropriately woman enough or appropriately man enough. Frankly, I think the reason why we don't make as big a deal out of trans men in men's sports, I actually don't think it has anything to do with the open class nature of men's sports. And the reason why I say that is because trans women aren't dominating women's sports and trans men aren't dominating men's sports. They fit quite neatly in with the rest of the variation we see, at least at present. If there was supposed to be some kind of epidemic, I would think we would see it by now, but maybe I'm wrong. I think the reason that we fret so much, we as a society, we live in a society, fret so much about trans women in women's sports is because it has to do with what a woman is, and it threatens simultaneously what men think is attractive and also what they see themselves as and what they could potentially be. I think it's a big moral panic over self-identity and sexuality, and I think that that's the root cause of it. Maybe it's not. Maybe all of a sudden, overnight, people suddenly care about women's sports. But I played tennis growing up, and I had a lot of friends who were really into sports, who were really into soccer, rugby or basketball or whatever. And I grew up in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, things like that. And people were shitty about women's sports. So forgive me if I'm not convinced that all of a sudden people care about women's sports, that this is about equity in women's sports, that this is about giving women a shot at being athletes. It's not. It simply isn't. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying at large, this conversation is being perpetuated by people who don't give two shits about women's sports. What they do care about is policing identity, sexuality, and the role of women and who they perceive gets to be in that group. At the end of the day, it's simply too difficult to easily box in or box out who gets to, by any given physical characteristic, compete in men's sports or women's sports. So I say, let's just go back to the way we've always done it, which is trans women can compete in women's sports, trans men can compete in men's sports, and neither of those very small populations are going to come to dominate those sports because they fit within the variation of the gender that they're identifying as. And my biggest support for that is this. That's how it's always been. And it hasn't been a problem yet. So that's my 2 cents on the whole matter.
Okay, well, I think that was a very elegant formation of the argument. To push back on that, I would say that sports and sporting heroes are, and whether sexism is an issue in sport. Well, I think by and large your point is a good one, and it's well taken. But I would point to the persistent popularity of women's tennis, for example. Has always been, in general, you see, for example, in soccer or basketball or American gridiron football or whatever, you'll see that sports watchers tend to be men, and their viewing habits tend to skew towards the men's competition. But I would say that if you look at, say, the Olympics, swimming, athletics, tennis, like I said, I think you could say that those are outliers that would push back a little bit on your sports watchers are sexist, and that maybe, I don't know. Are you suggesting that this is a sort of a Trojan horse, that people don't really care about women's sports and that they're just using it? Like I said to Forrest, my interest here is, as a graduate of philosophy, my interest here is to look at the places where rights claims rub up against each other, and so you might caricature me as a bathroom obsessed guy, or a women's sports obsessed guy, or a women's prisons obsessed guy, or a hospital obsessed guy, or whatever. But I would say that we're all interested in, or most reasonable, decent people should be interested in equality, in giving all people, regardless of their immutable characteristics, a fair crack at the whip. Whatever that means in practice, we can all agree with that general proposition, or rather, the vast majority can. And so, can you respond to those points? So, for swimming and athletics and tennis, people are interested in it. And do you think I'm trying to use it as a Trojan horse to try and challenge some other thing? Because I am, sort of.
No, I think there is a group of people who want to have that as a real conversation, right? Like, I think there are people who are in your position who want to, get to the bottom of things, as it were. But I think that, at least here in the United States, and I'll speak anecdotally here, the majority of the people that I see publicly making the argument that trans women don't belong in women's sports are people who were making fun of women's sports 10 years ago. And maybe that's my experience only, but that's what I've seen. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who are in your position who want to have this conversation in good faith. That just means that that's the experience that I've had. Hold on, my dog is having a nightmare. Hey, wake up. Okay. Anyways, I don't know, man. I think that for me, as I said earlier, this conversation kind of starts and ends at, where do we draw the line? Physically speaking, do you do it with T levels? Do you do it with with blood oxygen content, you do it with lean muscle mass, and if of course, following that down the trail as we did earlier, any characteristic you pick is going to involve problems. It's going to involve snafus. It's going to exclude people who weren't previously excluded and include people who weren't previously included, and it's going to get all messy. And I think that the easiest way to do it is the way that's worked for the longest period of time.
There. I think that's the meat in the sandwich. That is the bit that we either agree or we disagree with about. So the question is, let's say, so you say, right, we have this population, it's diverse in this way, and historically we've had gender as a differentiator in sport. I would say that that's a mere linguistic issue, and that you might have talked about, say, single-sex spaces. So that's a double-headed sword if we're going to use linguistic categories as a means. But I would say, right, let's say you were to steelman my view. So something like, we have these populations, and by and large, there are generalities we can observe about these populations involving size and bone density and their chemical makeup, their endocrine profiles. And historically, we have differentiated these characteristics. So, for example, to take the hypothetical person I was talking about with Forrest. Let's say that instead of having a person who is now I agree that all of these examples are problematic, but I think that in the problematic nature of them, we might get towards truth. So let's imagine my person with my athlete who is presenting as female. Only this time, instead of having Klinefelter syndrome, for some other reason, they have higher testosterone than is normal. But they have a female body that is dominated by female hormones, and they have breasts and a vagina and all of those characteristics. And let's say, for the sake of argument, that they are XX in their chromosomal makeup, but they just happen to have, for whatever quirk of genetics, they happen to have higher testosterone. I would say, fair play, have at it. You have satisfied my tick box questionnaire as to whether you can go into box A or box B. Okay, you have a super advantage, but you're going into box B. You're competing in the women's sports category. Now imagine that I have that same person and they have internalized testes, and that's the reason for their testosterone. I'm going to put that person into box A. Now, I think that's both the best and the worst argument that I have for this situation. So I hope we can tease it out rather than take it around.
So the issue here.
You see what I'm trying to get at? I'm not thinking very clearly.
So I want you to go along the road, because like what Erika talked about a minute ago. By the way, you started at the same point that I was. My note, you said it so much more eloquently than me, Erika. I put in my notes, I'm just going to read verbatim what my note card here says. What about cis women more jacked than trans women? That's what I wrote down. You were perfect. But so yeah, Jerry, what you're describing here is a situation like someone who has, I can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah. So Jerry, what you're describing here is a situation either like someone with PCOS, or a situation like congenital adrenal hyperplasia, like someone who has XX chromosomes and is phenotypically female, but for some reason their body is just flooded with testosterone. And you don't actually have to think too hard about like what this might look like. Take, for example, we have Riley Gaines here in the United States, the world's most fucking sore loser, the loudest 5th place winner ever, right? So Riley Gaines is a swimmer, goes up against a trans woman, Leah Thomas, and they tie for 5th place. And Riley Gaines hasn't shut the fuck up about it since. And it's this whole thing about how Leah Thomas, as a trans woman, came in and stole 5th place away from her. No mention of the other fucking 4 women in front, right? So these other 4 women are all cisgender women. The person who got 1st place, maybe, I assume that they trained very hard, but let's just say for a second, one of them was like Michael Phelps, who just has a for whatever reason, a genetic and physiological advantage. Michael Phelps, his muscles don't fatigue normally. He has bizarrely long feet. He can hold his breath for a crazy man. His body is just built for swimming. It's as if the Poseidon himself jizzed in his mother, and that's what we're.
I understand.
Yes, and so
lactose dealing. His body produces much less lactic acid than other people. You might say, okay, I think that's a good point. So,
the question is, with Riley Gaines. So the question is, Gary, with Riley Gaines, and you have Leah Thomas here, who gets 5th place. The woman in 1st place could have some fucking thing like Michael Phelps. So where do you draw the line? Are you actually saying you want women's only sports, or are you saying you want female only sports? And if you are saying this is based on sex and not gender, then where are you drawing that line? Because you can't always do it with chromosomes. We know that. You can't always do it with gonads. We know that. You can't always do it with genitalia. We know that. You could try to do it with hormones, but it's not going to go well because everybody's hormones is as unique as their fingerprint. Everybody has estrogen. Everybody has testosterone. And we know there are situations where people have different variables of them. We know there are situations where cisgender women have more testosterone than cisgender men in some cases. So what do you do with them? And you very quickly get to this situation where there's so much overlap that it just becomes meaningless, and you better just do what Erika said. And what I've been saying, the first thing you asked me is, would you put this person in the women's team? And I said, if they're a woman, yes. None of their sexual characteristics matter because we're talking about gender, not sex. And that's what we talked about for the first half of this call. And I thought we were squared on. But then you keep bringing up intersex conditions. But if we're talking about gender, if they're a woman, they should be on the woman's team. If they're a man, they should be on the man's team.
I bring up intersections. Hang on, Forrest, just for a moment. The reason I'm interested in the intersex conditions is because where these give us a clear example of where those two, if you like, what I'm saying, those two rights claims overlap. And that's why I'm interested in them. I'm not particularly interested in intersex conditions, except that we have a clear example of where somebody, for example, looks womanly, but may physiologically have some male characteristics. So that's what I'm interested in exploring, the contradictions and the challenges of this. I mean, I'm not saying we're all on the same page here, which is that we want everybody in whatever picture, however we're painting this picture, we want to have a world where everybody gets a fair crack at the whip and where nobody gets bullied or and you know, we want to hold hands and dance around the maypole, and I don't disagree with that. I'm down with that. I'm just trying to explore, because I think you're a good faith arguer, and I'm trying to be a good faith arguer here. I'm trying to explore where the question is, what the point of view is. Can we agree as to where the competing rights claims are? And are there weaknesses and strengths in each other's position that we can acknowledge and fruitfully investigate? That's what I'm looking at here.
What's wrong? I appreciate you trying your best to be very thoughtful about this, and I really do. I understand this conversation. You're being really careful with your language, and I understand it can be uncomfortable, and I genuinely appreciate it. What's wrong with my statement to say, if they're a woman, they should play with the women's team? And then everything you talk about, like, well, what about this condition? What about that condition? What if they have these gonads? What if they have this testosterone? If they're a woman, they should be on the woman's team. What's the issue with that being the line?
Well, you might say it's an aesthetic point of view. I mean aesthetic from a pretty girl's point of view. I mean from a general. When I see, for example, Iman Khalif and the Italian boxer who retired after 20 seconds and a couple of punches of that boxing match.
Yeah.
I thought that was sad, and I felt like that was not that did not strike me as being fair. Now we have this women's sport.
But Iman Khalif is a woman, though.
Area. Well, Iman Khalif is a boxer who has woman on her passport.
Who is a woman.
And who won an Olympic medal, as a woman. And the boxing authorities brought in a sex analysis test, has since then not competed.
It was from one sketchy boxing ring, one sketchy Russian boxing ring claimed she might be intersex.
I'm not talking about the British tabloid leaked thing. I'm
just saying
that,
she's not intersex.
There are competing
is the thing.
claims here.
She's not intersex, and even if she was, she's still a woman.
I believe she has Klinefelter.
And so,
syndrome.
and you also,
that's my belief.
I don't care what you believe. That's not what the evidence shows. And what's more important, Jerry, is like she is still a woman. And as we just established a minute ago, if she was, if she proved to you that she was not intersex, that she was a complete female in every sense of the word, and she just had, PCOS, or she just had congenital adrenal hyperplasia, or she just had any other reason why she has a lot of testosterone, and the exact same outcome, you would say it's fine. You say it's an optics issue, but optics, I'm sorry, it's not good enough.
I think that point, Forrest.
I think too, though. Can I
weak
something here, Jerry,
that's
real
a weak
quick?
point in my argument here. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Jerry, can I add? Yeah, I wanted to add something really quick here, right? Like the Iman Khalif stuff it's important to have a conversation about, I guess, because it impacts people like Iman Khalif. It impacts actual people and their lives and things like that. It's important in that sense. But in the sense of what we're talking about here, I don't think it is. I'm not into sports. I'm not a big sports person, but I've seen enough women's boxing to know that when you watch women's boxing, women beat the shit out of each other. I've seen fights that are as or more brutal than the one Iman Khalif was in with the Italian boxer. The Italian boxer got the absolute snot kicked out of her, but so do many boxers, men, women. That's the nature of boxing, right? So I was very curious when that
we don't have all the facts about these people, so I don't want to get into whether the tabloid leaked bloods of.
Beside the point,
like
I'm with you.
It was appalling. The British Fleet tabloid leaked a blood test that may or may not be true. So I have no interest in being specific about
why didn't you care?
I don't want to make
Gary. You talked about how
Gary physiology.
Gary, you talked about how this is just it made you sad and it looked bad. Where were you in 1978 when Margaret Janser fucking cracked Amelia Dali's skull? Did you care about that one?
I wasn't born, mate. I wasn't born.
Right, but is that an issue for you?
So now, forgive me if this is harsh, Forrest, but I think that's beside the point. I think that's some kind of a version of.
I don't think it is. Did you?
Where was I?
I don't think so.
Where were you at when the Stonewall riots were happening? I think we're all in.
It's not. I'm not saying. I'm not saying where were you in terms of like actual like what were you doing. I'm not saying what were you doing at that moment. I'm saying, is that event in sporting history where one woman cracked another woman's skull in the boxing ring? Is that something that you have also put this much effort to care about? And I know you haven't, because I literally just made those two names up. And nobody noticed. because nobody pays attention to this. It's only when there's this fucking tabloid article that comes out that we all pretend to really, really fucking have a serious opinion on somebody's biomedical history that nobody knows but her and her doctor. So, like, you don't know anything
exactly,
about
and
this,
I just said,
and neither do I.
I just said that invading somebody's privacy and getting a hold of a perhaps true, perhaps false blood test from India and publishing it on the front page of a tabloid newspaper is a gross violation of that person's medical right to medical privacy. That is not appropriate. I don't know how I've ended up in some sense.
You did say it's not appropriate, but you are still talking. You did say it's not appropriate, but you are still talking about this case as if it makes the case for why trans women are somehow, or intersex women or whatever, are in some sort of like separate category that need to be treated differently, when they simply don't. And it doesn't answer my question about what is wrong with just saying women go in women's sports. Trans women are women, so they go in women's sports. They're women, so women go there. And if you want to have a sex category in your sport, then do that. But if it's a gender category, do gender things, because we're still talking about sex. We are still not talking about gender. We're 54 minutes into this call, and at the very beginning, you said, we talked about sex for a minute, we talked about non-binary sex, and then you said, I want to get away from this argument about intersex people when we should be talking about gender, and I don't want to bring up intersex people for this, I want to talk about gender. And now 55 minutes in, we're still talking about intersex conditions, and we haven't addressed my whole argument, which is just women should do women things.
Okay. If you were to steelman my argument, my point of view, let's say we move from sports, which are gendered, to say hospital wards, which are sexed. They have been linguistically categorized in history as single sex spaces, not single gender spaces, single sex spaces. Do you think we can map the argument across there? And do you think there are any interesting differences between? So, having talked about sports,
are we talking about gender or not?
At an interesting point of. We're talking about the intersection and about the what a right-thinking person's attitude should be to categories of sex and gender in the interest of trying to be fair and decent to everybody in our society. So we talked about sport, and we've arrived at an interesting point of view where I have conceded that there are many people in the category that I would suggest are. I've said that it's a contradiction in my point of view, and it's a challenge for my point of view, but that I believe that the overall picture is, my overall picture works in that it retains female categories in sport. I've conceded that it is a problem that I want to say that a woman who produces too much or more testosterone than normal without testes is allowed into the competition, and a woman who might produce the same amount of testosterone but have internalized testes but have other features of her physiology that might make her female, I have conceded that that is a challenge from my point of view. My ambition is to try and be fair and to give equality and to retain the flavor and the quality of women's sports. And now I would like to
I appreciate your honesty. Can we just agree? Can we just agree then? So we're on the same page. Trans women are women and trans men are men. Right? We agree on that?
I'm not passing your purity test, mate.
That wasn't a purity test. I was asking if you agree with me.
Let's say I have a friend who was born a man and who presents as a woman. I'm using their pronouns. I don't think that there's a set way that somebody can dress. I don't think that they should be discriminated against. If you're asking me in a platonic sense, is a trans woman a woman? Well, my answer is no. But I want to give them a hard time? Do I want to call them he and humiliate them in public? No. I want to be decent to this person, and I want to accept that
then, Jerry,
there are varieties of people
Jerry,
in our
what is a woman
that
then?
all need respect.
Jerry, what is a woman?
Sorry?
What's a woman?
Sorry?
What is a woman?
Is a producer of large gametes. That's where I started. Producer of large gametes.
So then after all of this, like, this is what fucking sucks, dude, is that after all of this, you are still now conflating sex and gender. Because you even said someone who's born a man.
No, I'm not.
What does that mean? And you're saying that a woman ties back to their gametes, which is a sex category. So after that whole fucking intro of explaining the difference between sex and gender, and you going out of your way to repeatedly say, I only want to talk about gender, and I don't want to talk about intersex people as a thing. We spent an hour talking about nothing but intersex people, and now we circle back to the final thing here where you don't think that trans men are men and trans women are women because you think that this comes back to their sex. Like, if you agree that gender is different than sex, and you agree that gender is a social category, and all these other things that we covered at the beginning, which you said you agree to, then none of this should go back to gametes. That is a sex category.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused between woman and female here. If you want to say what gender is the person, I'll say the gender is whatever they want to describe themselves as.
So woman is a gender. Woman is a gender. So are trans women women?
Okay, sure.
There we go. And since trans women are women, then they should be on the woman's team, because the woman's team is for women, right?
Okay, so now that's an interesting point of view. So I would say that the women's team is a linguistic distinction that is an interesting one for us to dig into, because
I think you should dig into it. I think you should dig into it next time, because we've been on the call for an hour. We've been on the call for an hour just to get to this point where we're finally at the most basic concept that you said you wanted to talk about at the beginning. So I tell you what, if you want to call back in next time I'm on, I host every Sunday.
Sure, of course.
Or except for this next Sunday, or if you want to talk, I think more importantly, this Thursday, the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Lexander and Josie, two trans people who can talk to you about trans people. That might also be useful.
Oh, fair enough. Now, if I may, I'd like to push back at your characterization. You have a sort of, I'm a teacher. You have a sort of teacher's weary sigh at the way that our conversation has developed. So I would like to clarify.
Well, yeah, because we started the conversation by saying we want to talk about gender, and then we spent 15 minutes defining what we're talking about, and then we spent the past 45 minutes not talking about that.
Yeah, and when I said let's move from single gender issues in sport and try and map that onto single sex spaces like hospitals or prisons, we've run out of time, which is a pity, because I would like to explore how your framework works.
They should also be gendered.
You think
they should also be gendered because you don't interact with someone's sex. Very, very rarely in your life, Jerry, do you ever interact with someone's sex. Every person you interact with their gender. Very few people do you ever get to interact with their sex.
Your argument from sport was that women go into the women's category.
Yes.
Right? That was your argument.
Yes.
So,
yes,
we have single-sex spaces in hospitals and jails, don't we? Not single gender spaces. We have single-sex spaces.
Then maybe those spaces should be reformed so that they're more inclusive and more scientifically up to date. I don't know what more you want from me. If we're talking about gender, then we're talking about men, women, and non-binary people. If we're talking about sex, we're talking about males, females, and intersex people. These are different groups. They overlap in a lot of ways. They don't in a lot of ways. These are different categories. They overlap in a lot of ways. They don't in a lot of ways. If you're asking me about what should be done with women, I think it should be the same across all women, transgender and cisgender alike.
So you think
and I can also tell you, I have a definition. I can also define these terms in ways that aren't reflexive, because I asked you what a woman is, and your definition went back to their sex, which means you are still conflating these two categories. So I encourage you to think outside of that and try to come up with the reality of, like,
in our populations, they do overlap to a significant degree. Now, I have a question for you.
But they don't necessarily overlap, and that is why every introductory biology textbooks, introductory anthropology.
I just said that.
I do. They do overlap to a great degree, but biology, anthropology, psychology, sociology, all of these things are all in agreement that they don't necessarily overlap and that they are fundamentally different things.
Sure.
In the same way that brown hair and brown eyes, majorly overlap. But there are blue-eyed people with brown hair. I'm one of them. I'm fucking weird. Doesn't mean I don't exist.
Sure. Of course. Now, I want to ask you a question, which is, if you concede my point, so sure, last one. If you concede my point that linguistically we're saying sports, and you accept that this is the correct way to frame it, if you concede that linguistically we have female sports, and that says, okay, so transgender women go into the women's sports, do you think that there is a place, a prison or a hospital or some other area of society, of social interaction, where the approach of society and laws and rules and how we're supposed to react to this, do you think that there is a place where that framework changes for you?
If I agree with this thing that I fundamentally disagree with, then would I also maybe agree with some other thing that I fundamentally disagree with? Maybe.
No, I'm saying you said that the linguistic category is in sports is female sports. I'm saying, okay, well, if you grant me that the distinction in, say, jail is based on safety, not participation, and so that if you grant me the notion that, say, jails are a single-sex space, do you think that that changes your framework for deciding who gets in and who doesn't?
I don't know, because I guarantee I have a fundamentally different opinion on how prison should run than you do. And it's not the same way as it is now. So I don't know. But you're asking me, like, if you agree the earth is flat, then could you also maybe agree the moon might be made of cheese? Like, if I agree with this other thing that I don't agree with, then maybe I would agree with that other thing. I don't know. But it doesn't really do us any good, because the science is that, like, the actual reality of it is that sex and gender are different things, and they're not necessarily congruent. And so if you're going to have a gender category, you should make it a gender category and treat it like a gender category. If you're going to have a sex category, you should treat it like a sex category. And in either situation, you're going to have some variations and you're going to have some confusing situations, because neither of those categories are necessarily binary. So you cannot treat 8 billion people as if they're going to reliably and consistently and effectively and cleanly fit into 2 boxes. Ever. Period. And with sex and gender, especially gender, because gender is social, therefore it is immensely spectral. and changes from culture to culture, from person to person, from day to day, you're not going to have an easy time just squashing people into boxes, ever. So if you want to try to do everything sex-based, great. Pick your favorite genital inspector and get back to me about it. Personally, I would rather not have to whip it out every time I want to go into a bathroom, go into a courtroom, go play soccer, anything like that. I think gender categories are just fine. And with that, it's been over an hour, and I feel like we are just now finally starting to talk about the thing you called about.
I think we've had an
I'm going to move on.
Conversation, Forrest. And so thank you very much for your time, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to thrash out some ideas with you. It's a pleasure. I really enjoy your work, and keep up the good work. And best to Erika as well. I'm a big fan of her videos as well. Well done, and thank you. Goodbye.
Oh. Goodbye, Jerry. I sincerely appreciate the call. Genuinely. Take care. What a way
I
to
waved, but
end the calls.
I had dust on my fingers. I had to lick it off, or my dog had to try to. Right?
I'm going to go put this sausage pile on the fridge because that was an hour of these sausages just sitting here. I'll be right back. If you want to start the super chats.
Yeah, start the soups. Let me get at them. Let me at them.
At them soups.
I know this is going to sound crazy to you guys, but I'm a little sleepy. So I want to do these super chats. Luckily, I'm very powerful. $5 from Bramley CX with the mug. Oh, plus shark that I named Finn. I'm going to buy another one, which I will name Finn again. I'm going to get my dogs to get your scent and send them to tear you limb from limb at your house. That's not true. They wouldn't do that. I'd have to find better dogs first. $6.99 from Marino Era. You guys are too popular for an atheist to get a call in. I do have a question, though. How does evolution explain dreams? Ooh, that's a really good question. First, do you know anything about dream evolution?
It's ancestral. Because like fucking spiders do it. And we can talk about like how it is apparently important for like how our brains process things. They run simulations and shit, and they dig into stuff that we normally don't get to dig into in our day-to-day life. And they're clearly important for like consciousness. Like consciousness would be just like having a mind. Yeah. I don't know much about how they evolve, though. In fact, I'm pretty fucking sure nobody knows a lot about how they evolve. I think that might be a major question.
I wonder if it's non-adaptive. Like, I wonder if it's just a side effect of being conscious. Like, consciousness requires when you sleep to like sort through some. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, exactly. This is you.
$5 Canadian from Quantum Chaos. Hey, evolutionists, if I evolved from a monkey, how come I get in trouble when I throw my poop at my boss? Checkmate, atheist. I freaking got you. You know what? You're right. You should do it more until society changes.
That's true. Be the change you want to see in the world. $10 from Safichizard. Safichizard. Safichizard.
Sapphic
For
hazard.
Forrest, would you rather... Sapphic hazard.
Oh
my god, dude. I am straight up. I was like, I saw this Sapphic, and then I kept thinking it was going to be Charizard, and then I thought, is it Witch Wizard? Is that what's going on here? Sapphic Hazard. Jesus Christ, that makes so much more sense. For Forrest, would you rather Rings of Power Tom Bombadil, but with perfect production value, or a perfect Tom Bombadil writing and casting, but book-accurate nakedness?
Book accurate nakedness 100%. I've never even seen Rings of Power. I hear it sucks, but like book accurate Tom Bombadil all day long. Man can kill a zombie with a song. Are you kidding me? All about that shit.
Hold on, I have to. I really think Sapphic Hazard, Sapphic Charizard is a viable name change. I think that you should snag that if it's available.
She should change her name for sure.
It's a good one. From Bramley CX, my house is haunted by a chicken. We already got this one. We literally already had this one today, Bramley CX. I don't know if you saw, but we had this one earlier on. Just proving my case. Excellent. Amazing. I may be sleepy, but that doesn't mean that I can't get amped up enough to come to your house and what did I say last time? That I would drop a giant mug on you? What about a giant Stanley Cup? Those I feel like this deal would be expensive. Never mind. This is you.
$9.99 from Rory Reviewer. Ironically, MAGA might make me convert to Christianity because they're making it really hard to believe, not to believe in demons right now, for real. By the way, a totally random fun fact. You know what just came in 3 years late? My fucking first thesis. They finally fucking printed it 3 years late. Fucking, it took this whole time.
I wish this is cementing for me who amongst us has greater confidence in themselves, because if I had the ability to wipe my master's thesis from existence, I would do it immediately. I would wipe it from the face of the earth. I would raise those servers to the ground. I don't want to ever see that shit again. Ever.
Oh no, me neither. Trust me, me neither. But like fucking it what kills me is I fucking graduated with that degree in 2023. And now almost 3 years later have been doing other shit. I started a second master's while I was finishing that. Did that shit, and now in another fucking program, and they have never published it, and they've never done anything. And then finally, I've called, I've emailed, I've bothered them, I've gone to the campus and bothered, and finally, last like a month or two ago, they fucking emailed me and they're like, "Hey, by the way, there's a numbering error in your. It goes from page like 173 to like 180 something. Can you fix that?" And I did, and it took me less than 1 minute. And then they were like, "Cool, approved, publish the ProQuest. We'll send it to you in a month." Done. They just remembered they had my email address after all that time.
That has to be such a rough feeling, because the time when you feel best about your thesis is right after you finish it. That's when they need to give it to you in leather bound, when you still think that it's good. And then
now I hate it, and it's just sitting over there laughing at me.
Yeah. You could burn it. No, don't burn it. You should keep it. Keep it as a motivator. I keep mine scrolled on my computer. Oh, this is you. Oh my God. These super chats are in the redlining conversation. Oh my God. We're so far away. Okay. 10 pounds from the fuzzy logic. Redlining occurs to this day. Announced the banks charging worse rates in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Bank of America was fined $13.5 billion in 2014, and the most recent lawsuit settled earlier this year. I believe that. I don't know why the redlining was such a pushback with that guy. Like, he wanted to talk more about it, and I don't personally get it, but whatever. Move these gummy worms away from me.
Well, because that's the only example of systemic racism in the whole world. So if he can debunk that, one, it's all over.
True. All the dominoes will fall. That's a load-bearing racism, actually.
$10 from the biologist bum. Hi, Forrest and Erika. I'm writing a book about parasites found in zoo animals. Hell yeah. I'm curious about your opinion. Should parasites in zoos be considered as in captivity? That's hysterical, and that should influence the title of your book.
What would you call it? I don't know what you would call it. Like a parasocial parasite? It's like a parasite that's friends with its host, but only because it watches its host on streaming. That's kind of funny. $4.99 from Anna Hodgins. Joel, you are a bland enchilada with no spice and fire. Get back in the pan and get sizzled. Get sizzled, loser. Nice. I like that.
What did you call her? Hanana? That's a good one. $5 from Allison Dr. Pepper. Oh, I thought it said Dripper. The fact is that both of us are incredibly stupid and neither of us can read. I would be scared to ask Joel if black trans women face systemic violence, do better, Joel. That would be an interesting conversation as well, to be honest with you.
Something tells me that Joel doesn't have good opinions about trans people. Maybe I would love to be wrong on that. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I could be totally wrong.
You know what? Maybe he's a great guy in every other regard.
That is possible. We got $19.99 from DeMauser. Joel's the kind of guy that would sign the prenuptial prenup when he marries a rich woman, thinking he would get the money she had before they got married. Do you say prenuptial or is it prenuptial?
It was definitely it was surely spelled wrong. 10 pounds from the fuzzy logic. Black drivers are more likely to be pulled over than white drivers only during daylight hours. I said this. When the sun goes down, cops can't clearly see who's driving. The disparity disappears. Yeah, no, I talked about that. It's a fucking really annoying statistic.
It's spelled right, Forrest. I don't know. I've only ever heard it prenup. And I guess I always thought since it's you get your nuptials, like nuptials, whatever. It doesn't matter. $5 from Ray Gad, though. Albert Einstein was a genius, yes, but his brother Frank was a monster.
Nice.
Victor Frankenstein is not the monster. That's
what it is. It is what it is. He was a monster of a person.
Okay, all right. In that sense,
he was actually quite awesome as a person. $5 from Skeptoidius. Want to hear a cool science fact? There's no such thing as now because we constantly live in the past due to how humans perceive events. Kindly go fuck yourself, Jimmy. It's true. It's true. You never know what's going on in the real moment. You're always like a second behind.
I kind of like that, though. That means I'm always racing to catch up. I always got something to look at ahead. $5 from Unclean Unicorn. This is how much I can't read. I thought this said Uncle Unicorn at first glance, or Uncle Lean Unicorn, like a lean drinking unicorn.
What it is.
Whatever.
That's what it is, though. Uncle and Unicorn.
Forrest, tell Erika the baboon story with the rotten meat. She said baboons are her least favorite primate. Baboons are my least favorite primate. It's Hamadrya's baboons. I actually like most baboons, but the Hamadrya's ones, I hate those ones. Is this a tuberculosis thing?
It's the Sapolsky and Cher with the Kukurok troop. Yeah,
that's a classic.
You know,
it's a classic.
How long? All I've ever seen is he says in interviews that the new culture persisted for over 20 years, but I've never heard an actual definitive cutoff.
I thought, and this could be me misremembering, I thought that he's talking about the Kinda baboons, which is a population that is still in existence and is still like that now.
It might be, because I've heard him in interviews talk about the Kukurok troop, but then in the paper, they just call them the Forrest troop. And it's like, I don't know if he's talking about if there's surely not different tuberculosis events. So what's going on? You know what I mean?
Hold on. You read this one while I check.
He's going to look it up. 1999 from Anne Emmy Keene. Writing character whose spine extends past their neck to make a prehensile ponytail. Sick. Sure, it's impossible and maybe affects eyesight since eye's brain part is in the back of the head. Rule of cool, but want to know why it couldn't happen. No reason. No reason why it couldn't happen.
I think that sounds
except for
epic
ability. Like, it sounds tight as all hell. And like, fucking brains take different shapes sometimes. Split the fucking hemispheres, make room for your fucking spine tail, dude. Who cares? It's your body. You do what you want.
Like the blue people from Avatar.
Will it. Like the blue people from Avatar. Yes. Only less whatever they are. $5 from Ramley's a pterosaur would never explode, but a dino might. It's very good. It's very good. Do another one.
Okay. I'm 99% sure.
Goddamn Joel.
I am 99% sure this is the same because the Kinda baboons are in Zambia and Malawi, and Sapolsky's troop was also in Zambia, I think. Hold on, I'm double checking that right
There's
now.
only one baboon troop in Zambia, so it must be them. $10 from Mr. Borico at 10. Joel, the fact that you refuse to accept and internalize the goddamn information. That is mind-numbingly maddening. How bloody dense and disgusting can you be? Please get bent hard.
Please get what? Oh, I thought it said please get Ben hard, and I was like, what the fuck? Kind of super chat is that?
You do what you want to do with Ben. He doesn't give a damn. $5 from Josh Everett. Single rabbit fossil in the Cambrian world to me is more evidence towards time travel than evidence against evolution. You know what? That's another reason why evolution is unfalsifiable.
Damn, making the point against us. We
$5
got
from Steve. So Erika's proof. Well, I thought you were still looking stuff up. Erika's proof of the very diet of ape. She eats young Earth creations for breakfast, but will opportunistically browse on gummy worms when available. Hell yes.
That's true. That's true. My teeth don't thank me for it either.
Is why deer eat slugs sometimes, and they get fucking chronic wasting disease and shit because of it.
Ooh,
Gotta be
don't
careful.
like that.
$10 from Dante. There's redlining and then there's steering. Both are discriminatory illegal practices. Joel would be well advised to do some due diligence to know the difference and stop engaging in lazy thinking. It's a bad time. A bad time. $9.99 from Outwitted by Fish. Stephen J. Gould lived in Cambridge. What?
They were different groups. I was wrong.
Fucking how much tuberculosis is going on in these goddamn baboons? Stephen J. Gould lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and was a diehard Yankees fan. Why would someone who knew so much about mass extinctions take such a chance? Very funny. Very funny. I assume. I don't know anything about the Yankees, but I assume they're like a joke team that people just love to hate or something, or hate to love. I don't know.
You can actually tell that Forrest thought it was so funny because of how much he was laughing about that. $20 from Pedro Sigwald. You guys read these? Quick question. What do you guys think about morals as an evolutionary trait and proto-morals in animals other than us? This is a bait question because we already talked about this extensively.
Got
this
great
is just
news for you, bruh.
There's a lot for you to comb through. Thank you for the super chat, by the way.
$5 from Legally Maud. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. None of us do.
Well, I don't know. I like it. I just wish it was better kept. It's kind of like a really nice apartment that's trashed after a party. It's like, I know there's a really big place under here.
Is this your man? That's all it's addressed to me. $10 from Steve Alexander. Forrest, what's your favorite Slav food? I'm not going to know. I don't pronounce it properly. And I'm not going to try because it's Polish or whatever the fuck. And there's a lot of consonants and none of them make the sounds you think they should. And it sounds disgusting. But bear with me, okay? It's pork short ribs. You get like the long pork spare ribs, you know what I mean? And get a big roasting pan, right? And you're gonna take these pork ribs and you're gonna cover them salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, traditional shit, right? Again, cancerous enough. This sounds gross. Hear me out. Fucking slather the whole fucking pork ribs in sour cream. Just rub them down with sour cream and then season them again with way more paprika than you think. And then completely cover them in sauerkraut, completely encase them in sauerkraut, and then cover them with foil, put them in the oven for like fucking some hours until they're falling off the bone. In the meantime, boil some potatoes, right? And then you get pile of potatoes and like maybe like some like Ivar or whatever kind of thing you want, like pepper goodness, mashed potatoes, pork ribs, sauerkraut, and you eat it. And the whole thing, it looks like hell, y'all. It's just pale white. It's shades of white. It's white potatoes with pale unroasted meat and sauerkraut. It looks like hell, but it tastes so fucking good. It's awesome, and that's my favorite like East European food from when I was a child.
He's in his house. You should send the team in now. That's me calling the. That's an impression of me calling the police on you. That sounds
My
vile.
family made it all the time when I was a kid. It was a great struggle meal. It doesn't taste the way you think. It tastes like just delicious, super tender pork and sauerkraut and potatoes, and it's just meaty and hearty. And you eat a huge mountain of it. You get some pork meat and some potatoes and sauerkraut, and it has strength. You know, you can't talk while you're eating it. It takes up all the space in your throat. You're just like.
I feel like that is.
And you
that's
eat
like
1 pound of it, and you gain 10 pounds. It's amazing.
You were getting on a like train directly to Fart City. That sounds like straight up Fart City.
Sasha La Cosmique put it in the chat. I'm not pronouncing that, but that is what it's called.
I see it.
Zebrica. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck to say that, but that is what, and it doesn't. Whatever you think, that's how you say. Try to pronounce it, and you will be wrong. but I swear to fuck, it's so good. It's so good. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite struggle meals.
My favorite is just pasta with butter and garlic salt and Parmesan, but like shitty Parmesan. I want a carb meal, and that's it. Carbs and that's it.
Fucking
pasta.
How
pasta
do you
and
feel
that's
about
it.
if you had to pick between like jambalaya, tortilla soup, or chicky dumps? Where would you be at on that scale?
I'm a chicky dump kind of gal, but that's because like it's hard to beat the cozy factor of a chicky dump. Like you're just when you are cold or just kind of feeling down in the dumps. For me, it's like a stew, a chili, a soup with like a dumpling in it, or like homemade chicken noodle soup. All W's, all classic wins. A pasta is less of a depression meal for me. I just froze.
Yeah, I see that.
I don't know why I'm glitching out.
Nope. You're there. You're
Am
back
I?
now. I see you.
Okay, now I'm here. I feel like for me, a pasta is less of like a depression, like I need to be warm and cozy and cuddled kind of meal, and it's more like I kind of just want to feel like shit. Like that's when I want to eat a pasta. I want to have a big ball of starch in my belly, and then I want to go to sleep for 18 hours. That's my ideal meal. But I eat like a tick. I eat like one time a day. This was actually a very snacky kind of day for me. Normally I eat one meal and that's it. Yeah.
Snake
or
meal.
like a
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I sleep afterwards. I really like it. It's a good way.
How do you feel about matzo balls? You into matzo balls?
They're okay. I like them, but like there's not enough going on for me in a matzo ball. Like I don't know. It's not a production in the way that the others are. Like I like a variety in my liquid foods that I don't think a matzo ball provides for me.
All right. I'm gathering data right now because we're gonna be kicking it in March, and I'm gonna fight. I don't even care if you come over. I'm making dinner, and you will have that opportunity. So I want to have this ready.
All right. $10 from OJ Rimick. 1.
I think that's
mustard, etymology, entomology, lords, ladies, and non-binary nobility. Welcome to the pedantry derby. The competitors are in the gates, and they're off. What is this? Churchill Downs. If I was a lesser woman, I would say more like Churchill frowns, because I'm so mad about that. But I wouldn't do that because that's a pun joke.
What was that? Lords, ladies, and non-binary royalty? What was the term?
Nobility.
Nobility.
Because it was an alliteration.
I'm writing that down because that's very funny. And I was literally I'm writing a script for a video, and I'm starting it out with ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary buddies, and I think that's actually funnier to put in there at the beginning.
Yeah, that's better. I always steal,
Lords, ladies, and non-binary nobility.
I steal the Will Wood line, which is boys, girls, neither, both, or in between, which I like. I think it's a good little quippy.
That's very good.
It's a good little quippy bit. From Second Sightseer? No, it's from Love Me Normally. That's it. It's from Love Me Normally. I'm too sleepy. $20 from Green Man Dave. People who confuse entomology with etymology bug me in ways I can't put into words. For you...
That's a phenomenal joke.
You will be consumed by dermested beetles in my home collection. I'll add you to my home collection.
That is a fantastic line. Off the cuff like that? That's great.
It's definitely
that's really
recycled.
Really
that's not original. No way that's original. I've heard that 10 million times.
I've looked up on this a zillion times, dude. It's like, come on, you really think that I got a bridge to sell you, Forrest?
I think highly of our fans. The psychotic trans whatevers that inhabit this channel, I think have impressed me enough times, and I thought there were nice things about them. $5 from Happy Bunny Butt. Happy Trans Visibility Week. Hey, happy to you. When we get to hear transphobes spew garbage using tech designed by 2 trans women, Lynn Conway and Sophie Wilson. Hell yes.
Hey, you're forgetting being parroted by 2 cis people. We are the vanguard. We're the vanguard tonight. $5 from Stomp10. Hello, Forrest and Erika. Random question. How do you both know that how do you two know you both are cisgender? What does it mean to you personally? That's a good question. Forrest, what does it mean to you personally? You go first.
I don't know, dude. I definitely vibe with the feeling of being a man in some ways. More often than not, I would say. There are some things that I don't really feel gendered about. There are a lot of things about myself that I feel very gender neutral about. But there are a few things that I definitely feel like man. And I don't really have anything that I'm like, hell yeah, girl about. Just doesn't vibe with me. I just don't see myself that way. Not pretty. But definitely just I think I look at myself and I'm like, dude, usually, and that's okay for me. I don't really have a standard for this. I don't know how to talk about this in a meaningful way because it doesn't really resonate with me in the same way that it does for a lot of other cis dudes. What about you? What makes you a woman?
I don't know. I've thought about this before. I have very few interests that are like traditionally feminine, I guess. But it's a vibe that I think this is maybe why, this is why I don't understand why some people can be so hung up about it, because for me, it is kind of vibes based. Like I just feel comfortable. I feel comfortable in my literal and figurative skin, is I guess how I would put it. As I am currently. I don't feel the desire to change how I currently see myself. And what that can be, I mean, I don't wear particularly feminine clothes ever. I don't do makeup really. I don't have a lot of feminine interests, but like I don't feel like a dude. And I don't feel like something else. So I guess I'm just like big chillin'. That's I guess that's the best way to describe it, is I'm just comfortable.
Well, I think it's very interesting. Like I feel like most people don't take the time to really sit down and consider their gender. You know what I mean? And I have. And the more I consider it, the less meaningful it really is, the more vapid the whole thing becomes. But I still am very confident in it, if that makes any sense. Like I gain less and less of an ability to describe it, but more and more of an assurance that that's what I'm going with. And when I think about it, like I said, most of the time, I really doesn't. It's not even on my mind. But when it comes up, it's weird. Today, I felt particularly manly. Like I noticed, like kind of a good that affirming feeling where you're like, this was kind of a doodly thing to do. You know, I don't know. And it was 2 times today. One of them was when I like organized in some papers and was writing notes, and I did it in a way that I felt was a masculine way, I guess. I don't know what it meant. I couldn't I couldn't explain to you what I did, but the way I was taking notes I felt like a man doing it. And then I picked some shit up off the floor, and the way that my pants hugged my calves and my boots kind of squeezed my ankles, and I like bent in a weird way, and I was like, that feels like what man clothes feel like, and I feel strong now. And it was weird, but that was a moment that I felt like a guy at that moment, and the rest of the day I haven't thought about being a man one time. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know. This is very strange.
I guess, yeah, it's a weird deal. I guess I'll say this, like, maybe this is, because, like, I've tried, usually it's for, like, my husband and I go really big on Halloween, so I've been, like, guy characters for Halloween, and I go all out on, like, dressing like them, and I don't really feel like a dude when I'm doing that. I feel like a baddie dressed up in cool clothes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I guess, I don't know. I imagine maybe this is totally off base, but I feel like I would feel better identifying as a guy when I was kind of identifying as a guy for, like, even if just for a moment, if that's kind of what felt better for me. But, you know,
Yeah.
I don't. I just still
But
feel like
playing
me,
the part
but
might like unlock something in you, and like,
which is like, it's fun, but like I'm never not me. You know what I mean? Like I'm never not me when I'm doing
what's
that.
funny?
I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I've had the same experience. the way I met my wife was that I put on her dress. We were at a Halloween party and she was wearing this really like low cut and high skirted dress. And she is very modest and she was really uncomfortable. I put on her dress because she was uncomfortable in it. And she put on my suit. She had to go get some jeans because my skinny white legs were not going to work around that Mexican curvature. But like she put on my suit jacket and I put on her dress. And I wore her dress all night. I still have that dress in the other room, and it's a tiny little fucking thing. And I do not feel any kind of feminine in it. I feel like I'm gonna fucking Hulk out of it. If anything, I feel stronger because it compresses my midsection a little bit. I feel fat and strong when I put that dress on.
You do like one of these, and it's like, no, you couldn't do that. That would ruin a precious momentum. What is it? Momentum. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Momentous occasion? A moment?
No, there's like you take
a memento.
A memento?
That's it. A memento. Holy. You guys need to know that I slept for 3.5 hours last night, so I'm running a little on empty at this point. Cut me a little slack. And I've been on for
funny. I got about 4.
8 hours.
Yeah. It's been weird.
It's one of those.
Hey, 999 from Answers. Yeah,
No,
Answers in Genetics. I just finished my 25-page bioanthropology research paper in the middle. Pleistocene hominins. This is the first night in a while I got to relax, so the stream is very timely. Why would you waste your relaxing time on this? Is that Piltdown Man?
No, that's not Piltdown.
The discoloration on the jaw. Okay.
It looks like it's Artie. That's Ardipithecus.
Okay.
Remedis.
The discoloration on the jaw reminded me a little bit of that.
It's the way the picture is taken, for sure. $10 from Wow Banjo's Rock. A magician tried to saw a donkey in two, but failed. It was a half-assed attempt. I get it. But that doesn't really work for me, though, because it's like I'm picturing him cutting transversely in the human transverse way down this donkey. But if it was half-assed, it would have to be long ways, because it's a half-assed ass, right? Like an ass on an ass. You see what I mean?
More ass on one side of the half ass.
Exactly. $10. Oh wait, this is you. Yeah, you did repeat
$10 from Bramlings. Oh no, I repeated a pun. I wasn't here to see it posted. I am ashamed. Anyway, how do we make potato leek soup? You fill a potato with soup and don't seal it very well.
Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow. Horrible. Shameful. $5 from Daniel Larson, 5217. Aliens have never visited us because in the reviews we only had 1 star. Oh, I get
That's
it.
really
because
good.
we have 1 star in our solar system. Yeah, it would be if most solar systems didn't have 1 star or like 2 stars.
Although, do you think that 5-star restaurants are common? That's the whole point of the 5-star thing, is that it's a really good place.
One? Is there one solar system with 5 stars? 1?
Have you looked?
I guess I haven't it's the Russell's 5-star solar system. I haven't turned over every black hole in the entire universe. Yeah, the 5 body problem. Yeah, exactly.
$5, 5 bodies from Prod Arcsine. Which ape gave Forrest his evolutionary dump truck? Why are baboons similarly goated? The ape that gave me my evolutionary dump truck was probably my mom, I'm guessing.
I would say that the reason baboons are goated ass-wise is because they have ischial callosities, which they scoot around on a lot, and also because the ladies like them. But technically gibbons also have ischial callosities, and they're like very slight things. You can't really see them. They got the short end of the stick as far as curves go. Gibbons are fairly. $10 from
baboons
Andrew Sorensen.
Here, I like big butts, and I throw my poop.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It fit the rhythm. I like big butts and I throw my poop. That's a thing for because they're apes and they're
you guys.
Right. Well, apes. Shame, dishonoring you, dishonoring your cow as well.
Sorry, it's old world monkeys. I was just saying words. I'm sorry. I was thinking about your. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The company.
It's the slap happy part of the stream.
It is. That is true. I hate how atheists and agnostics tend to be portrayed in fictional media like they are just mad at God or something. Can you guys think of any characters in fiction that represent atheism well? Is Picard an atheist? Is Picard?
I feel like if there's a character in fiction that represents atheism well, you wouldn't even know they're an atheist because they're just carrying on with their life, not caring about a God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. I feel like I've seen a good atheist or agnostic somewhere, but my brain is a little bit Swiss cheesed out right now. I can't come up with anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there's I'm sure we could. Here's what we can do. We can just list all the atheist characters that don't do a good job, and then eventually we'll come to one that is less bad than all the others.
I feel like Malcolm Reynolds is an atheist for interesting reasons, and it's part of his story, but not in an obnoxious way, you know?
I feel like Frank Reynolds is also probably an atheist from It's Always Sunny. Just roll my body in the trash, Charlie. We got $10 from John Stephen Albert. I'm your primate dancer. Dancer for monkey. Do what you want at the zoo. I'm your primate dancer. Dancer for monkey. It's cool if you want to throw poo. This is to a song. What song is this?
Yeah, I don't know what would be the melody here, because I feel like
that's
that's
what I'm trying to
important.
figure out. I think this is to a song, is what I'm saying. Like, I think there's a song that exists, and this is a sort of satire funny of the song. Well, now I'm checking the comments. Someone is going to say. No one is saying, so. Oh, someone's complimenting me on my hair color. Thank you very much, Middle Earth Lover. I was thinking about getting highlights again because I haven't gotten them since my wedding, like 3 or 4 years ago. So. No one's saying no.
I don't know
Zooey
what
Mama.
that song is.
Private Dancer.
Zooey Mama. I'm going to be Tina Turner listener. It's not that I'm not a fan. I'm just not a listener.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. $4.99 from Hannah Huggins. Farm Boy Strong versus Transphobic Chatter at Mountain Woman 222. Drop the hay bales, Erika. Yeah, I wish that person would have like searched around their house because they might have found a spine somewhere and they could have called in.
Yeah, they would never. They would never. We get $10 from Thomas3229. Erika, how close are we to the infamous panthoot? I actually can't stress this enough. I think about this a lot. At 250,000, I'm going to do my panthoot. I'm going to teach you how to do it. And I know I say this all the time. It is certified extremely accurate. I have the best human panthoot of any human I have ever met. It is extremely good. And I've run it by several people who work at Gombe Stream National Park. It's so good.
This is a family stream.
It's really
you can't be talking about your panthoot up in here.
You gotta be there. But like, let me tell you how good it is, if I may. In 2015, I was on a boat on Lake Tanganyika, and we were going to visit one of the other camps at Gombe Stream. And when we were in the boat, I was like, I've got a pretty good panthoot. I've been practicing it because I practiced it before we come to Gombe Stream National Park because we talked about it earlier in the trip. And they were like, okay, do it. Like one of our guides was like, let's hear it. There was all of us people who were on the study abroad trip, who were on this boat, whatever. I did it. And the chimps in Gombe responded halfway up the mountain. They started losing their shit when they heard me right at the edge of the lake, moving up and down the lake. That's how good it is. You do not know what you're in for. Very good. I'm not, you know me, I would not hype it up if it weren't great. It's phenomenal. $5 from Hidro Sidwald again. There's no telling the horrors in Erika's browser history, but it gives me chills just to think about it. I'm on a list. I'm probably on a few. Luckily, the lists that I'm on are still not as bad as the lists that many of the elected officials in this nation are on. So you won't find me on any of those worst lists. Mine are just regular freaky murder stuff. That's it.
Always on a watch list, never on the Epstein list.
That's so true.
$10 from Ericapedia. Erika, from now on, start every heat problem debate with "We could go there, but Jewel be sorry." Damn it, I love having money again.
I think that you should be fired from your job so that you stop sending these to me. I will make sure that it will happen. I will vaporize not the granitic crust of the earth, but the various bones and organs within your body. $5 from Meg801. Today I learned humans eat more bananas than monkeys. That seems like a given, since I can't remember the last time I ate a monkey. I get it. It's a given. I get it. It's so cool how everybody is like, she's gonna love this one. They're like, she's never heard this one before. Give and take. It's a gibbon. You gotta gibbon it to them. Come on, please. What is this, amateur hour? You think I was born yesterday? You think I'm a fool? A beautiful little fool? Read this, Forrest. Get this out of my sight.
$10 for Tunnel 332. This is my offering to the academic gods to give me at least one of the 50 scholarships I submitted yesterday. Hey, good luck to you.
Yeah, my condolences writing those fucking socks.
They suck.
It sucks.
They suck.
You have to be like, trust me, it's a really good project. $10
You really
from
gotta
Lord Ben,
give it your all.
6584. You gotta give it your all. That's so funny, Forrest. That was so funny, I almost forgot how to laugh.
Thank you for noticing.
That's way
Thank
to
you.
your Forrest is to say dimetric. This is good to know. I'm gonna pocket this information for later. It's to say Dimetrodon is a dinosaur and Gorgonopsids are stupid. Not cool. Who would say the second one, though? Literally no one has ever said
true.
that and meant it.
No one has ever said that, and also the first one. It's not like triggering to me for you to be a dumb a piece of shit. Like you can do that all you like. It's just it hurts my heart to know that you care so little about science or integrity or your own just decency as a human being. As an honest person. That's just all.
Well, not everybody has standards. Also, I every now and again I check chat, but my little timeline is behind, and so every time I check, it's you speaking and me just stuffing my face with Cheez-Its every time I go over, and it's playing like it's been playing this entire time. So it's like I ate Cheez-Its over the course of a lot of the stream. I didn't really eat. I need you to know I didn't eat that many of them. It's just I ate them in big bursts. $5 from Ray Gatto. Why do dinosaurs make such bad pets? Because they are all dead. See, this is the this is the cadence that I'm talking about. That's a funny way to end the joke, because they are all dead. Not because they're all dead. It's kind of staccato like that. I like that.
499 into Mauser. The secret 8th dwarf, gassy. What are you talking about there? Where did we get from?
I don't know. Oh, we were talking about the 7 dwarves. This was a 7 dwarves joke from earlier. And this is like what if there was another of the 7 dwarves and this one is just like farting 24/7, which is so fucking funny. $5 from Joshua Everett.
We've been on for a long time because we're getting the comments in the chat now. You guys are still on. Wow, like it's always this. And also, I just opened my fucking Discord back up to see if I missed anything. And I see Luxander talking about how I'm a cis man describing gender euphoria, and that's fascinating. Is that what I was describing? That you just feel more manly at certain points? Is that what that is?
Yeah, you were like, ooh,
I get that all the time.
manly. That feels good. That's euphoria.
Well,
it's not like I was like reveling in it. I don't know. Euphoria sounds like an extreme term for what was going on.
I mean, it's like it can be mild, just like dysphoria can be mild, I
think it was reveling, Mike. I think you were reveling a little.
Revelish.
$5 from Joshua Everett. 9887. Frick yeah, science radicals. Yeah, that made me laugh. Science radicals is extremely funny as a phrase.
999 from Outwitted by Fish. Calipegia is a problem for evolution. You can say that much that such people simply have very good genes, but that's just a God of the gap argument.
That's a long ass setup for that payoff there at the end. I hope you're happy. I hope that was
Not
worth it.
Not a long ass setup. It's a badass setup.
Because it's a gap gene. Are gap genes notorious for big teasters? Is that
Calipegia? Calipegia is the adjective meaning like you have a very nice, well-rounded, large posterior. Yeah. Calipegian means you have a nice, big, tasty booty.
Having a well-shaped buttocks. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, when you click on this, oh wow. There's a lot of good stuff in that Google Images. $5 from Lord Ben 6584. Somebody should ask Andrew why Neptune is blue and then explain photon spectroscopy and then explain which gases absorb infrared heat and blanket it. I think that we were a little bit far off from that level of an explanation in that conversation, but that's just me.
Yeah, the good news is we're on Andrew Super Chats now. That's we're getting along.
That's good for us.
$30.99 and ass dollars by Agzes God is not a name. It's not a B. Is this the whole fucking? Oh, Agzes is okay. That's where it starts. I thought this was all their goddamn username. God TM is not a name. It's not a being. It's a job title like president. It's a label humans invented because we're evolutionarily wired for hierarchy, authoritarian thinking. Titles are transferable. I disagree with that. Us evolutionary wired for hierarchy. But the rest of it, yes.
20 Canadian dollars from Canadian Goose 007. Just a slight fact check, Erika. Canada is also investing heavily into fossil fuels, but that's because the federal government and select provincial governments are incredibly beholden to the fossil fuels industry. Yeah, I omitted basically everything that wasn't US and China from that conversation because I did not think that conversation was one where nuance and additional things added to the list was going to get us very far. But I didn't know that about Canada, so fair play to you, my friend.
J Mike's in the chat saying he just woke up from a nap and we're still alive. Get on our level, scrub. Also, let me know if you're in Tulsa. We'll play Jackbox games.
How could that happen? How could it happen that we're still live? This is crazy.
Have you met J Mike before? He's a very nice person.
I don't think so.
Yeah, just a genuinely good dude. $10 from Heather Lewis. There's no reason to tailgate me when I'm doing 50 and a 35, and those flashing lights on top of your car look ridiculous. Bumper sticker. Does this make someone target for profiling? It could. It could. That is a very funny
a noble
joke.
A noble target, though. $5 from Never Had a Bidet. Andrew's a lost cause. He's too brainwashed to learn anything. No thoughts of his own. Andrew is 100% an airhead puppet. I don't know why he calls in. If every call is truly like that, that is fascinating to me why you would waste his time here.
It is bizarre because it is every single call. And this one was the most productive we've ever had. And it was still just literally every bit of evidence was just what he thinks he's seen on TV or on the internet or whatever like that. I don't think he understands how to parse out what information is.
Well, it was weird to me that he was so quick. We made 2 arguments and he was like, well, okay, maybe climate change is happening. And he's like, well, what are we supposed to do about it? And it's like, well, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the next step, I guess, but what do you want to do with that?
Progress of a kind. A win is a win.
A win is a win is a win.
666 from Mike Internet. I believe Jimmy hires Andrew to call the line and create outrage entertainment. Hashtag #lineanon.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. You should ask him about that. He's got a secret cabal of callers to keep things interesting. $20, 20 more dollars from Canadian. Me?
Yeah. Do you have a rain stick in your office? Okay, never mind.
Why? Are you hearing clacking?
I had a rain stick in my office here. And it's made of a cactus.
Oh, that's cool.
And who knows how many rocks. I did the thing with Andrew White, and he had one behind him as well. And we talked about how this is just anthropologists have this in their office. And I was wondering.
Here's my problem though, Forrest, is I was a primatologist first. So I come from a different sort of branch. I actually have very little archaeology training. I don't know very much. Yeah. Pretty much once we hit the Holocene, I'm clueless. So it's I have much more of a paleo background. So I have trilobites in here and ammonites and trichopods.
I did integrative bio, so I was easy to transition over into cultural anthropology for a semester. And the rest of my shit is in bioanthro, but I do have a tiny bit of culture in there. So I don't know.
Yeah, I got like zilch,
Oh.
el zilcho. No cultural, no arc. I mean, I took my core classes, but my core for cultural was the anthropology of pilgrimages. So I know a lot about pilgrimages. And then I had I took ancient cities. So I could tell you all about the city center and the monumental core, but outside of that, not much. 20 Canadian dollars from Canadian Goose 007. Fun fact about Chinese electric cars. They account for over 70% of global electric vehicle market sales in 2024. BYD electric vehicles are better in almost every way from performance, efficiency, and price when compared to Western models. I wish I could say that was surprising, but this is the Chinese century. People don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. We gave it to them on a silver platter.
It would be crazy because like we would have a really interesting competitive market, but instead of having free market capitalism, which we all think is so great, we just banned them. We banned Chinese electric cars. We banned Chinese smartphones. And so now we have fucking Samsung Galaxy or iPhone 98. Which fucking one do you want? It's one or the other. That's all you got. And they both suck ass. And meanwhile, fucking Huawei, you can teleport to the moon and use it to control your car, which is also an Xbox, which also can fly, which it's insane. The technology they have is ridiculous.
Save us, Nokia, please.
Yes, please. That's what we need. Is this me? $10 Americapedia soapbox bivalves. They can feed billions with agriculture, energy, infrastructure, transportation requirements for grain and meat, and I consider them vegan if that's important to you. They also are really good for cleaning water. Like you can use them for your fucking cleaning out all your filth. They're amazing.
I like a bivalve. I think they're kind of cute.
Me too.
$5 from Michael Thoney. Can you please not? I don't know if you just heard her grunting. She was just like, whatever. 95.25. We would still have electric cars without Musk. Acting like he invented anything is asinine. He's only ever taken good financial advice. I mean, I think that a lot of the Elon Musk is a genius stuff cratered when he cratered Twitter. That was a really incredible job that he did with that. Really good stuff. You.
$5 from this person. Mo Sizlak is a decent enough bartender, but he's a terrible bartender. I don't know what that means.
It's a Simpsons joke. Bart prank calls Mo Sizlak, and he'll be like, I have a question for Amanda Hug and Kiss, and then Mo's like, Amanda Hug and Kiss, I need Amanda Hug and Kiss. Then everybody laughs.
Gotcha.
But he tried to kill Bart once, I'm pretty sure, in a Treehouse of Horror episode and never did it. Or maybe it wasn't Treehouse of Horror. $7 Canadian dollars, or Canada dollars, excuse me. This is just, it's getting ridiculous. From Megan Amanita, there we go, Mushroom. Andrew getting news from a news source and not X. Forrest, you give him too much credit.
I like to think of myself as kind.
Andrew's getting grok summaries. That's wild.
$10 from Darren McAuliffe. Hashtag Team Lux. Hashtag Team Erika. Hashtag Team. What's the opposite of Forrest? Team ExxonMobil. What the fuck? Team Taoism. There's a lot there. I had to take a second to decipher.
Rip Bozo.
How dare you? Also,
$5 from Anti-Meridium. You should try the PopGen sim with zero benefit for the reference homozygous, beneficial for the homozygous variant allele, and start the variant allele at a low frequency. I really would love to fool around with that. We will do it. Well, Force is going to do it right now, but we'll see what happens. Thank you for the donation and for the advice. My PopGen simulator is a lot jankier, as I said, than that one. $4.99 from Life is Literary. I've never heard a more insufferable way to apologize for being called insufferable. Yeah. I don't know why he started the chat or started the call with that. That was a little bit of an L. Everybody knows you don't read chat when you're in an unfriendly environment. It's like 101.
Okay, what were we doing again? What were the parameters they asked? We're doing replicated simulations.
You want your homozygous, yeah, there you go. You want your reference homozygous, zero benefit, you want beneficial for the homozygous variant allele, and then start the variant allele at a low frequency.
0 benefit for reference homozygous. So that's going to be our A1. So 0 benefit here. And what was it? What?
They say benefit for,
how many?
they say, yeah, I don't know if that means keep it at 1 or like keep it at 0.1. Like, I don't know how beneficial that we want to go.
Well, then what are we doing for heterozygotes then?
You're going to start it at a low
half?
frequency. So start at like, do like 0.1.
Well, no, the benefit for heterozygotes, the fitness coefficient. I'm going to put it at half. And then frequency, we're going to bring that down to maybe, you said just 1?
Yeah.
0.1, we'll run 50 populations per simulation.
Yeah, 10%. That should be good.
And what's our population size? And we're going to crank generations up like crazy.
Do a population size of 1,000.
You think so? Okay. There it is. All right. And this is for selection, not for mutation, migration, anything like that. We're going to try it.
You should be, yeah.
It's just fixing at 0.
It's immediately going extinct. That's crazy.
Yeah. Let me bring that down because that's 10,000. I did that at 10,000 generations. Let me bring that down to like 50 generations and just see if we can get a little bit more where you actually see what it's doing. Nope,
I got a couple to fix when I'm messing around with it. I got a couple to fix a minute ago, but I can't remember what my settings were.
Wild.
Forrest, keep futzing. I'm going to keep reading super chats.
The futz shall continue.
We got 10 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate 2735. We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind because if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, then they're no friends of mine. That's the safety dance, which is morally superior to God easy. I like the safety dance. That one. $5 from Reverend Nate 2735. My worldview that humans are by definition insufferable is not shared by all atheists. A lot may agree, but it's not an atheist worldview. Also laughing emoji. We have $5 from Joshua Everett 9887. Mats needs a Justin Jovan tag team. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he called the wrong two clowns to have a resurrection debate with. I don't know any of that stuff. No clue.
Also, it's
Well,
Jovan.
a little bit of a clue. Oh, Jovan. What did I say?
You said Jovan.
Jovan. Got it. Thank you. $19.99 from Jovan. Got it. Locked in. Okay. $9.99 from Hannah Hodgins. I feel Holly. I grew up in a fundamental apocalyptic religion and went to a private school. I had exorcisms done on me. Good Lord. I was asked by a religious family who were friends for a sleepover, and they did an exorcism on me. Holy, that is a wild ruse to get you over for that. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is horrible.
Why do you pronounce our name so weird?
What?
Hannah Hodgins?
Oh, right. Okay, right. Well, no, because it just showed up as the regular one. 5 Canadian dollars from Reverend Nate 2735. If you know how to foil, it's easy, my dude. I didn't even understand that sentence. You know foil, first, outer, inner, last.
Yeah, dude.
You know, foil. From algebra.
You know what you can do?
It sucks.
From algebra.
From algebra.
You do.
You know.
Is that like PEMDAS?
It's kind of like
no,
PEMDAS.
PEMDAS
yeah,
is
but
the
you
order
do
of
it.
operations.
No, it's similar in the sense that it's how you treat the order of each portion of the equation.
So it's all dominant alleles plus all recessive alleles in a population, and so like things you have the allele frequency of each of these. How many times does dominant allele come up versus how many times does recessive allele come up? And you know that we're diploid, right? So we have 2 copies of our genes. And so you take this whole situation here and you just square it. And what you have to remember is that d plus r squared is not just d squared plus r squared. That's not how squaring this whole thing works. What you end up with is d squared plus 2dr plus r squared. That's what that turns into. And I can prove that to you if you'd like. That's a whole other thing. We have to you send a super chat if you want me to prove that's how squares work. And so if you take some part of your population, like let's say, fucking, I don't know, 15% of the population exhibits recessive phenotype. 15% of the population has whatever the heterozygous or homozygous recessive thing is. So now I know that R squared here is 0.15. And then I can take that, because this is R squared to make this, then I can just take the square root of 0.15. Oh, fuck. 0.15 on my calculator there. Square root is, I'm going to round to 0.39. And if that and that together, then I can, this would equal 1 for convenience sake. So 1 minus 0.39 is 0.61. There we go. 0.61. And then I got that, and I can square that. 0.61 squared. And now I have d squared. And that's going to be 0.37. And then I have that. Because this is, if that's 1, then this is going to equal 1. And I can say 0.15 plus 0.37 equals 0.52 minus 1 is 0.48. And now I know the population genetics of this shit. If 15% of them were homozygous recessive, then I know that 48% of them are actually heterozygotes and 37% of them are homozygous dominant. And here I can get the allele frequencies of what's going on in the population. Wazam, Hardy-Weinberg principle. I can't hear a word you're saying, dude.
$20 from, sorry, I was cracking my knuckles and then my toes, and I didn't want anybody to hear. $20 from Louis 1984 Bat. Erika, your channel helped me too. Just 4 years into a young earth creationist high school pushed me into an anti-intellectualism conspiracism rabbit hole for a long time. Since finding your vids, I've been building a much healthier way of thinking. Thank you. It is my absolute pleasure. This is my favorite kind of comment to receive, and I'm so glad to hear that. Congratulations on getting out of that nonsense.
Yeah. $5 from Mark Fernkopf. You're making that up. Candy is too sick to take any notes. Any tokes. Oh, tokes. That's right. Candy is too sick to take any tokes. She suggested taking a Benadryl every time Forrest is allele tonight. I advised against that. Could be lethal. Yeah, don't do that. Save the tokes for later. Allele. Those are for you when you're feeling better.
1999 from DeMauser. We're 5 hours in. Oh, Lord. And I noticed and joined 1 hour in and said, darn, I missed 20% of the stream. Starting to think I should have said 12.5%. What are you new here? What is this, your first rodeo? First time?
$20 from the idiotic conclast. Nice. Patrick, I think fitness of humans is the result of our diversity and ability to communicate with long-lasting symbols, also butt cheeks. We are fit as a group and generally stuck in isolation. And butt cheeks are actually really important for humans because those thick protruding gluteal muscles, they help us do things like the walking is really the medial and minimal glutes. The big gluteus maximus, those are great for like climbing up stairs and shit, for like taking big steps over things. But yeah, those glutes, they help us do things that humans evolved to do, like walk, run, and make music videos. And so thanks, butts, for helping us evolve the way that we have.
Butts rock. $5 from the French Selkie 1401. For humans, our niche is cooperation. Humans have done great as a species because we work together and achieve things as individuals we couldn't do. True. Cosign. I'm co-signing that with my vertebral column pen that's out of ink.
Hey, I'm genuinely hurt that no one sent in a super chat asking me to explain how squares work yet. $20 from Canada, from Sentinel7. Those are fucking mad. Come on. If everything is one thing, maybe the real money was the friends we made along the way. Fun fact, my people, Inuit, made Inuit versions of biblical names. Pauluski, Makuski, I don't know why I'm putting a K in there because I'm making it Slavic. Paulusi, Makusi, Josephi. We even have a Jesusi, and Satanusi. Love you both. That's neat.
I can't help but notice the resemblance to the Aussie
yes, yeah,
suffix that is
absolutely,
funny.
yes.
Yeah. I have to point it
I
out.
wasn't gonna say
$5
anything,
from
but it
It's
is
okay.
there.
I'll be the bad guy. I don't mind. $5 from Elias on a silver
Yeah.
boat. What do you call an organic compound with an attitude? Amino acid. I get it. I
Nice.
roll out the welcome mat for you, Erika, when you come to END me. To end you. Yeah, well, you can roll the welcome mat out. I will roll it back up and stuff it down your esophagus, choking you. Actually, it'll be more like a funnel, and then I'll pour, like, Drano. Yeah, no, that's too mean.
Dang.
Like, chocolate milk.
Lead.
You can choke on chocolate milk. That's nice.
Elias on a silver bow. Why was the amoeba sad? His parents just split. What kind of snacks would you like? Any drink preferences? I wouldn't want you to get peckish. That's sweet.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll eat before I come. $5 from Elias on a silver bow. Why did the scuba diver fail biology? He was below sea level. You want to know something horrifying? In some entry-level courses now, you only need a D. You don't even need a C to pass. It's ridiculous. Should I cover up a room in plastic to make the cleanup easier for you? No, it's okay. I bring my own materials. Thank you, though. That's very
She's full service.
That's very
murderer.
yeah. I'm full service. You get what you pay for, and you, my friend, have paid for a lot of puns. You don't have to worry your pretty little head.
10 cock-ass dollars from Reverend Nate. Okay, how much do we need to open the lines again? Let's fucking go. Sorry, Alex, but we had to be goddess/god/god it to the Misfit Twins tonight. Arden can probably point you to a support group. True.
You will all be pleased to know that Arden has already checked online in their Discord to make sure.
And this was all consensual. We discussed it beforehand. We agreed. I knew what I was getting. Guys, it's only midnight for me right now. I'm on the West Coast. I'm like, this is not a
We're big on
problem.
consent here.
Full consent. Exactly. Yeah. Lux knew. We got $5 from Stephen G. Kleinard, 1766. Won't someone think of the gametes? That's so true. We don't talk enough about gametes. This is what I'm always saying about is the problem with current culture. We just don't talk enough about gametes.
We've got $5 Canadian from Reverend Nate. You can't know shit about evolution if you haven't read on the origin of feces. Sorry, not sorry, Erika. It's like that old fucking that joke where the fucking the guys like harassing that girl on a train and trying to tell her how to live her life and how to be a proper person, blah blah blah. And she's like, "Hey, cows eat grass and goats eat grass, right?" Like, yeah. Like, why do cow turds big flopping patties and goat turds these little pellet balls if they both eat the same kind of grass? The guy's like, I don't know. And she's like, why should I tell you how to run my life? Why should I listen to you tell me how to run my life if you don't know shit? Get it? It's great.
Wow.
Good joke.
I'm actually really glad you took the time to set that joke up. I feel like I'm enriched because of that. $5 from Joshua Everett, 9887. All in favor of banning all competitive sports, say aye. This is honestly the hardest thing to talk about they have the trans sports conversation, which is a conversation that I frankly should never be in, but I find myself in more often than I care to admit, is that I don't care about sports anyways. I don't really like sports. I'd rather go to the movies.
I just don't care where the ball goes. And
sports. Ugh. Or the puck or the net.
You guys are
or the
trying to get me to fucking discuss human rights because of where the ball goes, and I just don't care where the ball goes. Fucking $9.99 from Melody Kate. Eric's got it 100% correctly. Men only care about what the fuck? Men only care about out women in sports because. Were you having several strokes? Because see, they want to control women and they don't give one fuck about trans men playing sports. I hope whatever happened gets better, but I agree with your sentiment.
The sentiment is received. The sentiment is received.
Yes.
But you were clacking around on that keyboard. $10 from Alosa 7. One more call. I think you guys are probably satisfied with the amount of calls we've taken. I think we've taken a good amount.
Send in your super chats if you want one more call. $10 $5 Canadian from Reverend Nate. This dude just wants someone to justify his browser history. Open the lines for one more call. How much will it take? Lux, pretty please. Lux, that choice is yours. We're the entertainers. We're we're just here.
Hired help.
Listen, I stay up late sometimes. If you can convince me, I can be convinced. Let's see how many more super chats we get that are asking me this same question, and then we'll add them all up. I'll be generous.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Forrest is bluffing. That is a complete bluff on his part. He does not want to open up another line.
You don't know me. You don't know me. You're not the Lorax. $10 from Hillhugger. Oh, it's you. I didn't know. I thought it was me. Go ahead.
Evolution. And Hoven's presentation. That's true. You ever see? Could a dog ever give birth to an animal the size of Texas? He loves that one. Texas?
$5. He thinks a lot about the elasticity of fucking dog vaginas. All right. $5 from. He's a scientist. $5 from Dandalia 998. You both should put your theses on Audible or other audiobook services. I don't want to kill people with that. Plus, Erika, it's been too long since we co-hosted a stream together.
It has been too long, yeah. Yeah, I honestly, the Audible thing, that's just dream on. $5 from Secular Feelinist. If I ever have a secret project that involves bathrooms, you won't be privy to it. No leaking of confidential information will occur. Is the leaking, is it like a diarrhea joke? I get it. I get it.
In the privy.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, this is really good.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
This is really good.
$5 from Dinosaur Mermaid Art. I just fact-checked myself. Trans inmates placement was imperfectly done case by case with everyone's safety in mind until Trump's January 20th order. Yep. Makes as much sense as everything else in this fucking bullshit administration.
Tell me.
This works really well, but it involves people I don't like. Let's destroy it and then blame the system for being destroyed.
It's really incredible how it gets worse every time. Let's just take something that works and break it. $5 from Ericapedia. If I hear had a secret project, it'd be super gross. I don't get this one, Ericapedia. I'm gonna be honest. If I I don't get it.
I'm trying to think about it, and I'm not finding anything either. I might just be very tired. $10 from Raise a Village. Forrest, I grew up with that dish, but we just called it pork and ribs and sauerkraut and potatoes. Us too. Because there's like two people in my family who can pronounce it. But so here's some money. It looks gross, but it tastes wonderful. Abso-fucking-lutely. You get me. You get what I'm talking about. Hell yeah.
That's okay. And is the pork sauerkraut in the room with us right now? $20 from @AaronRay. Don't stop searching.
I'm gonna make that when you come to Tulsa.
Closer than you know. The fuck's the monad? All right, I won't tolerate any monad slander this late at night. I'll try it. I will try it. I will try anything. Like food-wise, I'll give anything a go. I've eaten some weird stuff.
When you come up here, I'm gonna like set out a bed for you and your man, and like make a little couch nest area for you guys. And on the first night, I'm gonna make chicky dumps to make you pass the fuck out from the snuggle coma that heart food will put you in. And when you wake up, it'll be spicy tortilla soup to get you going, and then the crazy pork rib dish to knock you the fuck back out. And when you wake up the next day, it will then be jambalaya to get you back in the mood to go home.
I see. Yeah, this is like a 4-course. This is 4 gigantic meals packed into a day, and then the following day. That's a really nice setup for us. That's real service. Okay, $5 from Ericapedia.
I love the host.
Here, not here. It's worth $5 to me that I tried to be correct and autocorrect bone me. I'm sorry, Ericapedia. That sucks. But we got it now. Better late than never.
Ray's Village sent $10. Question for Erika: can you recommend a book about baboons directed towards a layperson? Thanks in advance.
Do a primate's memoir. Do that Robert Sapolsky intro with a primate's memoir. It's really good. It's got a lot of baboon stuff in it. I could probably. I'm trying to remember what Harry's. I had a advisor named Harry Marshall, and he did a lot of stuff on baboons. I'm trying to remember if he published anything like layman wise. I'd just start with the primates memoir. I think it's a good one. €10 from Daz Lenny. Why is gender
I
plotted
rearranged
as
my
bimodal
bullshit, and I don't know where it would be.
I don't know the answer to this question. Why is gender plotted as a bimodal distribution instead of a multi-dimensional construct? Any thoughts? My guess would be that it's just they're trying to make it as simplistic as possible. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Is that it's like simple graphs, better graphs. So do a bimodal distribution, lose a little of the information. They just don't really think about the consequences of that kind of thing.
I think
That'd
the
be my
issue is
guess.
that it's when you are plotting it, you are necessarily using the binary gender framework of our culture to then plot it and explain that there's more than those options. And so it's more of just like kind of an artifact of what it was that you're trying to teach it to new people. And maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Excuse me. I've been wanting to make a fucking video require pant hoot for $50.
Holy. Listen, this is such a sweet donation. I really appreciate it. But the pant hoot requirement is for my channel to reach 250,000 subscribers. Once I hit that,
You heard it here first, folks.
the pant hoot is coming.
Go subscribe.
It's.
Go subscribe to Guts
I
and
know
Gimme.
I'm gonna reach. I
But
know I'm
subscribe
gonna
to
reach
me
it eventually.
first.
You're probably already subscribed to you, Forrest. Jesus, don't poach my. Don't poach. Come on, I'm
poaching.
grifting. I'm grifting now.
Coaching all day long.
Oh, this is you. This is you.
$5 from Lord Ben. Synapsids are myth. All animals are the same tooth type. The synapsid doesn't have to be about teeth. We're all diapsids. Second fenestra is invisible. Dimetrodon never had two types of teeth. Well, these are just all wrong things. And also, synapsid and diapsid. Dimetrodon talks about two types of teeth. That's what the word means. Dimetrodon, two measure of tooth. Synapsid and diapsid.
I think
That's
they're
just
messing with
talking
you.
about those.
Lord Ben is trying to piss you off on purpose.
They're just saying words.
It's working though. $5 from Draven Dresden. I won $50 earlier today. I bet someone I could jump higher than a house. Apparently, he didn't know houses can't jump. You, my friend,
Do you
were
know
wagering
why?
with a moron.
Do you know why you never see elephants hiding in trees?
Because they can't climb trees.
Because they're really good at it.
That doesn't
hiding.
make any sense for us. That doesn't make
They're
any
hiding
sense.
in the tree. You can't see them. They're so good at it, you never see them doing it.
That is so dumb, dude. That's so stupid. Oh my god.
It's a
1999
really
from
good
the
one, and you're
Mousers.
really impressed, and you're glad we're friends right now.
Sending this just as you two got to my chat about another 8-hour stream after getting well into the 7-hour mark. I got pretty close. We're doing pretty good. I think we might have hit the 8. I think we hit the 8.
Are we there? Oh, we started at 6.
You were.
We started 10
Yeah, we're
minutes
at the
late,
8.
so I think we've just now kind of hit the 8-hour mark.
We are now at the 8.
Slammed it.
Yes.
Crushed it. Absolutely crushed it.
Putting in that hard work. $10 from Wikipedia. Maybe do some squares.
Veto. Co-host veto.
Maybe do some squares.
I don't want to see that shit.
You know what though?
No.
I know for sure he wasn't the only one. So I'm going to wait to the second one, and then I'm going to show you some cool stuff about squares. You're going to like it. You're
I'm
gonna have fun with
co-host
it.
vetoing that. $20
Okay, well, you
Australian
can
dollars
veto
from
that one, but you
Primordial
can't veto two of
Bubble.
them.
Forrest Lux wants to know if there are glutopods.
There's
Forrest
about
Lux
to be a
wants to know if
glutapod
there
when
are
I put my
glutopods.
foot up your ass.
That's actually also not what I said.
Holy.
I was wondering if you agree with Hank Green that butt is legs.
Butt is
Then
legs?
butt
No,
is
butt is not
legs?
legs.
Shoulder
Butt is
is
not
arm.
legs any more than shoulder is not chest, Lux.
Butt is legs. I didn't
Glutes
say
are
butt
analogous.
is I didn't say butt is trunk. And
Glutes
also
are analogous to pecs. Glutes are analogous to pecs.
not
Your
shoulders.
deltoids are your shoulders. No. Your pecs aren't your shoulders.
No, your glutes are not analogous to your
They're not
shoulders.
your shoulders. No.
Okay.
No,
I-
your
okay.
abductor muscles would be.
I'll tell Hank
Get
Green
out of
that
here
he's
with that.
wrong.
I'll text him and tell him he's wrong. Did he say this? Send me
it
the
was
clip
like
of
a
him
whole
saying
thing.
this.
It was like a
I
tell us
will
your most
actually call
inflammatory
him in the middle of the
opinions.
night and tell
Yeah.
him that he's a fucking lunatic.
Please do.
All right, well, he and I are going to fight.
Beef it out.
Fucking, I want to hear it with that. Yes,
wonderful.
here, $10. Green Man Dave. Hey, Forrest, how do squares work? I pour root beer in a square cup, turn it into beer. That's very funny. Here's what you have to understand about squares.
It doesn't count because it's a joke, Forrest. This is not a real request.
This is what you have to understand about squares, okay? Is that if I said A plus B and I square that, right? If I were to then distribute that square and say A squared plus B squared, I would actually get a different result. And I'm going to prove it to you. Because what you have to remember is, let's say, for example, 3 squared, right? What does that actually mean? It means we can make a square with side length of 3, like this. And what is 3 times 3 in this square? It's 9, right? So you literally make a square with the side length of what you're squaring. So if I were to do that with A and B in this way, then I would have A squared, and then I would have B squared. And that's what I've made. What the fuck is this? Right? This isn't a square. This isn't how this works. Even if I tried to just combine the volumes of these two, or the areas, wouldn't make any sense. It'd be really fucking complicated. It'd be really fucking stupid. No, what you're doing here, get that shit out of here, right? Is you're making a square. Here's your square, right? And here's how it works. Watch very carefully. Here is side length A, and here is side length B. They're together. A and B are added together, and you're squaring the whole thing. And then here on this side, same thing. Here's side length A, and here's side length B. And now what happens when you do this, right? When you divide this up like this, here is A squared, and here is B squared. But that's not the whole mother cunting shape, is it? Because this right here is side length A plus side length B, right? Or times, not plus, it's times. And this is also side length A times side length B. And there is how many? 2 of them. So if you do this, it's A squared plus 2AB plus B squared. That is why that FOIL method works. First outside, inside, last. That's why. Because you're literally making a square. And if you just do A squared plus B squared, you come up with a different answer. It's A plus B squared. They're together, and then you square them, and that's what it looks like. Science. And math. And they're beautiful. Smash that subscribe button if you love math. And also send super chats. Please give us money.
50 Australian dollars from Primordial Puggles. Please, Lux. That's quite the Lux. They're begging.
Primordial Puggle wants. They want more calls. The people yearn for the calls.
Super chats first before we make a decision. So
$10 from Kate Space. One more call. Mo money, monad. Hell yes.
I do. I like a mo money monad. I do like that. $50. Wow, that is a really cute dog. From Fellow 57. No, seriously, how much? I'm kind of curious what kind of person would call it at this hour. That is a wild.
That sounds like fun.
Europeans, apparently.
I'm telling you, here's the thing. It's gonna be disappointing. You know I'm right. It's gonna be disappointing. That's okay though. Whatever. This is you.
$14.99 and ass dollars from Ross Rhodes. Just got home from work to find you guys are still alive. Now I have to watch 7+ hours to catch up. Hail to the monad. Hell yeah.
Unfortunately, the funniness of healing the monad was destroyed by bringing up the fact that we're still alive. We're always still alive. $5 from Ericapedia. Erika, it's too tired. Oh, Ericapedia. That's so funny. That's hilarious. I'm glad that you said that because I didn't even get it the first 4 times, but now I do because it's a bicycle. It's too tired.
$5 from All Ice in Derp Eeper. What's gray and can't swim? A castle. What's gray and can't jump? A parking lot. Anti-jokes.
I kind of like an anti-joke. I kind of think an anti-joke is funny. Still, even to this day, I still chuckle. We got $20 from Charlotte57. Changed my mind. Instead of opening another line, just call Hank Green. That actually would be really funny if you just called him
just
right
put
now.
him on like I did with Andy.
Yeah.
Hey, dipshit. Let's talk about
You'd be
fucking
like,
pecs and butts.
our butt leg? He'd be like, what? I told you to
No, he
quit
would know
calling
exactly
this
what it was about.
I tell you, how did you get this number?
We got $5 from
Fucking shit, dude.
Inksternomiest. One more call. Also, that was A plus B squared explanation was good and reminds me of a similar visual explanation of the Pythagorean theorem. I also like the visual demonstration that they do for a linear regression. I like that a lot. The linear regression with the strings that help. I like that a lot.
Shout out to Jari Dawnchild, who said that was so close for clicking, but they're too tired for it. That's the best part about math, is when you can get it even at a time like this. I don't know how much money we made to open another line. I leave it up to Lux. Did we do it? Did we
Is it up
cross
to
the finish
me?
line?
Do you guys it's later for you guys.
You're the one in charge.
Oh, well, that's a surprise.
Yeah, we don't
Also,
get to
I don't know
choose.
what fucking time zone Erika's in. She's in fucking Norway or whatever.
Look, man, I'll be the bad guy. I'm sleepy. I'm ready to go to bed. But if you guys insist, I will thug it out for another call. But I would rather go to sleep. That's just me.
No. Okay, let's go to sleep. It's sleepy time. Sleepy time.
People
welcome.
sent money.
You're
I'm
welcome.
on the opposite. I want
Are
to
you-
just open it up for 1 minute and see what happens.
Okay, well, I gotta hold on, get call-in studio back up. Give me a second.
Forrest is a rapscallion. 1 minute. You're fielding it. I'm
I'm
not saying a
also
word.
sleepy,
In fact,
but people pay. We made over $100. Like, I feel like we should do something.
in fact, I'm getting more water. I'll be the villain. It's okay that I'm the villain in your story because you're the clown in mine.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
That was righteous. You're welcome to the people in chat. I have angered Erika for your entertainment. I have done this so that you can get one more call. Will it be good? Will it be bad? Will it be monad? The world may never know. See, we got another $5 there saying one more call, please. And we got the 30. What the fuck? Is that
Shekels.
the symbol for shekels? All right. Can't believe I caught you both. Been wanting to ask if you've seen somebody's series, Alien Biosphere. Taught me so much about evolution. Oh my god. No puns from me. I'm on the same page. I have not seen that, and I refuse to allow Erika to answer the question. Don't know.
All right, lines are open.
All right, let's see what happens. I say we give it like 2 minutes, right? Lines are open. 720-619-2288. Let's put the thing on the thing. And there it is. 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. We have lines open right now. And let's set a timer. Can we get a timer on the screen, or do I set a timer on my own? I'm gonna set a timer on my own. To just one more call, and it better be fucking good. If you're calling in or something stupid, I'll set fire to something or someone that you love. What was that face coming back?
You're just both violently threatening people.
We do what we want. It's our show. All right, we have a person in the call-in queue, and one person initializing. So let's no more lines open because we don't want to have a bunch of calls, right?
Huh.
Well, I thought
So
maybe
who is
you
this?
would want to pick and choose between, like, if there were a couple.
Okay, well, we can do that too. That's also okay.
Forrest is feeling he's taking point on this.
I was saying one more, and because people paid over $100, so one more, and just see what they do, and
Your thing,
we'll
brother.
take them, and we'll.
You're the
Just
main
give me-
host. I'm the co-captain.
Okay.
I'm first.
Are you
Go
looking
off
at the
of
call
what
screen?
Yeah, just go off of what the auto screener says.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say no to that one probably. That's I don't know about that one. And I'm waiting for this one. We're gonna see what this one does. and it better be great. We even give it just a minute. I know it's dead air, and I'm sorry. How many people are watching us right now? Why are there more of you here now? Well, now we have to do this. The however many couple hundred of you that fucking wandered in here can wander happy asses right back out. We have to scare you away.
Don't even let Forrest lie to you. He wants to do this. He finds it funny. He finds it amusing.
I'm bothering my friends and I'm making money and I'm doing the thing that I love the most. All right, we lost the one who was asking about the interaction between sexual selection and natural selection. Those are just different mechanisms. The fucking
I'm letting him flounder on purpose, just so you guys know.
Are you? You're not caring about any of this?
You made your bed. You must lie in it. Let's see.
How do you feel about talking about proteins?
Dot proteins. No, actually that's perfect because I don't know shit about that. So I can do one of these. Go.
Good. Neither fucking do I.
You.
Yeah, let's try it. Rich, you're on the line. Rich, can you hear us?
Sure.
Hey, I see it says something about extremophiles and proteins. What are you saying?
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm sorry. I was watching a John Green video. And I'm a dumb guy. So if I'm repeating this incorrectly, sue me. I understand that extremophiles have these kinds of proteins, heat stress proteins, that basically act as sort of like a repair mechanism for for damage that gets incurred by heat to not just its like genetic structure but other proteins to keep them from unraveling and all that stuff, right? My question is because prion diseases effectively are just a misfolded protein that fucks up a bunch of other proteins. Is there some way, or has there been any sort of research into modifying the mechanism that creates the heat stress protein that fixes that kind of cellular damage, and try to apply that to repairing sort of like prion diseases, because those are becoming extremely more prevalent as global warming gets a lot worse. But yeah, I'm just curious if you've ever heard any sort of research to that effect.
Nope. I have not. But thanks for calling.
Okay. Sorry, I was just really hoping smarter people than me, because I've been Googling this. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, but I'm sorry, I've never heard of such research, and I wish I had. That sounds really neat. It's a good thinking. You should call up your local biochemistry department and see if anybody's doing that.
Yeah, I don't have that. I wish it was you. I'll find it.
Don't. I'm dumb as shit. Later,
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Rich. I really appreciated that.
Was it worth $110?
I'm so glad. Who? Maybe you know what? Maybe I do believe in the supernatural. Since I fucking looked into my crystal ball and said it's not going to be worth it. I said this hours ago. I said it's not going to be worth it.
You know what was worth it? Getting more super chats during that 10 seconds that you guys took that call.
Hey, do you know about this? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Bye. Great.
Awesome.
Great call.
Awesome. That's so epic, Forrest. I'm so glad. We really added a lot.
Shock. Okay. Hold on. I'm going
to. We got 30. I do not know what that symbol is. We got 30. It's shekels.
I already read it.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. I saw.
They sent more than
okay, so I'm looking up heat chaperone proteins. Protein chaperones folding prevent prion disease. Is that a thing? Hey!
We got $5 from Raise A Village. One more call, please. Hey, thank you, Raise A Village. I really hope you enjoyed that last call. We took that one just for you. We knew that one was going to be a hit.
Rich.
So
it was Rich, right? Rich, I got chaperone-dependent amyloid assembly protects from prion toxicity. So apparently this is the thing that's being researched. I don't know of any drugs that are specifically doing that. Pharmacological chaperone reshapes the energy landscape for folding aggregation of the prion protein. There you go, you son of a bitch. There you go. I put it in chat. There's a paper about it. Rich,
was it worth it?
Thank you genuinely for calling in.
£5 from Johnny Noggin, 8398. Do you think Pavlov gets the urge to feed a dog every time he hears a bell? That's really good. It's funny, you know, I get the urge when I see these super chats to throttle a co-host of mine, but it's I
Send
fight
in
it
your
off.
next $100 and we'll open another line.
Absolutely not. My happy ass is going to bed.
Send in $200 and we'll open another line.
Watch as I abandon you live on main. I will 100%
Send in $300 and we open another line and Erika stays around for it.
And
$300.
The best part about it, Forrest, is that now it's part of the bit. So I just get to do it. I just get to be like, sorry, Forrest, no can do. And then I'm doing one of these in my bed. I'm so cozy. I'm sleeping. I'm like a little bug in a rug.
Erika can't possibly turn you down if you send in $400 and we open another line and she'll feel so bad about it. $400 and we open another line and she sticks around and she takes the call and tells some poor sap from Hawaii that she doesn't know shit about what they're talking about. $400.
The thing, I am not so evil as you as to take a dog shit to take a question that I don't know the answer to. Forrest goes,
there were three questions. There were three questions. One of them was, what's the interaction between natural selection and sexual selection? The answer is yes. The second one was, I don't even remember what the second one was, but it was, it was kinds. Is there a way that the kinds argument in like creation museums could possibly work? And they're like, I know it doesn't, but could it be a thing? Not really, no. So it's equally bullshit call. I would take the calls and be very nice, but I'm going to give them equally of a bullshit answer. But Rich, maybe I could have said something, and the answer, and I couldn't. But I found a paper. I found a paper for Rich.
Yeah, it would have been long. We got 20. Would you say these were?
Israeli shekels.
Shekels.
Israeli shekels. Got it. From Poet.
It's a very cool symbol.
It is a very cool symbol. Erika, I have a bunch of monkey traits: long arms, sample toes, simian crease, and others that you said are related to Neanderthal. Liver issues, bigger skull. Could I be a missing link? Definitely. 100%. Missing links are real, and it's definitely you. For real. It's like an Encino Man kind of thing. It makes you feel better. Cool. I have some simian traits myself. Just a handful, though. What do we got here? $19 from Demelser. Please don't make our state look bad, Rich. LOL. Rich actually owned Forrest on. He was like,
he did. He did.
Like,
Smashed me. I've never heard of that particular research being done. Cock hungry falcons sent 666 whatevers from Astra whatevers. This is for Team Lux actually reopening lines, unlike that other sleepy producer, Sleepy Arden. It's 9 a.m. here. Can't wait to watch the other 8 hours. Hell yeah.
This is actually my Arden sympathy moment, because normally I'm pep in my step, but I didn't sleep last night, so I've got no pep in my step. And for once, I'm like, wow, have we actually been torturing Arden? Like, I'm like, wait a second, actually.
And you know what? And we will again.
That's so weird.
You know what's crazy? I fell asleep at like 2 a.m. and I had to get up at 7. So I got like 4 or 5 hours. And I've been fucking driving all day. I had to do research. I had to go do some shit, and I'm here for this. And I'm down to do more calls if people want to pay for the calls. If the audience demands it, I'm here for it, because I'm a good host and a good friend. And that's what I'm saying, is that I'm
the villain in your story.
I'm here for you, audience.
I'm the villain in your story, audience. I'll smack you down. I must become that which I hated. Arden being mean to us late in the show.
tune in
$50 from
fucking whatever
Ericapedia.
this
Go to
is.
bed. God bless. Thank you so much for that wonderfully kind donation.
You're
Oh,
not
this
my
is new.
dad. $5 from Raise a Village. I'm just salivating at the thought of a Pavlov's dog pun. Very good joke.
I'm not even gonna. You're not even gonna see the corner of my lip raise in sympathy. $5 from Lord Ben 6584. Forced estimate of Sukis would not be cool to ride. Math is fake.
don't know
CMB does not
anything.
exist, nor does a single tooth Dimetro. I didn't J off your feet. I didn't. What?
I want to be
Brother.
clear about two things right
My
now,
friend.
and those two things are
My
my feet,
friend.
which you've never fucking seen.
My friend, you got you got to keep that shit under lock and key. What have I told you? You can't let him out. You can't let the dogs out like this.
I'm wearing slippers right now, knowing that my feet won't be on camera, but I'm not even going to let like a glimmer of the side of a toe exist on the internet because I'm better than that.
You don't want to do it.
I already get fucking emails. I already get emails, and they're like, "Hey, go get a little peek. I'll pay you." I'm like, first of all, how much are you paying me? And second of all, no.
People
I'm not
but
doing
it's
it.
good to know. It's nice to know how much they would, though. Like that,
I want to know the number, but I'm not going to take the offer. But I want to know what the offer is.
Oh, it depends on the price. We all have a foot pick price. That is for sure. We're haggling
Yeah.
about the price. $10 from Wikipedia. You're too tired. I must confess, this is an unintentionally full circled pun that does have art to it.
You know
He
what
did
else is
that
full
so
circle?
many times.
Tires.
Yeah, I know, but I'm too tired, and it's too tired.
Yeah.
Like he's made the same
Yes.
bike joke like 8,000 times tonight, but now I'm too tired. There's something there, but that's more situational humor and less wordplay. $5 from Aaliyah Shana Silverbow. Why did the algae join the fungus? They took a liken to each other. Okay, no snacks, no plastic. What can I do to be more hospitable? Do some turn down service on the guest sheet. So afterwards, I have a nice place to crash for the night before moving your remains to a second location.
I'm just gonna put these in the chat to the person who is saying they would pay $500,000 for those feet pics. There's Venmo, and there's Cash App,
How about this?
and there's PayPal.
If someone sends Forrest $500,000 for his feet pics right now in the next 2 minutes, I will stay on for the next 12 hours.
We'll open another line.
That's my promise right now. I will open all the lines for the next 12 hours if someone pays Forrest that money for feet pics in this exact moment in time. I will do that.
$500,000, and you know what's going to happen? We'll talk because you're signing an NDA and you're signing a non-release agreement, and that's going to you and you alone. But we'll talk.
The money's going to be. This is a sort of partnership. I'm facilitating the deal, so I'm taking. I'll do a 64 or a 40-60 kind of thing. We got
500,000 Iranian rails is 1180. Shut up! Don't give him any ideas. No, I'm talking USD freedom bucks.
If we keep nickel and diming them, fucking disgusting, so goddamn loud. If we keep nickel and diming them, we'll be here all night and hit $400. That is probably true.
And then she can't back out because she'll feel too bad. That's the truth. 15 more shekels. How can we see single cells in fossils? And if we find them bunched together, how do we know they're single cell and not together?
I caught that yawn.
Yeah.
You see single cell
on
in
the
fossils.
Internet, from me all the way to fucking Iceland.
There is a morphologic characteristic of like clonal cells, multicellular cells, and single cells that are hanging out together that is differentiatable. That's how you tell the difference. I don't know how you do it off the top of my head, but I know that it's there. We got What's this?
We got the other one.
We got 15
Tell me,
shekels
Valkai,
from
you shill.
read my first super chat when Erika was AFK and then said you read it already. It was a question for both of you. I'll answer it for you though, because I did hear it. I have not seen that, but I have seen Alien Planet, which I really enjoyed and is a similar concept. And maybe what you're thinking. I'm not sure. But Alien Planet rocked on Discovery Channel.
No, I don't know. I was looking at the chat where someone was saying that my only feed account will take off faster than my YouTube videos, and I hate how possible that is.
That's a guarantee. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, it's over. So thanks so much to Erika for being an amazing co-host. Love working with you. Thank you so much to Lux for producing tonight. Thank you so much to our mods in chat for keeping things sane and civil. Thank you so much to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you so much to our callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day. Never stop learning. Bye.